course, been kind of like watching back, expecting Rops to maybe come flanking through T-spawn. You know, he got a kill outside. Hey, like, Rops, he's got to be somewhere here, right?
Yeah,
no, Rops is hiding in the bushes.
Oh my god.
he's as far as possible from
He's
you.
a solid snake right now. He's just got changing into his camo.
I call this spot Arnold.
Let's see if he gets cleared.
Wow.
That angle
That's
is
only
crazy.
one, though.
Only able to terminate Volt. So they've got a little something to offer here, but time is going to squeeze them into the A site, which is indeed occupied. Smoke for the CT lane. That will block off one of the
Brokey's gonna
rotates,
get
but
the
Brokey's in the
MPs.
corner here, ready to go. Dropping bomb and causing real problems. Rosen confident to come on through. 11 rounds to 4.
It's also something shout out for Snacks is he's always got like the sickest utility on the fly. Like right there, he had a lineup for that fast CT smoke from mid side, and that's a really underrated thing about him. I think Snappy brought it up in a podcast where he said if you ask him for a flash, he's got like the best flash ever.
That was right
Snacks,
after he did the stand-in for Ents.
There's been clips in like a long time ago of Snacks doing the lineups that are like aiming in like cobblestone lineups where you aim in the sky and run for 5 minutes and then like turn around and slap your mom and then throw it. And it's just like Snacks does those. Yeah.
He knows everything.
Big
And what's cool
brain
too is like
Snacks.
as he kind of took a step into the deeper waters of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, when he emerged, he still had that about him.
Yeah.
You know, he never lost that part of his gameplay.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's like a real nerd about the game, which is, that's some.
Like, you imagine a person who's watching their career kind of fall away from its heights and prime.
Let me draw a harsh contrast. Like, I was someone who was calling for Rain's head back in 2020 when things went online, because I saw that he was like no longer inspired by the game. Like, when he was playing spots, I compared him directly to FlameZ playing on Train in one video. And I said, like, look at FlameZ, look at the amount of wall bangs he does, all the stuff when he's defaulting upper B. He's putting together so much stuff, bringing ingenuity every round. And Rain didn't do any of that. But he brought that back. He brought that back, and obviously, when things went online, everyone had that sort of excuse. But it wasn't clear at the time. It just felt like he was just done with it.
Kerrigan peeking down the bottom of a ramp as they get smoked out and the split comes through. Rain's not in his cave. He's on lane instead. Brokey just opened that smoke on his own accord. Drops his frag grenade, lands 2 clean shots, and as they boost on the other side, they will be called out by it, but Snacks found through smoke. Balls. And you're dead on with this Rain comparison, right? Like, when he came back to LAN, I think one of the best things he did, as soon as he did come back,
and I
think maybe one of the reasons it happened online is he wasn't alone in that boat with FaZe. It was him and Olaf.
Going online, just obviously, a lot of the older players are just like, I can't roll out of bed for this.
Of course.
So then, but
when
then
he came back to Ancient, though, on LAN, look at what he did for Cave.
Exactly. He's the one who invented all the wall bangs that everyone used. He used the best of the timings on those. He was clearly watching demos for them and preparing in a specific way. And lots of players were learning from him in his spots. And that's something we didn't get 3 years ago. And that's something that is impressive that Snacks, like you talked about, you know, down to Tier 2, back to Tier 1, and yet still has the new stuff. Still is ready to compete at this level.
I think that's why he's so successfully plugged right back in when it was a stand-in performance for Ents, when it was this new role in Gamer Legion. We all get old, but it's a choice to get dull.
True.
Stay sharp.
Very true.
Stay sharp, kids.
Being dull is a choice.
Yep. You choose when you stop learning. These are these kinds of positions we want to praise Rain for. He's got his head tucked. Snacks looking for him. Sees it, but can't spray him away.
Oh, he just did more damage with like 4 bullets than them with that boost. Oh my god, he's nearly killed him.
You want to play this game?
With Rain?
Don't you know who I am?
The Architect?
Don't you know what I do? We get the cross to top mid. Isaac does have an opening here. 2 sets of eyes concerned about this. They're actually going to forego all control of the B site to maybe come and deal with this. And I kind of like that. Get ahead of it before any commitment happens at the B play. That's exactly what they want. They want Red Room back. And Isaac's adjusting his t-shirt, goes back into the peak, sees the shadow. You got to look good to feel good. But it's a single frag from him.
And that's
now,
enough to
wanted,
just
right?
stop it.
Site, yeah.
Now
They
they
knew
save.
that worst case
I
it
don't
was going to
think
be a
they
trade
commit at all.
frag. Do they take the gamble on the retake with 2 players at half health?
Oh, no, they can't.
Bro, it's 12.
Come on, it's 12-4. You've got all the money in the world.
No, you don't.
At least go get the exit.
Just too
Even
far
with
away.
that, you get 1 knob, 2
can
rifles,
hold.
and then your economy gets back to
And one last thing about, I think, Rain and
to
his
a
fall off
set
online.
state. You're only getting
I think if you
14
were
for
to
this
ask
round,
him,
I'm pretty sure.
Rain, were you trying?
Yeah.
He'd just admit. He'd admit he wasn't.
Yeah, and
Be like, online,
there was obviously a lot of lack of hope at the time for in general for a lot of things. So it's not.
I mean,
Thursday at the time, I was sort of treating it as if it was just another day, another month, another year.
Yeah, they only got 14 that round.
I mean, it was a total unknown, right?
Yeah.
We didn't know.
But
if it was
you
gonna
do
be
get
3
one
months. We didn't know if it was
on
gonna
the
be
exit,
6.
Yeah.
which is more than vital for you guys.
Yeah.
At least for FaZe's side, because you're already up 12.
Glad
So
we're
you
back.
have, I think it was that 7 rounds of match point.
Isaac. Obviously, this positioning from him
So-
caused real problems for FaZe. Completely evacuate B
Slowly
to try
build
and
the
deal with
economy
him.
back
They
up. You don't have to
die
take
clearing
these
him out. Maybe we get the retake attempt.
challenges.
But,
You can see
Isaac set
even
his team
though
up to take over B for free.
they were able to force, like, they only had to buy back one person. I think it was 1 or 2 people. Like, the economy's still kind of in the mud. You're only getting 19 this round, and then on top of that, you're gonna have to limit util buys.
Whoa!
Jump up,
Wow,
spam
Rain.
through the wall.
Wow.
Listen, Snacks picked that fight.
Yeah.
He started it last round. Rain came back in the 18th.
They have to deal with this elbow spot if they want to take over B. Like, the way that they're approaching this right now, I mean, obviously, they tried last round. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah, this mid aggression is so nice. I might download this VOD after.
But, yeah, they need to approach
Let's see
from
if they
elbow as
play
well.
the same map and kind of just
Problem is
study.
Brokey's posted on the angle.
Yeah, and they also have just sort of left the B split entirely, so they have no pressure on that side of the map. So what happens is they're just they're gonna flash high, then they could just walk into an op shot. Oh, they missed their molly?
Oof. Frozen blinded still gets away with one. Then they kind of get stalled long enough for the CTs to be comfortable to stay. They were looking like they wanted to run, but with Rain having all this comfort on lane, it's toast. Snacks, one for the road.
See that one, like right there. Like Snacks coming out at that point, they needed to disrespect that jump up. Well, they couldn't do it just through elbow. They needed the full split, but
Just too much to ask. And so Gamer Legion fall victim to FaZe at the start of this rematch. And it's not close, it's not tight, it's not a slow start. It didn't have the issues of their opening best of 3 of the year. Snacks is thinking about just stepping in the fire. Could have
Nice.
gone out on his own terms, but they come hunting. FaZe Clan gonna make sure this one stays squeaky clean. No question tonight about FaZe's form in 2024. No slow start, thanks to Rain. Those entries on that B site from the first round hit hard, and Gamer Legion bruised.
A completely different result to what we saw on day 1. FaZe claims their map pick convincingly against Gamer Legion, and now they are 1 map away from staying here at groups, whereas Gamer Legion is 1 map away from dropping into the showdown. That is what is to play for. FaZe, well, they looked like FaZe, Babsky. They did everything that they needed to do to just get the job done.
Yeah, we talked about it before the game that no chance that FaZe is gonna allow a 2-0 to happen
We're
again.
gonna
I think
download
we have
those.
the result speaking for itself here. There's no doubt that Kerrigan and Neo has used so much time in preparation for this game, and it really showed off.
Frozen, for me, he's fit so well into this lineup and so quickly.
Yeah, and I was kind of concerned with those two. We see Rain and Frozen on the top of the scoreboard, and I think I was a little bit scared that they potentially gonna go over each other in the role aspect, but it looked very well.
Highlights now from Frozen here. Definitely on day 1, he didn't really appear to do very much. Completely different, impactful now.
No, he is a very somewhat of an explosive rifler. He has the aim that he needs to take the duels, especially against a team like Gamer Legion. He loves to play these type of opponents. He's been a part of a mouse roster that haven't been on tier 1 the entire time, so he's very much used to playing these lesser teams. So I think it's a very, very nice game for him to get a little bit of confidence in the FaZe roster.
And definitely no head bashing with Rain. That's something to note. You had said that you were concerned about that. It feels like they've figured that one out.
Yeah, I think Frozen is also ready to adapt to play with Kerrigan again. I think he knew before joining the roster that this is not going to be Mouse. I'm not going to be the superstar of this team. I'm going to be looking at other players and how they do it, and I think Rain is one of them.
Rain is one of them. He also had a very impactful moment there on Ancients, and some of his highlights just doing, and this is my thing though, I think it's a performance management thing with FaZe. They know when to do what they have to do to get it over the line.
It's so interesting with Rain. We've counted him out a couple of times and be like, okay, now it looks rough. Is it time for a new player instead of him? But every time we doubt him, he's come back. I think in the cave position, he's one of the best in the world. I really can recommend watching a cave demo of Rain if you want to get good at this spot, because he has so many unique ways of doing it.
I also put him on my fantasy team, so I can recommend that as well, because he's going to be point farming for me, hopefully, as this game continues. But ultimately, with FaZe, they got it right. The thing was, it was a mirror image to what we saw on day one when Gamer Legion was able to 2-0 it. You had even said to Kerrigan and Neo, they got to go home now, or home, the hotel. They've got to anti-strat. They've got to find the mistakes that they made on day one and try and rectify that, and they did just that.
Yeah, and it's so easy for us to say what is anti-strat and what they did this and that, but in the end, it's really about the small things, and I think we can have a clip where it shows really the small things that you learn from being in a demo tool and actually looking at your opponent. We see Acor in this position, he does it a lot. They've 100% seen on the demo that we have a chance to find Acor early in the rounds if we do this boost. Sadly, for FaZe though, they mess it up in the end, but it should have been a free kill.
On the other side, which is Gamer Legion, I mean, what did you think about their overall performance?
I think it's very saying that they only get these couple of rounds. They are not a team that is sufficient enough to play against FaZe on a consistent level. They're gonna lack the individual level, first of all, but also the tactical one. And we see it here because they do the same setups as they did on the first day, but Kerrigan and company are so ready for it.
Okay, so the Gamer Legion lineup is on your screens right now. And Babsky, let's walk it through it, because I think that they have the potential to compete in Tier 1. I think that there's just something lacking to push them over the line. Do you agree, or do you have a different thought here?
I'll disagree. I think they have pieces that works in a Tier 1 level, but we don't see it too often. And I think one player that I necessarily want to dive deep to in is Acor. I've played with him myself. He's such a phenomenal talent in some aspect, but on others, he's so lacking. We can see the stats here. On his good days, he's a world-class
so I did play in the
There's no denying it. But his consistency is nowhere near to be found. He needs to find a way to consistently deliver good results for this team, because he is their star player.
As a pro player, though, how do you find that consistency? How do you figure out what it is that works for you?
For me, when playing with him, he was very emotional. I think he has to sort that issue out. He's very... If things doesn't go his way, he would complain about the game, like it's lagging or like I'm sitting badly. Like he needs to get out of his head and just start delivering the results, because he has the skill. We've seen it so many times, and I also think movement-wise, he's also one of the best in the world.
So this is why I love
So we see all of these mental coaches that are with some of the teams. Obviously, some of them have become sort of well-known in the esports circles, Counter-Strike specifically. Do they play quite a big role in the team? Because I do think a lot of people kind of, and I think a lot of players don't take it seriously from what I've heard, so I'm curious as to how you feel about it.
I think at the start, when you're with a new group of people, they really get a good way.
Useless down the line. In the sense that what, you kind
there's
of know
just
your
a
team,
random,
yeah, I mean, they say the same things like 1 point at a time, and we have this base, and we have empty the backpack sessions where you kind of... So with empty the backpack session is basically where if you lose a game, you would say, okay, we don't discuss the issues now because everybody's clearly frustrated. Let's do it tomorrow. Then people can write down the notes, and then you go into that space and be like, okay, now I'm sharing my stuff. So I think they facilitate that, but other than that, I have a hard time justifying what they're doing on a daily basis.
I love that. I love the insight, because it's worthwhile to have. I know, like I said, some players I've spoken to say, oh, I don't see any value. Others swear by them. Acor, though, like you said, he's worked with him. Now he's just got to figure out how to control his emotions in-game. And hopefully, if he can do that, he can take Gamer Legion to a win on the next map, and we see a 3-map series.
Yeah, he's going to be their fave, but sadly, he's going to start out on T overpass, and I think it's one of the worst sides for
Maybe
the
it's
AWP. He's mainly just going to be sitting
so
still, holding long pushes, holding monster strafes. It's such a boring map for the AWP on the T side, and that's why James is so good at it, because he's a kind of boring AWP.
James, a kind of boring AWP. Quote that for tomorrow when we get to see Virtus Pro play. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're heading to Overpass.
Oh, I did it right. Or maybe it's because I didn't go to the game file. That's why. No, yeah, I didn't go through this file. Gosh, diddly darn it. Where's the demos? I can delete these. Put these ones up. Okay. So now it shouldn't even matter that I have CS running. When I hop back in, it should just automatically be downloaded. so we got our map ones. We're gonna watch these after. More specifically, I wanted to just see how Ancient was played because we're talking a tied. Oh wow, I didn't watch this, so I'm curious to just see how it was played overall. But we're talking about an overtime in which Gamer Legion was able to dominate 4-1, basically. Let's just get on Counter-Strike for now. Yeah, so they were basically able to dominate quite easily 4-1 in overtime, but I'm not sure how the game went throughout that. But what we're looking at is an 11-13. So basically, we went all 24 rounds, and so it was a game pusher. Like, this was not an easy win for. At least what it seems like, it wasn't an easy win for Gamer Legion, but they played better throughout. Maybe stats wise. Is that what I'm missing? No, you couldn't even say it was like a kill factor. I think it was just a matter of winning more rounds and having a better call, or just your calls hitting better than FaZe or Kerrigan, I guess, against Nax. But from this first map, it just seemed like there wasn't a lot of stuff that was happening on that CT side. And when you came down to that T side, you saw a few hits on that B, but there was so much mid aggression from FaZe with the triple mid setup, the smoke, and then you have Rain and Cave who's just dominating. So I'm so curious to see how it comes into this case.
It is elimination day in the lower bracket. This is what is
we
up
are gonna
for
have
grabs.
a moment, so I'm
Ultimately,
just gonna try to
teams
find
need to
something to
stay
eat.
in this competition. They need to win their games if they want to continue to fight for a place in London. If they don't, they're going into the showdown. Currently, Gamer Legion facing off against FaZe. FaZe was able to take their map pick, and now we move to Overpass. Babsky, for you, the ideal way to play Overpass?
Have the role sorted. That's the number one, and I think both teams have it, but in the different ways. I think FaZe have it in the way of that they actually have the players to do it, but on the Gamer Legion one, I think they actually fit like a glove. They're just not as good as FaZe.
Do you think that Rain and Frozen are going to continue to possibly bump heads about where they want to be and what roles that they want to fill?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because it's actually one of the two best toilet players. I know it sounds kind of weird to say, but they play the A side towards toilets on CT side, both of them. But I think we're going to see Frozen rotate down to that B side and let Rain stay in his comfort zone because he is, as I said, one of the best.
I know you keep talking about them bumping heads, but we haven't actually seen it happen yet. That's the thing, right? They seem to have figured each other out and just worked it all out.
Yeah, and I also think he was briefed before signing any contract, like, what is your role going to be in this team? I wish I would have done that. So props up to you, Frozen, because you probably did your homework before joining a team. But I think he delivers solely on his aim. I think he is a better player in Rain in that aspect. So I'm going to be interested to see if it's going to be a permanent thing or it's just a start-off phase.
How does Gamer Legion have to play Overpass, though, if they want to beat FaZe?
Yeah, we spoke about the roles, and I think they fit really well on Gamer Legion. I just don't think they have the good enough players to deliver against FaZe, but I think Isaac is one I would really like to talk about. He's such a unique player in some way. He doesn't deliver stats that well often, but he will do every single role that is needed to be done in the team without complaining. I spoke to multiple people, and they always said, Isaac, I've never heard him complain about anything. He plays that monster position. If he has to drop that AK, he'll do it. He's that type of teammate, but he just needs to find that 10-20% of level, and he'll be an extremely important player.
How important is it for a team to have a player like Isaac, someone who isn't too phased if they have to move around or change things up? They don't have, let's say, the ego where they go, nope, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you need those. Sometimes it's the IGL. I think that is for on Kerrigan's side. He's heavily taking a Mac 10 if he needs to, but on Isaac's side, he is not the IGL, but he's still taking that space in the team. So I think it's very much up for a team decision, but it's very also reliant on who will be the one to do it.
When these two teams faced off against one another at the start of the groups, obviously it was a 2-0 loss to FaZe. Some people were surprised. I don't know if I was surprised because I said it earlier, performance management with FaZe. I feel like they're very good at doing just enough to get on by, and then in the big moments, the individual skill just shines through and they go to a whole other level.
I'm always going to be surprised. If you're going to tell me Robs is going to lose in an opening match to Bolt and Isaac, then I think I'm going to be on the edge of my seat. I think he is a very, very good player, Robs, and I think he solely should also be able to carry those matches. It was extremely close, and he didn't really perform to his usual level.
I was falling on my sword there because, of course, I was surprised. I was absolutely shocked they weren't in my pick'ems either. You don't expect FaZe to drop. I'm pretty sure they didn't expect that either, so they are probably going to be wanting to make this a clean 2-0. You've now seen both teams play today. I'm presuming you feel the same way I do, which is that this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we had that gut feeling before going into the game today that FaZe weren't going to allow this to happen twice. And I really think they showed that on first map, really well prepared. Also individually, we saw them taking a lot of duels with confidence as well. Rain in that cave position, he's just as good on the A side of overpass. So if he's just going to be able to transfer 50% of them, Gamer Legion is going to have an extremely hard time.
You mentioned confidence, and we saw FaZe there all looking happy, lots of smiles. Of course, they've just won a map, but they look in good spirits, and I think that they are prepped and ready for this overpass. Gamer Legion bringing this in and picking overpass, I mean, was that purely just because they know they're strong on that map? Because they must have known that FaZe was going to potentially have their number.
Yeah, I mean, this is the benefit of being a top one team, right? You have a way broader map pool, and it really forces Gamer Legion teams to pick their best maps, and if it's also a FaZe Goods map, it's going to be really rough.
We got two clowns ready to take over, and I can't wait to see if their outfits are still set up. Aww.
No,
Clowns. Clown Sam. Getting big for her britches over here,
we
I
can
tell you.
we can play the part, but we don't look it this time.
Yeah.
No.
We're back where we belong. And as our FaZe, let's be honest, right? Little dispatching of Gamer Legion in this first map of the best of 3. GG bet odds have FaZe even further as the favorites, and I think understandable. I would anticipate Gamer Legion putting up a better fight on Overpass than Ancient, but I still haven't.
They won last time.
And the concept is barely this right now.
I think it's just it's feeling like a 2-0
I have some broccoli cheddar that I made yesterday.
There's
I'm gonna warm it up, have that as like our light dish.
Form will play a big factor.
So it's gonna be broccoli cheddar as like our appetizer. And I'm gonna grill some chicken. And make some chicken salad with some coleslaw. So, cause I wanted to do like, either I'm gonna do just grilled chicken and then have the coleslaw with it. Because I want to do like lettuce, about romaine lettuce, so I could do like tacos, but with lettuce. It was like something that I saw from like LeBron James. They did like grilled chicken like tacos, but with lettuce. I'm thinking it might be nice to have that with like a cold on cold, so it's not grilled chicken, but instead it's like a coleslaw, chicken coleslaw. But I don't know how that would work. I'm just gonna do like chicken and then just like a sweet coleslaw. My favorite type of coleslaw is like if you know, you know, bro. Popeyes coleslaw is godly. But Popeyes coleslaw is like it's a sweet sauce. It's a sweet coleslaw. So I don't want it to be like sweet. I just want it to be creamy coleslaw. Maybe a dash of vinegar. Dash. But that's the idea that we have right now. We're gonna do lettuce head, like romaine lettuce tacos with some broccoli cheddar. That's like our fat, and then we'll have something nice and light to kind of balance it out.
Gamer Legion pick up the first round of this map as well.
Oh, and they'll lose exactly one more player. One survived on this round, but overall it's a good pistol because they get Kerrigan with no death,
and I only have a little bit of also I got Clementine's because Clementine's are just like I have to get some more because I basically ate all of them.
Readying a very fast flank, and so unless Gamer Legion did that exact play, which was take A super quickly, the flank.
But I can't lie, I've been addicted to these Clementines. They're insanely good.
10-15 more seconds on the site, so I actually don't mind the setup from FaZe. I think it was just a very good call from Gamer Legion.
Drops his 1 M4, the only gun of this round for FaZe, and he opens up against Isaac. We've been having a conversation around SMGs these last couple of days as we've seen.
Especially when I don't need anything and I have something sweet like this.
Has been the big talk of the town.
Cheeks got.
I would actually love
hate with that like that
if somebody
sweetness.
gets an interview, I mean, this is kind of a request to James Banks, but if we could figure out why they love the ump over other weapons. Like, I would just love to hear the argument from the player's perspective. We had an ump in play from Gamer Legion back on Ancient as well. Either Isaac or Volt had it once. And I bring this up now because Snacks has been buying this MP5.
He uses guns that nobody else uses though sometimes.
That's cool.
But the ump seems to be a trend.
Yes, that's why I'm like particularly interested. Just because I just want to hear the argument for it. I don't want to put in the practice to find out myself. Convince me. Kerrigan eats the flashbang, can spam the 5-7 all day long, but that M4 kill from Rops.
Oh, double nice.
Like it's gonna change
Okay.
the outcome of the rounds as
Nice little two-piece from Kiosk though. But this is still okay. Never mind.
There would have been a chance. Beautiful
Yeah.
little 4-bullet burst out of
Try to
M4
save the A1S though.
to turn phase away from the A site.
No, but they're gonna be fixated on it right now.
This rocket pop Galil. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the rocket pop.
Because it's like the pop. Is it like the popsicle? It is like the pop.
Yeah, red, white, and blue. I personally prefer It's a Kadoozies. That's my favorite popsicle.
Banjo Kazooie.
Nope. It's a kazoo. No, don't screw me. You screw me. It's a
doozy.
It's a Kadoozie. Yeah, that's it.
What is that? That's a glow stick?
It's a popsicle in Canada that we grew up with. It's like a big twisty, multicolored.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah,
of.
it's
Okay.
a Kadoozies. I'm not making it up.
I
Feel it if
do
you
not
can
know
smell
it.
That flash is so good.
I liked icebergs. Remember those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kiosk. Oof, clean.
That was
second
good.
frag.
Yeah, that was really good. It actually could have gotten weird if you didn't get
Dude,
it.
I swear everybody's getting so much better with the Galil. I mean, maybe the Galil is just better itself,
Definitely is really good.
but the Galil clips have been, you know, the FAMAS as well to a lighter degree, but the Galil is really up there.
Okay, I'm not sure. Doozy is the way that he described it and the way I saw. I don't know.
And the 5 extra bullets is pretty huge.
Yeah, 30 bullet magazine.
35.
Is huge. 35 bullet magazine. Like,
Yeah, that's significant. Definitely makes a difference.
you're almost at the P90.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh wait, this isn't a perfect
P90's
kill.
50. Bison's 64.
Gosh darn it.
64, yeah. That's right.
And Negev? Is it 100?
Yeah.
Jesus. Remember when they changed the Negev to $1,700 and then said they were just going to collect data and see if they had to change it anymore? And that was 5.5 years ago. And now the Negev has just been,
They just left it.
they just forgot it existed. Like
Well,
the R8.
I think they were like, it is good enough. It is, I think, for 1,700.
Yeah, but it just feels like someone started playing with it. Like someone showed up at the Valve office one day, was like, I'm gonna fix the Negev.
Because in real life,
And maybe they fired that guy, and then nobody else knows what happened.
Yeah, they don't want to touch it. They don't want to touch it and break something.
They're like, no, that's John's project, dude.
Yeah.
He'll get around to it.
Because like, yeah, the Negev costs as much as an MP7, and that wouldn't happen in real life, right?
This is a losable round. Players on the bomb site like this, pistols in place, 15 seconds, no option to go B.
Oh, true.
They're getting the kills as they need to.
No.
For
No.
5 seconds.
Yo, shout out to the MP5.
For 5 seconds, trouble was in place.
To be honest, Snacks had basically no help with that and got all the kills, and had the bomb. So if that got dropped,
But
that
it
would have been but it didn't.
Didn't. All is good.
There's your MP5 argument.
Which is why we don't need to panic. MP5 has the same spray pattern as the MP7, if I'm not mistaken. It's all the same stats, essentially.
Okay.
It's like the two most similar guns in the
So
game
why
are
is
the
the
MP7 and the MP5.
Why is the MP7 a little more expensive?
They're not. They're both 17.
Oh, they are. I thought the MP5
pretty
was
sure.
1,500. Okay.
Maybe I'm
Nice
wrong,
little streak round together, but now
Yeah,
FaZe has
I
a
don't know.
full
Prices
buy.
change, but
Yeah,
No.
it's going up.
Armor for
Yeah.
Brokey,
is that 1,500 with inflation calculated?
but the double up on long with Frozen
This
push up.
timing is pretty solid here for Gamer Legion, right? Oh. Kerrigan saw him.
Actually,
Wait,
they're playing
wait,
very
did he-
passive. It's a
I don't know
very
if he did.
hard B hit right here.
Takes one down, but Kiosk
And I don't think
headshot
FaZe is
to
at
B
all
sites.
in
I
any
don't
place
think
to
he saw him, 'cause
rotate.
he would've
Yeah,
surely
I think
waited
they're
for
just
another
gonna have to
flash
commit to a
instead of
safe here
going for the deep zone.
immediately.
They could've been running at him.
I'm
Brokey,
requesting
no
a
armor,
replay.
no kits.
Yeah.
Kerrigan's peak on Monster if
Maybe
we have
Rops
it,
goes for a fight here.
because if he didn't see them, it was like a millimeter off.
Realistically, it's only Rops who would be going for a fight.
Kerrigan likes to defend B push.
And even he's just trying to get his ass away.
Flash and then swing. Before they go for the re-smoke. But usually that full commit swing we saw, he would do that if he saw them. So I'm wondering if he maybe he had a nade out or something. I'm not sure.
Good call, good setup. I mean,
And good on him to take one with him, right?
You take that force into the round
like
before,
it's just, I mean,
and leaves
honestly,
you
if
in
you
the
get his
situation where you're
perspective on
having
replay,
save.
then
I feel
surely give me Kios, 'cause
you're
that second kill
comfortable
had to have been
being
nice.
down
It's not my
4.
favorite
That's
way
not
that
what
I've
really
seen
matters. You're gonna
anyone
get
in
what,
the tier 1
32
hold beat,
in this
because
round?
So much comes down to like how good your timing is, which anyone in the tier 1 hold sometimes it's going to be off a
34.
little
You're
bit.
getting 34 into this round,
100,
so
200 milliseconds. That's
you're
the
gonna have
difference.
something, and you're gonna be able to
Tees
force
being
around this
way
off,
wider
and
than you
Brokey will
expect,
have
like
armor.
right in front of your
But
face like this. You know, he's trying to catch him all
if
the
Kerrigan
way
gets
around
2
the
in
tunnel.
that situation,
If he has less than a second,
better,
when the guy swings
a lot
out so
better.
far left, he can't get that
but
spray down.
it just
So
is
it's a
like
very
a
particular
matter of
timing. I feel
millisecond
like a lot of
timing,
pressure
and
put on
because of
yourself
this,
to, like, do
the
that every time.
economic
But Faze
situation you
always
committed
do
to,
that.
you have to give up after you lose that second.
I think it's not like a glaring weakness in their game, but I think it is definitely one of the more exploitable things.
I didn't get either of the replays I wanted.
Damn.
Rain gets back. Ooh, careful now. With the Kios impact in that last round, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at the start of this half. See what else he has up his sleeve in terms of entries. Because what you don't have this map is the same kind of a start that got Ancient rolling as quick as it did, right? We were sat there praising Rain, 12 kills in like 5 rounds, 6 rounds. Well, now he's back to 0 and 4. Brokey 0 and 3. We look across the board of Gamer Legion. They're all here. And this is when FaZe start games slow. We're not going to write them out. Off. But already a missing piece of the winning formula from Ancient.
And you're committing to the
Slow
triple
start.
B with the op there.
Giving up 4 rounds to the T side of Overpass
Frozen's gonna
already.
get contact here. Yeah, you're gonna have rotates within 35 seconds. Why the fuck
Gotta
is
stop the
Gamer
bleeding.
Legion taking so slow
25
on this
seconds
round?
again though. Gamer Legion.
And
It's
oh
gonna be
my
the same
gosh,
thing.
Very
We're gonna see
who is
that
that?
play.
Isaac and Khan?
Very keen
Isaac
to
has
play
to
down
stay
to the end
alive
of
in
the
this
clock.
The only difference
situation.
is he's
Him
gonna
and
have
that
the
Frozen
flash.
duel is
So it
what
depends if
matters
the
at this
stake works,
moment.
but man,
Because then
it's
that
so late,
fake
like,
fully gets
15
committed.
15 seconds.
No, yeah,
rotating.
okay.
They're rotating. It's
They're
so late,
rotating,
actually
but-
rotating.
Kerrigan hesitates, but he's on his own.
No bomb
Nope.
spotted.
He's running. He's giving his back up to the bomb site. 5 seconds. He
Oh,
can just rush this down. It's over. Oof, a little too late.
oh, they shouldn't have swung him. They shouldn't have swung him like that.
They just let him leave, then it's good.
They just have the sight. All you need to do. The whole point is to get people back pit. You know.
That's
you
good
say
on Frozen.
Overpass is so unique because if people
That
are
was
back
good
pit,
on
like a bomb can go
Frozen
down
for
to
having that
75.
divider
So they got
hold.
him off the wood wall, they got him off
But
the pillar,
more
and they got him
importantly,
out
it
of
was
back pit.
just the note,
So
like
just,
the
take
information that was gained.
and
Because
post
they
plant.
played it
Because
so
they couldn't-
late. In 15
they couldn't
seconds, you
guarantee
lose
the
that
bomb goes
duel.
down, they'll fight 'em like
It-
this
you
fight here.
know that there's just nothing else
Yeah,
that
they
Bath
needed
Brigade
to
committed long, or they're
obviously
faking
be
it.
sure they were going to win it or just chill for a second. Kerrigan wouldn't have even known they were planting until a second in.
And then Kios could have just hold for him running up the boardwalk like he did.
Oh,
And you
but
see it.
Frozen with the early aggression. See, me, I would like to stay bathroom and wait for that smoke push out. Anybody who tries to do that or wait for the long push. But then you're committing yourself into that wall, and if like Rops and Baroki kind of back up, you're isolated into that. So you're basically just one and done unless you're able to magically concur something up. But that aggression to bathroom or into party, it's a good idea. It's a good playground. It's a good strat.
Hiccup here from Gamer Legion early.
But
There's only 2 people actually going into the site.
just
right?
played it too slow with the sound information. I feel like you give up more information, but you push up. Oh, Isaac.
A critical
And
mistake.
Kios is just doing enough, so they're gonna slowly
Rops
rotate to
slams
just
him
take this
and goes
monster
deep on the
control. But
ladder.
Robs
Make any
has
move on this rotation, you'll
information
hear
on
it.
some sound. Brokey is starting to back up after the one. Who's that? Acor. Yeah, now you
Yep,
get the
heard that
Acor
jump.
sound pick off Robs, and everybody's slowly rotating. You got Rain down. Oh, that's Volt. My bad. So
Sure,
Brokey
FaZe
sees the
very
fade
much
away from
prepared for the B hit.
Volt. starts to do a slow descent,
It's
slow
not
back
total
up.
certainty, but it's definitely a clue.
I know what's coming, yeah.
You know what's
Flashbang for
happening when you got the
Yeah,
anchor just holding the side
watch
by
this, he's
himself,
gonna
and
time it
everybody's
again.
ready for the
See if he
rotate.
can
You got
nail it.
drops in a flank position,
Oh, doesn't.
and
Gets a flash off, but
Fails on the
oh,
idea and loses his support. No frag out of Rain, no frag out of Kerrigan just yet.
Rops is completely out of position.
At least he's still standing. Brokey
And
in
Acor
the
gets
heavens,
this. No,
strikes down
Brokey does.
Acor, but that's
10
space on the
seconds though.
site. Clean
And
second kill out of Brokey.
hey, 1v2.
And Robs has the element of surprise. They're looking at
Yeah.
short. They're concerned about that. They both turn. This is a winnable spray.
Oh!
83 damage on Kioz, who gets his 8th kill, his 3rd in the round.
That's
and
unfortunate.
Puts Gamer Legion right back to winning ways.
It was a disgusting try. See, that's why
You know,
trying
I
to time
might
it
have
is really
just
scary.
put
right there. You saw Rain was
the
throwing
broccoli,
flash,
cheddar, and the oven
but
without
Kerrigan
even
could hear
turning
more
it
than
on.
Rain, so he's
That
like,
is a
"Oh,
high
shit, I
possibility.
gotta go, actually. And then he runs back. Rain's throwing this flash right into them, and then they're in no longer a setup that perfectly complements each other. Instead, they're just in a setup where Rain fights and then Kerrigan fights from behind. So, again, it's not a bad thing to do, but you are sort of living by the sword when you try it that way.
That trade on Robs to end the round is in fact Kioz's 4th kill. As he took over the bomb site. Rain, Kerrigan, Brokey, and Robs, his victims in the last round.
Yeah, this is pretty disappointing for FaZe for these last 2 rounds, because like obviously that super late exact of course doesn't work, but it interrupts the economy of
I'm
the
not
year
that
for
stupid.
FaZe. This
At least
last
not
rounds,
today.
They know what's coming. They still don't win. Those are the worst rounds to lose. And it is already 5-1. Quotas being met here on Overpass.
Isaac versus Frozen inside connector. As he smokes off the hold. This is Gamer Legion on the brink of the B site. Far faster than some of the rounds prior. There's this looming threat of Acor doing something up towards bathrooms with the op, but he's also just playing passive, making sure CTs don't push for info.
Yeah, I guess that's just more traditional to just make chicken,
Really simple
like
once
big
again.
chicken, or grilled chicken,
Frozen wins the fight,
and then
though.
Yeah, that's
have grilled chicken
doing
with
pretty good at winning
coleslaw,
connector, but that's only really step 1 for them. Oh,
Pushes.
which I guess I'll just do.
Pushes out into the lying weight of snacks.
I'll just make
Kerrigan along
quality
the wall,
coleslaw.
loses his head.
And by
Kios
quality,
is
I mean
sharp.
some quality creamy
Another double
sweet
entry,
coleslaw, and then have a
3K
salty chicken.
At least again. And we saw it coming. Multiple multi-frag entries from Kioz on this B site. I mean, flash of what Rain offered back on Ancient early T side, right? It's the hot start from an entry fragger that just leads to this flood of round wins. Because while Kioz is 11-4, Rain sits 0-6.
yeah. That was disgusting. It's also a little horrifying. That Brokey op shot being missed.
I
Kerrigan
missed
the
it.
only one to do damage
I
on
missed
the way
it.
in, and they weren't even blind, right? He just beat them out like straight up. So, like, FaZe got to be like, okay, we need to do better than that, obviously. But very good shooting regardless for Gamer Legion. But another situation where they're fully ready. Left side monster this time, 3 players in the site, and
Okay,
up in the
I
site,
feel like
and
my last resort
they
is
were
just these
still
damn
peeking on
tea
A. They were
biscuits.
ready. They can't ask for much more except
I'm
like
eventually gonna have to finish all these.
Crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry for hitting the mic. I'm gonna have to eventually finish
Gamer
these tea
Legion
biscuits.
at the start of the year when they
I
opened
opened
up
them one
versus FaZe with
time.
that best of 3
I had a
win.
few that I binged.
Well,
I
their
just
B
have not
side
touched
was
them
only
ever
5
since.
rounds on Overpass.
I swear on everything,
Kioz
bro.
going
I picked up
7-7.
some, like, a packet of
Take it
jam,
to a whole new level
and
in
I
this head-to-head.
just would scoop. I would snacks. I would just break my biscuits into 3 and just scoop some
oh,
jam.
I love snacks so
I
much.
gotta have like that
Counter-Strike's
when
always
I was
fun
hungry
when
at
you're
night,
winning.
Yeah.
and it was a nice, satisfying piece. But
You know,
I hate biscuits because the way that
the
it kind of
old Verse
kicks
Pro, a lot
up
of
into
people
my
don't know this,
gums.
but if you go and like watch their old demos, they played some of the most complicated rounds of any pro team, but they were always known as like Polish plow, like they just run into your site,
Right,
kill
right, right.
everybody. But they actually were the most detailed and creative and slow playing about their strategies and I can feel like echoes of that with the way that Snacks calls some of these rounds. They don't have the same level of cohesion and time and together and everything like that, but you can see that they really are trying to milk the map as much as possible before committing to anything.
That is very fair.
This round, Kioz doesn't have to do much, just leans back on Monster, and the kill comes to him.
I'm going to say this. Like, I think Kerrigan doesn't like playing right side Monster because he hasn't figured out the right angle to play on, because obviously a strong spot to play in. But with ROPS in this same spot, like, you will see more output. I think he'll just show you. Device opts the same angle as ROPS is holding right now with his AUG. And obviously, the round that ROPS goes, okay, I'm going to help you guys on B, okay? I'm not getting any action. Well, on this round, it's going to be an A play.
It's like the third or fourth round, though, we've seen Gamer Legion burn down that clock. And the last time they did it, remember, they got burnt. They walked into that B site with bomb and never even got their plant. 15 to the clock. Molly's all over this bomb site. CT's in place. This is another one that could go poorly. Comes down to the hole.
Oh, Brokey.
3 from the corner. It's a full house in the A site. Frozen to close it.
Wow.
Gamer
Really solid
Legion
hold
man
from
advantage,
Brokey. What was
but it
that?
doesn't mean
What was that
much.
setup? What's that set?
Place. This is another one.
Okay, so you got corner into corner long, corner truck, and then one dice. Isaac immediately pushes out. Oh no, that's Volt. Volt pushes out immediately and just gets caught by Frozen. No, he gets caught by Brokey immediately, but that's a 1-for-1 trade, Volt. Then you just get caught with the Kiosk and Snacks, who are right behind each other. Frozen gets the 1, Brokey dies, and that's just a good trade. Okay. So Brokey, it's a fair trade, but he got lucky with that back-to-back spray just because of the lineup and the angle that he was getting shot at. He was like, you're kind of doing damage to your teammate as you are doing damage to Brokey, so it just was a little unfortunate. But overall, I think that setup was really good. Rain kind of dies immediately, but you don't expect that long push. I think Brokey gets that immediate trade, and Frozen is able to just keep himself hiding for anti-flash in that whole situation. I think that's what his play was.
Or use it.
Yeah, burning down the clock, not nearly as effective if you don't do all the other steps first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just keep notes.
That's why everyone like tries to be like James.
Yes.
But they don't put in the work.
You're not VP, folks.
You aren't with him shooting in the gym.
You weren't born in the darkness.
Oh,
What the
help
hell?
him out.
Yo,
That took way too
smoke
long.
bounced, dude. You saw the trajectory, it bounced. Someone call Valve. Kiosk is calling.
You know what? That happens to me all the time, and no one feels bad for me, so screw it.
Alright, I'm gonna just keep
Nope,
notes.
bad
I hope
take.
they don't help out.
Nope, bad take. Bad take. Take your meds.
We should all be miserable.
Triple push towards long at this point, and this is a nice
You
little.
assuming I'm miserable?
I hope you will be one day.
Jesus Christ. Is that the sound of laughter I hear?
I think that's what you should aim for.
Tees down to just flashes and one smoke. 40 seconds. At least they got short, but at what cost? Poor Kiosk. An injustice has been had. 25 seconds. Not through bathrooms yet. For all they know, could be a player in the same corner. It's not the case. Brokey's playing the APC. The CT's put a smoke in front of this. This is, again,
Fresh.
It's got a flashback to what just went poorly. Flashes are good, though. That's one piece of util, but if the bomb planter gets stopped, this is all gonna go bad. Volt, plant! He doesn't know!
Oh my gosh.
Ew.
He doesn't know! But did bomb fall into his possession? Did,
Yeah.
did the first...
They had 5 alive, though, right?
No, Brokey got the one op kill, but that was on
That
the
was
long
after,
player. Yeah,
yeah.
Volt had the
Past
bomb the
the
whole
side,
time.
alright,
He had the
yeah.
bomb the whole time. I was
I mean, if
yeah.
you're gonna play down to less than 10 seconds, you can't make mistakes like that.
That's
because you
me.
don't have time.
I've
to,
made that mistake
bro.
before.
You can forget who has the bomb if you have 20, 30 seconds. So, you know, taking bathrooms and executing on the site is not splitting atoms in Counter-Strike. It's something everyone does every single round. So if you're gonna take a little extra time than everyone else, then you need to make less mistakes, not more.
It's just such an uninspiring thing to watch, you know? It's like go back to the Kiosk double entries on B. When Kiosk hit the B site, he had 3 kills in 10 seconds.
Okay.
And you still had a minute to do whatever the hell you wanted.
I feel full.
We're trying to get these fancy masterclass A hits.
Only undeniable advantage of playing it down to 10 seconds is you can convince even the best teams to rotate.
Fair.
But just means you have less time to punish them for that rotate. You can get an anchor to fully leave a site without spotting the bomb if it's less than 10 seconds and they see nades. That's the advantage. But then
back to the frozen brookie setup.
if you don't get
And you're
that
going
one
50
kill,
seconds,
or you
4
don't
out
have the
bathroom
bomb on
right
the
here.
person, or you don't have the
Holy
guy
shit.
in place to throw the flash, or
This
you're not
feels like
ready,
VP, bro.
then it doesn't matter the entire
This feels like
round.
VP, but
All
on
the
a more
time that you put
grand
into
scale,
setting up
because
that
VP
moment
still
is
has
completely
stretches
useless.
out
It's
where they'll
pointless.
have monster players, long players, bathroom holding, and then they'll eventually
sucks to
group
watch.
up
Yeah.
into
imagine
3,
being a Gamer
4
Legion
people
fan, how
hitting one
frustrating
area.
this is right now.
But this is
If you're
4
FaZe,
people
you're laughing.
committing to the same spot.
I mean,
Hello,
they might
Toby.
be kind of laughing, but they're also losing to this.
Hello.
They'll spray down the monster pipe. 15 seconds, they're gonna try to hit it. CTs don't have mollies or smokes, but it's only 6 seconds to spare, and the pit player's gonna hold the line. Even as Kerrigan and Rain fall, Rops is in the pocket. Acor shoots at the further target, Isaac.
Wow, timing is impeccable.
I think
Timing
yep,
is
all
impeccable.
Good. 1v1, Frozen already right on top of him. Nowhere to run. He
Good
knows
buddy.
exactly where Isaac's at.
Toby.
And this one has fallen short. Much closer.
Up.
Yeah.
Much closer. The trades looked good. Acor comes through, deals with the Heaven player. Great. But still, you're banking on a 1v1. And on a serious note,
Say
remember
hello,
what
Baba.
let FaZe get into this game.
Say
Because we
hello,
had a
Toby.
fully reset economy in a 6-1 lead for Gamer Legion, and those 2 back-to-back A-site fizzles have now allowed FaZe to potentially tie this half.
Hello.
And they can get back into it.
Hello.
So, Isaac really went for it, but
Hello.
Frozen totally ready and calm. Ran up, I think, to pull that peak, make it feel like he was swing, but yeah, I mean, it's been a incredibly fragile B site, even with 3 or 4 players, so yeah, the trades are not looking that great for FaZe, but at least, as you mentioned, they have a chance to tie up the scoreboard. As for Gamer Legion, they got their 6 rounds. They had some messy rounds, but they also got 6 clean ones, so.
Yeah, but I don't know if Kioz's performance will last this entire map, and I don't anticipate Rain sitting at 0 kills for another 10 rounds. If you give him time...
Whoa, but Kerrigan gets caught by 2, and Rouse is about to get something
Don't worry
for
about
free
that.
here.
Kerrigan
Is
gets
it
one.
think it should be
about to
a
be
1-3-1.
free information? Yeah, but snacks?
It's just pistols. Surely of all the rounds to miss an entire magazine, this is the one. Rain down in the water.
No
Pushes out
way.
Connector. Rain, his first kill of the map. Posted in a round where they gotta pick up slack. Tech 9 from Isaac hits the headshot.
No plant.
No plant, they hold. They wait for Frozen, his push comes out, exposes the bomb plant. He still takes a bullet to the forehead, and Acor with this P250, capable. It's just the sidearm, but Frozen's low, and if Brokey misses an op shot, or takes one to the head, he's done too. He's got these players pinned in. He could push into the op. A missed shot here from Brokey. Acor's got them both sweating.
He's literally scaring them right now.
It is Acor with a pistol, and the CTs are afraid, and now he's got an M4. He's gonna chase down Frozen, and Frozen hits the headshot that he needs to keep FaZe clawing back round after round.
That was really good, though.
He was like a lion chasing
Good
rabbits
bye-bye.
around.
Good
That was some terrifying
Goodbye.
stuff there from Acor. Nice try. Frozen saves the day once again, though. You almost do have to be worried about even like the smallest misses.
Yeah.
Yeah. With these guys right now.
That
Pure relief right
that
there.
is relief, yeah. Yep. The embodiment of relief. And Rain gets 1. So you got Rain on the board, you got Kiosk cooling off, and you have FaZe on the brink of tying this up after being down 6-1. We told you that the second map would get closer. Just hope for Gamer Legion's sake they don't throw that early lead.
Oh, frozen with the immediate backup on the information.
Smoke to play within.
Doesn't get the one,
anything.
but they don't know about
Peels
R.I.P.
Isaac off the push.
And
Missed second
A-Core
shot.
is
Big
about to
flood of
get
T's coming at
caught.
him. And it's going to be the fast flank. Kerrigan and the Bathrooms player. But Kerrigan's a distraction for Robs. Robs could walk up and just blindside A-Core.
Yep.
And now Kerrigan could even upgrade from the MP9 if he needs.
But now it's a 3-on-3.
They've lost all control of the site, but they just
Oh,
caught a
but
glimpse
Snacks
of
doesn't
Snacks,
lose.
And Robs' M4
He doesn't win that
will
duel.
drop him.
And
Second
Rain
kill
is just
here
gonna
for the
do
Estonian.
enough pressure.
Deep bank angle takes at the knees.
He's
of
just
Volk.
gonna
He's now
maintain
on
enough
39,
pressure, yep.
And it's all gonna fall on Kios. He started this half so hot, sprays away Kerrigan, but the Galil gets away, and sure enough, the door left ajar. FaZe kick it off its
It's just
hinges
Rain.
and post a 6-round CT side. The team
Really
half
good
could be
stuff.
hard. We'll see what is in store.
I'm gonna go grab and see if my food's done.
I would ask if the map is in a competitive pool.
Yeah, sure.
Is it not possible not to be there?
Yes. Yes.
Oh shit,
It
so
is.
we don't know.
What the fuck?
They already fucked up over here, bro.
Okay,
I was just
repeat the question.
First question.
Okay.
Is the map in competitive pool? Wait. We already know he is in the pool.
No, it's one question.
Could have saved that one. So, is it like wait? How should I put it? Yeah, was this map being played in 2015?
Yes. Yeah, but you need to guess the position as well, no?
Yeah, but we forgot
to guess the
get
map
to
first.
Step by step, bro.
You have 8 questions. Good luck.
Yeah.
Does the map have a window? Like a window
Map call out
position?
window.
No.
That we call window.
No.
Ooh, okay, so it's one of those.
New.
Bro, what is this question? Windows?
The call out window.
Oh,
The call out window.
We need to narrow down the map still, no?
Yeah, that's what we mean.
I'm so confused right now.
So
You
we
know, map,
we
we
asked
call it window, you know, like
Yeah.
Mirage window and
Inferno.
Inferno window. There's no window on Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it Inferno?
Yes.
Okay, now we getting
That's
there.
the question.
Now we're getting there.
Yeah.
Is it on A side?
No.
Okay, so that's mid and B. Yeah.
Second mid or apps. Because you say A site. It's like.
Is it close to a B side?
No.
Yeah.
Maybe Maxi. Is it close to mid or second mid?
Yes.
Okay.
So now,
Bench. Maxi.
Like, is it T-Apps?
Yes.
I would say kitchen.
Okay, we go
Kitchen
for bridge
or
and
door?
kitchen. Okay, is it bridge?
No.
Is it kitchen?
The name is not kitchen, but kinda yes. It's called living room.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's what we
okay,
call
okay.
kitchen.
On the same page. Woo.
FaZe bounced back. That is undeniable. In the face of the Kios hard entries down on that B site, it felt like FaZe were just getting outclassed. Because from map 1 to map 2, Rain has disappeared. And
Yeah.
Kios didn't get a chance to reappear, as those A hits ended up giving FaZe a way back into the game. They go 5 rounds straight at the tail end of the CT side. It ain't gonna be an easy feat to make this T side happen.
Yeah, the A site was stronger than the B site. You can see that in the kills right there. That was a very poor half on the defense from FaZe. They expect more for themselves. Rain can be a second half player. Usually it's when you switch over to CT side on like Nuke or Ancient or something, he just goes crazy. But T side overpass, he's gonna have to earn it more. But expecting better than 3, that's for sure. And he can do the entries, which might feel nice. Oh, Moose dismantled. Ooh. They're running the Davis. Me and my subscribers call it this. In matchmaking, it's the Davis. The Goppy.
Bolt of two minds here, knows the short push is coming. There was a good flash in the middle of all that, or was it a team flash? Either way, T's come through with 2 entries and damage on Snacks. Acor pops Rain. See ya. 3v3 to go. Brokey stuck in. Deals with the little health that was left of Snacks and decides that he wants more. A little bloodlust from Brokey. Acor coming back at it with no kit, falls. So 4 frags out of Brokey in the second pistol, 3 of 4 pistols in this series, the way of FaZe.
That strat's such a good, like, fundamental way of explaining how map control works right there. So, like, you group up, you don't need any utility except for whatever you're using for B, like a Heaven Smoke, but you're running through the A site to clear things out. If you get your kills, then you can commit. If they're in bathrooms, or they go for the stack on A. If you see no one, you go down to B because they don't have enough information. And then you saw what happened. They got rid of the boost, and they started to rotate up to A because they get scared that, oh, they could be close to dice now.
Nothing to offer us here with the buy from Gamer Legion, just in USPs. How come Rops can do the jumping MP9?
He's just better than everyone else.
Right?
It's a test of aim, you know what I mean? Like,
Is it aim or luck?
It's not if you do it every time, right? That's the whole thing with Rops is... did you see his, I think it was his Thorn interview where he said there were smokes that only he could throw?
Watch this.
Oh my god, they're just...
Watch this.
Is he he shoulder peeked him in graffiti, though.
Got beamed.
He said there's some smokes that only he can throw because they're literally so hard that no one else can do them. Like, his mechanical level is unbelievable. He just doesn't display it that often because his playstyle is like at odds with it, where he's insanely careful all the time. But so yeah, but it's not all about flash.
Do you think there's certain movement things that only Rops can do as well?
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah, I mean there are certain players like Asatag's not someone you think of, in the same breath as Rops, but in terms of KZ is one of the top pros. That's the best at KZ. Same with Alexi B. Same with Electronic.
Yeah, but Rez is the only one who's made a KZ map.
He made a surf map.
Oh,
actually.
surf maps.
But yeah, also shout out to Rez. He's got very good movement, and he could do like C to C. He can do a lot of really difficult in-game jumps consistently. Monacy also actually is... Monacy's the king when it comes to execution.
It feels like Monacy's the king when it comes to using it in like high-pressure situations too.
That's what I mean, execution. Like, they can all do it on paper. Those guys, all the ones that I mentioned. Monacy's the only one who could do it in like...
the heat of the moment.
I was going to say major final, he's never done that, but like, any pressure at all, it doesn't matter. I always tell people, like, the best way to learn the new game is to just watch his face at demos, just to see what's happening next.
Keep your finger on the pulse.
Yeah, his movement's insane. But yeah, if Rops wanted to, he could look like Monacy in the game. But his philosophy and view on the game and the fact that he's rifling and like he's a lurker, it doesn't really make sense, but he could.
That's what I tell myself too. I could do that. If I wanted to. Rifles in and they go aggressive fountain, Gamer Legion, first buy. I'm not seeing too much of those deep smokes. Rops is ahead of that. Oh, Isaac. Oh, Isaac, you don't know it, but you're done for.
Oof.
Kia's back in water. Gets gunned down by Kerrigan's Mac 10, and you've now just got Frozen comfortably holding off Connector as well. He's got prime real estate plus the B plant, and that's just Rops being ahead of the smoke. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's why when we saw the first time that Kerrigan caught off, he was actually checking because their smoke was coming up, and they were just about to re-smoke it. So he's shoulder checking it to see if anyone's standing out there. Then he would bounce it off the left side of the pipe, and then they would just re-smoke it and chain smoke it. But in Gamer Legion setup, they didn't have anyone to check their smoke, and they didn't re-smoke in time. Oh, did they re-smoke it? They didn't just leave it open, right?
No, they smoked it right past him, yeah. The re-smoke was just behind Rops.
They just didn't check it, right?
Nope,
They didn't
exactly.
check their re-smoke.
Smoked it, and then he just changed positions from barrels to pillar.
That's why you can be like the smart. See, you gotta. This is like the perfect angle to display that. If you don't check your smoke, that's the thing.
J-Raz, baby.
Visual confirmation is king in this game. Like you can be really smart and understand where people are, but nothing beats seeing it. Period. No matter how smart you are.
Keep your eyes peeled.
That's why you see when sometimes, you know, someone gets killed doing a jump spot, for example, you go, oh, that's silly, why do they keep jump spotting? But the amount of information that's won you rounds from jump spotting,
right?
It is
confirmed information.
Is a single least dangerous way to get visual confirmation in Counter-Strike. It is imperative that you use jump spotting to your advantage. And if you die 1 out of 10 ways, the reason that it's so amazing is because that kill was hard to get.
And it averages out to always still being worth
exactly.
Taking
everything is probabilistic, and you should be using what's a higher EV play. That's all it comes down to.
It's a numbers game, and 13.
That's something Rob says as well. That translates so well to the way he plays. He says, "If I have an advantage, I will never let it go," and that is the whole point.
Okay,
yeah.
I like that. I like that philosophy.
You can see sometimes if someone gets frustrated or they get mollied and then flash and then they just swing. That's kind of like. It's like giving up in I think, with that philosophy.
Early success here for FaZe Clan is the worst thing possible for Gamer Legion. Brought it up once, I'll do it a second time. This has been an 8-round win streak since those back-to-back failed A executes. Gamer Legion losing to the clock twice on that T side opened the door for FaZe. They haven't looked back. Now it's just the two M4s of Acor and Volts stack inside of the B site with what looks like FaZe heading towards the opposite end of the map. From 6-1 to 6-9 and most likely 10. Smoke to the side of the head, that'll leave a mark, but worth it. Rain gets cut off the entry. Brokey's got the coverage from the flower pots and no other CT in position. Acor is just going to be set up to save that M4 again. As said, 6-10. This is, of course, FaZe Clan fighting for a 2-0 to send a message to who is currently in their group final. Team Liquid. A Team Liquid FaZe Clan best of 3 for a spot in London.
Insane because with the form, their form is so parabolic right now. Both of these teams could lose. Both of them could win. Both of them could play insanely well. Both of them could have an off day.
Yep.
Nothing is promised in that matchup whatsoever. So that'll be the potentially most exciting thing.
I think it's been pretty exciting so far in terms of like getting, you know, I don't know what to label it. So just example of Vitality today beating Falcons. You know, Apex makes that tweet talking about his ex getting getting revenge. It's not even revenge really, but it's like beating your departed ex-teammates, right?
Yeah.
So we already had that with Falcons and Vitality, and I always love those kinds of games.
Yeah.
And we're gonna possibly get it with Twist and FaZe already. First event of the year, and they've each gotten to fight each other. Sometimes we have to wait so long for those kinds of moments. You know, I feel like Frozen and Mouse played as soon as it happened as well back at Abu Dhabi, if I'm not wrong. Blast has been kind of very lucky in that regard. We never know how much of the drama we're really stirring up ourselves, but I'm all for it. Of course, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself talking about FaZe versus Liquid, because Gamer Legion with this gun round have posted 2.5 frags already.
Yeah, but they're still just walking forward, and I think right now Gamer Legion are worried about the wrong thing. Yeah, they actually think it is. Oh, God.
There we go, missed shot. Okay. That'll help.
Yeah,
because it was getting sketchy.
Yeah, they were both worried that the T's were going to run on bathrooms, and there was a timing, but...
Well, we've seen Gamer Legion come aggressively towards Fountain at the start of each of their CT gun rounds. It straight up works this time. Dropped a player on close playground, never looked back. So finally an end to the streak of rounds that FaZe have managed to gather. Honestly, about time. At the end of the day, all of the Blast Spring groups are starting to kind of wrap up as you would have expected it. Astralis versus Vitality, Na'Vi versus G2, those games confirmed. High likelihood as well we'll get Liquid FaZe, Virtus Pro, Cloud9. If everything goes as the odds would show.
Which is another cool rematch where you think, well, why wouldn't James just win again? And you know what? You might be right. They might just win again. But it'll be cool because Cloud9 had a lot to improve on in that match, and I expect them to bring better for him. I think they left so much room between them and Virtus Pro that they'll probably do better. I mean, you would guess, even if it ends up being the same result.
See if this Fountain aggression works out again. Whether they throw it, nope. Emphasis on connector. Frozen may very well have his hands full. His AK shot last round left something to be desired. This time, insta-kill on Volt. No trade from Isaac. And as he's occupied, we've got a push from Rain soon enough.
Yeah, they're inside of, they can't stay inside of connector without routing back outside through.
Does this gap help him
That's
or
a
hurt
cool
him?
gap, but they're just going around it, actually. Acor might be able to find something interesting to do here. He thinks he's taking a risk, but actually the coast is clear for now. It's just that he's missed the two players who have already crossed long. FaZe have moved fast. Oh no! That's a perfect punish from Kerrigan. That's great positioning by him, just to read that mid-round situation.
Isaac feeling like he has to get something done, but feels like FaZe will be comfortable to burn the clock down as well. In a 5v3, I don't anticipate them running into time issues. Although Kioz starts to put the numbers back into a more manageable state. Isaac, deep angle. Again, he wanted something, needs to reclaim some kind of ground, but they dodge his angle. Broky's about to peek into it. He'll lose his head. Isaac, one and done, but the numbers advantage still lead FaZe Clan into the A site with plenty of time to spare. They just put it into gear, get the bomb down, and we have a question here whether Kioz and Snacks decide to go for this retake. No kit, no nades. And with the smoke in front of Dumpster, no easy avenue of attack. Kioz gets out from bank at the very least, starts fighting with Frozen. His teammates already on the departure though, so this one's gonna just leak onto the scoreboard. FaZe, it's their 11th. And I feel like it was really made possible by Acor feeling like he could have gone for the kill, and Kerrigan's just super passive angle.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know who threw the smoke, and if they were just
Acor.
Oh, Acor threw the smoke, and
When he
so
came out of
maybe
connector.
Kerrigan's perspective when he saw that was like, that's a really weird looking smoke. So he was just being careful about it, and it paid off. But Acor could have done something. I think that was a good thing to try to do. I'm trying to think from his perspective because he has Fog of War.
Valiant effort from Isaac. It was an instant kill on Brokey, but Rosen quick in with the trade. And that's the thing, right? We kind of contrast that to Gamer Legion, where at times the A pit hit didn't end up working. This was FaZe making sure they had enough time, making sure they had bodies in place to trade frag.
Yeah, like as soon as you said that, I was like, that's refreshing to hear. That's like a sound for sore ears. Yep. They have plenty of time to spare. Like, you're doing pretty much the same amount of effort in terms of like what you're scouring, but you're just giving yourself a little extra breathing room in case something goes wrong when you do the actual site hit.
You know, you should always save for a rainy day. Life loves curveballs.
Put that on a Hallmark card.
You know, nobody's immune. You're gonna have to deal with something you do not expect. Don't stress about it, but prepare for it. separation is actually the only thing that's in your control.
These are all very good points.
Double pillar setup. They see the barrel of the gun. Rain on the entry. He's gonna get denied it. Frozen can't manage to hang on as there's just too many angles occupied here from the CTs. This one went 0 to 100 real quick. And Foltz, he'll catch Kerrigan up from heaven. Man advantage. Something to work with. But it's Robson, Brokey, and a post plant. Doesn't that just send a shiver down anybody's spine?
Yes.
They'll Molotov the planter out of position. Robs has to play pillar with support back towards Monster. They don't know about a flank. Might be on their mind. Short side smoked off. That tells them fixate in on graffiti. Robs, not the cleanest kill.
Wait, he didn't even take any damage.
But Brokey drops Volt in the waterway. Acor returns the favor. Missed shot out of Brokey, but the bomb's ticking quick. And Acor's gonna deliver. 2 kills on the retake. Gamer Legion not done yet.
Ooh, that was, what was going on there, right there? He was just standing out there spraying, taking a break, coming back. But no one's shooting back?
Nah, I don't know, man.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Where were Isaac's bullets?
Somewhere in the nether realm.
Not the best for him right now, man. I mean, this is our first time casting phase this group, right?
Yes.
Starting to see how things went wrong. This is a very nice move from
position.
Acor, though. We'll just say Acor.
Yep.
No problems. That was nice.
We talked about like movement players
Oh,
earlier.
yeah. Literally Acor's in front of us.
Yeah, forgot about him, but
yeah, true.
don't forget about Acor.
The
Definitely.
interesting thing about Acor is he's pure execution. He actually has not even played KZ.
Really?
That's the thing that I learned about him when I asked him.
Wow.
And he just said no. Like,
Robs.
Okay, so I basically missed the match. Yeah, I went to go and make food, so.
He's got the drop on Robs. He's got like 4 bullets out before anything.
Yeah, I went to make food.
How
Oh well,
That looks
prep
like
food.
a peek from party into
I
front
prepped the cabbage and I prepped. Well, I prepped the
Oh,
coleslaw
yeah.
and I'm gonna make saucy chicken.
Okay. Well, the
Smoke
maps.
landed on Acor. He goes for a peek,
That
and
way.
Devolver's probably on it. Now we've got snacks
I
pinned in the
can
corner.
This could be a cute
Balance
position
out
to play
how
from.
much I want of
There's a
chicken to
Molotov for
But
this.
they're hoping
the
for an early
coleslaw,
exact.
but
It's
then
going
I
to
was
be
just
the
gonna
B-side,
prep
and
some
Isaac's
cabbage.
actually got a blind spot now. He's put
Or
all the
some
way around.
romaine lettuce.
Which is the only trouble with going for the full flank is that you don't
What?
actually know.
Rain's coming. So,
Yeah, but now he's just a retake player, right?
silver lining.
Yeah, at least there's that. 3v3.
You've got the op posted on the flank. Connector should be under wraps, and Frozen's in the pocket.
Well, and
They're feeling squeezed.
they're not actually respecting the fact that there was someone who will be on short soon. Like, Brokey should be a little nervous right now.
Yeah, he seems concerned, but more so about Heaven. If he backs up a little bit, he's got to be careful. He's just worried about everything. Brokey's trying to do it all, while his 2 other teammates literally stay crouched and hiding in their positions. Nate comes over top. Kerrigan's got
And
nothing. That
simple retake.
is the flattest phase I've ever seen.
That was such a poor. There was no idea to.
Bless me, sorry.
Post plan. What was that? You know, these guys, like, that's something they're the best at. You get low number situations, they're the best team in the world. They didn't come up with a single idea. Brokey's just floating,
Nah.
looking at every choke point.
Nah, bro.
His teammate just died inside of Con. They could push short back if they wanted to. That was the B player. They knew that. That's why they walked into the site. And instead, they just stand there like plastic soldiers and let Brokey run around. That's not them.
Uninspired
That ain't
CS,
phase,
dude.
bro.
What was that?
That ain't phase.
What was that?
That was weird.
That's not my phase. Very odd. Very odd indeed. Well, everyone's allowed to make mistakes, Launders.
It's true. We're also allowed to criticize you for them.
Yep. That was a weird one. But Gamer Legion, they're not going to complain about it because look at the result. It's going to leave FaZe down on a solo AK round. Let's see if Robs can do it this time. That is indeed 2 back-to-back retakes for Gamer Legion to try and keep this game close. Oof.
Seen enough.
Gamer Legion's win earlier this week. Fine and dandy, 2-0. But it wasn't an elimination match, and this one is. Mish.
Oh my gosh.
Shit.
Oh man, poor Acor. He's had a great map.
Yep, but 2 rounds
But the double
back-to-back
monster
just
take.
gets
Kerrigan's dead
deleted.
here.
Now there's a pistol sat outside Monster.
And they
last
lose
time
all that
this
monster
buy
control.
was in FaZe's hands. Similar situation. Robs gets 1 kill. And then the pistol players, unfortunately, just die in the meantime. And then Robs has just too much to finish. So let's see if, you know, I feel like someone's going to have to sprinkle in something.
They got him the op.
Frozen, Rain, maybe Brokey. Brokey's also got bomb, though, for now.
With the op, they want to move this up to A, but the rotations quietly are coming in this direction as well. There is a bit of a fishbowl going on. Again, attacking from bathrooms without long control. This will be used against them.
No util here. Pistol player dead. Frozen in the background also falls, and everything goes swimmingly for Gamer Legion. That op will get thrown down to the B site, and it all falls at the front of the A site. So Gamer Legion to double digits.
Oh my God, he picked it up over and
gets
graffiti.
delivered.
Jesus, yeah, I guess. You can find where it lands.
Little supply drop.
That's pretty great.
I'd like to imagine that jump scared him. You know, as it starts rotating.
Yeah, it's like a piano falling from the 4th floor, just an op.
Okay, so Broccoli chat. Why am I on face cam? What the fuck?
B and A. Multi-frag round for
I'm so
Kios
sorry.
again. Very quiet second half.
Broccoli cheddar.
Not even just second
Terrible
half.
mistake. My stomach's fucked up already.
Quite significantly.
So I had to walk an
From what was
hour
originally
yesterday
him
to let my
tearing up that
stomach
B site
breathe.
as a T. Here we go. It's either overtime secured for FaZe or tied up at 11. Remember, last time they dueled on overpass, 13-11, the win for Gamer Legion.
Oh, another nice one from Acor.
There we go.
You know, last round we saw him miss a shot, but he's almost always put himself in a good spot to have a chance. Really good openings from him.
Rob's gonna try to get the entry, but there's no doubling down this time. Isaac, a sight for sore eyes to see him kill clean like that. No labored spray. Kerrigan does just creep out behind Sandbag. They're gonna
Oh my gosh.
hang on to the double setup on site.
They might make accidental noise here. This is Kerrigan listening.
I'm
okay, up in the
my
sandbags.
stomach's already hurting.
They don't seem to be worried about his position.
Terrible mistake. I
He
ate
could
2
easily
pieces of
fall
broccoli.
if the setup is read correctly.
Isaac blinded, but Kerrigan can't manage. Snacks, unbeknownst to FaZe Clan, hanging on to Monster, gets his, but goes for the
Oh
nade, and that
my.
opens the door for
Oh
Brokey.
my.
A 1v3 would be huge here. And Acor presses out from
No
graffiti, missed shot.
damage.
Brokey smoked heaven
And
this
he's
house.
not
Now,
ready
last
for the
time,
2.
Remember, his teammates offered nothing, and it was all about Brokey going big. He comes at this, sees a sliver, and takes
Doesn't
damage
get
in the
any
process,
damage.
falling back closer to Monster. Opts not to throw the Molotov yet.
No smoke for the CTs. They have to fight him. They might know he's rotating around, but they gotta kill him.
He could stick this. Bolts on the defuse, and Acor's not gonna miss. Tied up at 11 rounds apiece.
Yeah,
Made way
nicely
too much
done. That
noise
was,
to expect to
well,
peek there.
I mean, the attack actually
Freely.
was based on Kerrigan's audible. I think they knew that they were moving into a left side monster setup, and they were either going to be wood wall and out there, but they were very clear with both of them. It's just that the flash came out, Kerrigan couldn't figure out where that target was, and Isaac controlled the spray. Isaac has been abused all the way through the first half, but this round he got a very clean kill on Rocks and saved the day with that frag on Kerrigan, and now they have the chance to get to match point. FaZe's 11-7 lead was years ago. Tech-9s and a half buy.
Every grenade they could possibly ask for, though. Keeping money in the back pocket for the last round, and still with enough to win this, but held nicely by Kios to start. Isaac blinded, falling back. Acor here off in the combat angle, but there's the clean one. Snacks his multi-kill to stop what was the all-in rush-out monsters. Sidearm
Just
to
a pistol
secure
rush,
it,
though.
but 12th for Gamer Legion
that a full
as they
pistol
set
rush?
themselves this round.
No.
I think it was 13-11 last time.
Yes,
Looking
sir.
to do it again from an even more unlikely scenario. FaZe are clearly falling apart at the seams in some regards. But that doesn't make it an easy job for Gamer Legion. They have also looked rough around the edges and yet still have made this comeback happen. I think a big part of that has been at least Acor clean positioning, especially on the openers. And, you know, we talk about Rain and Kerrigan, 2 players who go for the most entry frags on this roster by a huge margin percentage-wise and are sitting at 5 and 7 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Rain, he's the reason that FaZe had so much runway out of the gate on Ancient. He was the equivalent of Kios on map 1. Now sitting 5-18 in overpass.
Jesus. No long
Cold
center
and
at
not
all.
enough from the rest of the camp, but full-fledged buy to try and get this at least into OT. Gamer Legion sat down at the start of the second map, taking a beating on Ancient, but knowing that they had already beat this very same team just days ago in a series. Real chance to close. Peeking connector, Snacks is opened up, but Rain close enough to trade. Someone under question at the moment. Hell of a time to get the trade frag, a distraction out from connector as R.I.P was about to get pounced on.
And their A players started to move back. Isaac, they need him now, but he moves right side.
He's stuck.
Wrong side, I should say.
Jumps back,
Okay,
softens up
good
R.I.P, but
nade.
they're still coming for him. He takes
1 for
player out of
1,
the round, smoke up
2
in
on
heaven.
3, and it's
Rain
about
is
to be
having a
OT.
moment. 5 kills on the half, 2 kills in this round already. Real chance at
Yeah.
a third. There it is. There is Rain. There is FaZe. Overtime.
Good stuff
Is
from
it an
Rain.
off shot?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought I had it all for a second there. First off shot,
no.
2024. That would have been an event.
No, he's only allowed 1 a year.
Yeah, that's right. So
One a
wouldn't
year.
use that
Can't
at the
use
first
it now.
tournament of the year.
Too
Yeah.
soon. No, I'm pretty sure there was
Has been a
Brokey on
blast
short.
before, but
Brokey on short.
Okay, okay. Well, yes, he was having a moment, and you can see if he gets kills, it translates to the round 1.
Oh.
Like magic, wow.
Let's call that causation.
So, yeah, it's time where correlation does equal causation.
And it's
Now we
streamed
are
to
in
OT.
overtime,
Okay.
A second chance for FaZe, and honestly for both of them to have cleaner rounds because it's still very possible here for Gamer Legion. Their 5v4 numbers have been great on CT side.
Oof, that hurts. Poor Volt down to 17. Oh, Snacks get the better of the spam, but looked like Kerrigan was about to let his guard down.
Yeah, he
to
has
this.
no idea.
Nice.
Where did Volt look? He has a teammate up at A, holding the cross. Oh, that's a mistake, Volt.
A single lapse in focus.
And Kerrigan's just getting away with running right by this. Are you serious? He literally was in view of A-Core, and now he's walking up to the site. Snacks thinks that this is entirely cut off at Playground. So Kerrigan might be able to get away with this. Well, now he's going to hear the rotation. The bomb has to be taken back, however.
Bomb sat outside Monsters. CTs could push for this, but remember Kerrigan, I mean, this could be the play of the day. It's just it takes so long to get to
Yeah,
B.
Kerrigan's not going to get much out of
It's also going
this.
to bank on R.I.P doing something.
Yeah, okay.
And Kerrigan may have the element of surprise. They're going to have no clue where the hell he's at.
He doesn't even have time.
Unless A-Core says maybe this is possible. Yeah, they're turning around just in case. Oh!
Okay.
Am I watching R.I.P?
Nice one.
He'll die as he drops down. Beautiful little one-tap out of Kerrigan. He's still got it.
Yeah.
But, weird round.
Very weird. Very weird. I think I'm happy for Gamer Legion, though, because, like, they had things in place to watch all of that. Volt just had a moment where he didn't realize what the setup was, looked up. His teammate, at bomb, completely missed Kerrigan walking out of bathrooms. He was getting away with too much.
Single overtime timeout to be used, and FaZe use it instantly.
My gosh, my dog, man. Here's neighbors moving around and just constantly barks.
Looking for more impact from Rain.
More impact from Rain.
Yeah, basically his impact is the only reason we're in OT.
That is true.
There's a real big dry spell between that and his last kill. FaZe lost each of those rounds. Well, let's see if A-Core has any more tricks.
The amount of pressure that's applied to R.I.P.
Oh,
Just playing off.
His teammates monitor right
yeah.
now.
Somebody sees him though.
It's not
Yep,
gonna work.
Volt.
No Short control this time here for FaZe. Nothing to really work with. Acor as well. He can just turn attention upwards.
Yeah, that should work.
Nice flick. Concerned with bottom connector, so he's going to get flushed out. Oh, and he's going to take Frozen as well. Third one's prime for the take.
Oh, Brokey. Oh, no.
He's trying to dodge it.
Clicked.
Trying to dodge it, but he can't.
Brokey actually fully missed that shot, but I think Acor accidentally clicked. This is big. It could be a kill, honestly. Yeah, that's Brokey. Snacks wishes he just wasn't there.
It's overtime, so you play for the 2v5s.
Oh my god, the walk-in. Kerrigan.
Isaac reacts to the walkout.
What a good
and
position
gonna have
from
to
Isaac, just enough so that
in.
nobody can see
30
him
seconds.
when you're pushing out.
Flash over the top, finds himself with the U-tilt. Only 2 bullets in the op as well, so that'll make things tough with 3 players standing and 20 seconds on the clock.
Brokey can't do this.
He does hit the last.
Kind of wish he could,
That is
though.
Gamer Legion looking for the sweep of the CT side in overtime.
2 solid rounds. And from a tactical perspective, I think this is a shining moment for Gamer Legion, especially on short. They have complete control of short. They have Rops confused walking through that smoke. And then Acor set up perfectly for this kill. I mean, when this sequence of events happens and Acor is rotating out of stairs, he does have this exact chance to get this kill. And then the second player coming up from outside of balloons, he knows there's going to be more. He's just trying to get as much as he can. But they've already won the round because they're up a number. So it just continuously gets better as long as he gets 1.
Rops being hard-headed about this short control. For the first time in overtime, he's given this space. It's been a pain point for FaZe these last couple rounds. Oh, they get 3 in a row. Snacks.
Ooh.
This is that boost they throw on site.
Right, yeah.
Instead of boosting along the wall, boost on the wood pile.
Oh,
Reap
Volt.
the rewards. Volts, a couple players coming his way. No fast reaction. Kerrigan will be caught by Acor offing behind Dice. It's a flood out of FaZe as they're just going to try to strong arm their way into the A site. And it works. You've got Brokey posted. You got smoke in the face of the Gamer Legion. But eventually, slowly, Kiosk will make this flank happen. Bomb plant gets disrupted. With man advantage, Gamer Legion are actually pressing out along the smokes.
Brave move from Snacks.
I love when he does that. When he senses a small opening, he'll run the risk. And
Oh my gosh!
clean kills from Snacks.
Good
And a
stuff from
flawless CT
Snacks
side
with
in
that
overtime.
leak out
Setting up
every
the
time he
victory. It's one
plays
away
those.
to close from Gamer Legion, potentially winning Overpass twice in a row over FaZe. That would be some egg on their face, and definitely well-deserved. It's not the strongest FaZe that they could have had for the rematch. I mean, they have form problems still. Maybe they should have been angrier because they clearly could be playing better. Gamer Legion, on the other hand, opening kills every single round. Their Opper is doing a great job of having efficacy, and
Some
even their setups are getting better as time passes.
And another instance where we've got Snacks topping the board for Gamer Legion individually.
Oh.
Brokey. I mean,
Instant
fast as you
trade.
could ask.
That's the closest thing to a 5v4 FaZe have gotten some time. Excellent refrag from Acor.
His op has looked like the better of the 2. And in this round, it's the only one that's still alive. Difficult here. Frozen suddenly could be in a world of hurts. Oh, missed chance. Kiosk wins the aim duel heads up, but we've got bomb a little delayed. CTs could scramble upwards. By the time they get there, this A site is gone. And they don't even know about it because Frozen was solo on bathrooms. It's a threat, but it's not a certainty. Bleak situation as this retake is demanded of FaZe Clan. Gamer Legion 13-11 on Overpass to kick off 2024. Looking for the OT win tonight. Acor keeps his head down. Volt's gonna do all the heavy lifting. Ross comes out from bank. A huge ask.
Wow.
And one that is far too
What an
much.
amazing
We
hold.
split the difference. Each team winning their map pick and leading this series to Inferno. We were sat here for a moment after that 9-round win streak out of FaZe, saying FaZe versus Liquid this, FaZe versus Liquid that. Gamer Legion with a
Is
chance
really
to steal
getting
it
their
from us
calling
all.
card right now.
11-7
Gamer
lead.
Legion's going
It
off.
looks like FaZe has got this in the bag. Then Gamer Legion comes back. FaZe takes it to overtime, and then they do not get a word in. What was it about Gamer Legion's overpass that just made it impossible for FaZe to try and claim it?
It's a worrying level from FaZe Clan. I think they know it themselves. They are not the team that we saw at the end of last season. Right now, they are struggling massively with their identity. I think on T sides, it's looking at way too loose and no structure. It again and again got caught off by these gimmick boosts from Gamer Legion, and it just cost them the game in the end.
Do you think that Gamer Legion had their number then? They kind of knew what to expect. We spoke about those anti-strats and things like that. Just able to be a little bit more capable of abusing some of FaZe's mistakes?
Yeah, for some reason it went that way, and I think we saw Gamer Legion looking into the underground place once every second round. I feel like they got an entry kill in that underground area, either by nading the door or boosting, or like boosting from side. It was all these plays all the time that caused them to be 4v5 in so many situations.
Okay, so to wrap up what you're saying, you think FaZe is going to be pretty frustrated outside? Some harsh words?
They must be, because we have to hold them to a higher standard than playing 3 maps against Gamer Legion and losing in the first one as well. So I'm not sure where this team is going. Right now, it doesn't seem like they're on the same level.
Fair enough. Now, if we take a look at Gamer Legion, though, of course, like we said, they capitalized on the mistakes. They did a great job. They've won their map pick. They fought hard into the overtime.
2 years ago, this cutting-edge play inspired us to create an entire 2 years ago.
Stood up.
Yeah, I think we spoke about Aiko earlier, and he was the defining moment. He was irrelevant on Ancient, and all of a sudden he pops up on the overpass and really does a great game. I think he really was the game changer. Even though he had a couple of misses in important rounds, he was still the main factor of why it worked towards that A side.
You said this, though. You said when he's on form, you believe he's a tier 1 player.
Yeah, for sure. I've played with him as well. I think when I see him practice, sometimes I'm just like, he blows my mind. And then all of a sudden you can go into an official and he would miss an easy shot in the back. That is what I categorize as an A-core kind of thing. But don't doubt his top level. It's so good.
He looks really comfortable on overpass. That was something that I think, because you said he's a bit emotional. He looked comfortable. He looked settled. He knew what his job was.
Yeah, and it's also an Orbus paradise. Let's be clear. There's so many different angles, so many different plays, and I think the team facilitates around him really well. I think they know he's the star player of this team, so they really want to put him in good positions.
For me, on the other side with Gamer Legion, another player, Snacks. I love his addition to Gamer Legion. I think that he's revitalized the lineup a little bit, and he had a fantastic round as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit of an unpredictable player. I think it's kind of unique that we see such a heavy lurk player all of a sudden being the team captain that has to go in the front lines and take that initial map control. So I'm really looking forward to see how this will develop, because there is a potential that he could be a very good IGL.
Do you think with the Snacks specifically, I think that there's a level of authority that he has in that team, and I think it's helping them a little bit?
For sure, like he's 2 meters high. I think people look up to him in some way. I hope he won the respect by the players, because it's obviously a pretty good team for Snack Standard. He had a rough career after that Virtus Pro, and going back to Gamer Legion is definitely a step up for him.
You can see there now some of his stats on your screens. 21 kills, overpass was great. We knew that this was going to be a strong map for Gamer Legion coming into it. It was their map pick. We've seen them beat FaZe already about 2 days ago. Why didn't FaZe see what was coming here?
Yeah, I think they simply weren't there individually. I think there's a couple of clutches we're also going to see at a later point where it's such a defining moment in the game where they're simply not ready. I think also Snacks is this kind of player where it just comes out of nowhere.
I don't have like any real point to argue against.
Initial timings that you get provided with once in a while.
I do enjoy watching Snacks play because he does add some.
I really don't have any argument to go against. It really was just more of a T side fumble. Their CT side felt so dominant on FaZe side, and it just like, even then it was what, 6-all. It was a 6-all, and that was at a point where they had to recover in that second end on that CT side, but they had so much fluidity throughout it that it just didn't feel like they were ever doubted in that CT side. But this T side, man, it was like, this is just a little too rough. Some of the post-plant positions is just a little too rough, and sometimes they just didn't even have anybody
You see it here, right? The individual level is not that
out of order.
But
I think that just came from like the mishaps that came from both sides. You saw that Kerrigan play where he gets the guy, the A-core, and pushes up through long, has to flank onto B. He gets the Snacks rotate timing, and all they need to do is slow down so he can get at least a 1-2 pick. At least one pick, and then they can do the execute, but it just happens a little too quick.
Us to create an entire video on the evolution of pick and roll. And today, the play is widely used throughout the league. In fact, lower leagues run it too. Here's a more complex version than the Mavs ran in that video. Only these players aren't even professionals, they're in high school. Most of the great rookie seasons in NBA history are from the 20th century. For instance, 2 players in the 60s won MVPs as a rookie. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, 21 rookies made the All-Star team, and the last rookie to make an All-NBA team was back in 1998 when Tim Duncan did it. Only Yao Ming, with a massive fan vote, and Blake Griffin, who missed a year with injury, have made the All-Star game as rookies in the 21st century. Now, you might be thinking, rookies just aren't as good as they used to be, but the story's a little more complicated. If we look at a one-number summary of impact, top draft picks in the 80s and 90s were closer to all-star value on average as rookies. Then around the turn of the century, they fall off a cliff, reaching a low point in the mid-2010s. But look at the average age of the picks over the years. In the 70s and 80s, everyone was nearly 23 during the heart of their rookie season. But in the 90s, that started to go down. Players left college earlier or skipped it altogether, and so rookies were younger and younger. And today, the average top 10 pick is just over 20. And yet, the rookies today are still really good. Luka Doncic had a monster rookie season in 2019. Zion Williamson was great when he played. And so today's top draft picks aren't too far behind the older rookies of yesteryear. But it's the role-playing rookies who really epitomize the shift in modern basketball after the rapid change of the last decade. Complementary rookies used to just defend, hit spot-ups, or flash an occasional isolation move. But today's game is far more complex, and we see that reflected in how young players provide value. The most obvious area is three-point shooting, where today's rooks are taking and making more triples than ever. But that's almost a must-have for role players in today's game. So instead of just spotting up and shooting, they attack a closeout with 2 crisp dribbles, and that's an incredible scoop by Kaysen Wallace off the wrong leg and the high glass. Kaysen is a 3-and-D player who just turned 20, attacking and punishing defenses off the catch, who understands that a second defender has to help so a teammate is open at the rim. Here's an older, undrafted Craig Porter Jr., and when Jarrett Allen kicks out of the double, Porter ball fakes, takes 1 dribble, and feathers a layup pass. And this is incredible craft to slow down at the elbow, look to the corner, and let that play unfold.
Wow.
And as we discussed last year, players can go right on the catch instead of standing still at the line. That was 20-year-old Asar Thompson, and this is a 21-year-old Jalen Suggs, who anticipates the pass, so he attacks the recovering defender by running instead of spotting up and stampedes for 2. Learning these reads is an instant value add, and we saw this from Christian Brown in last year's playoffs. He's spotting up in the corner, sees Jimmy Butler's head turned, so Brown slips free for the bunny. Here's 21-year-old Peyton Watson reading the defense on a Nikola Jokic pick and roll, and when a third defender helps, Watson's waiting for his man to rotate to the wing, but instead he tries to take away the corner pass, so Watson backdoors him. Yes. So knowing how to move based on coverages is a big part of today's game. Brandon Pajemski checks the shot clock and realizes he should come toward the ball, but he also knows his man is sagged into help position. So he attacks on the catch, and then look at his strides and that sweeping finish. Most rookies today learn to change directions, decelerate, and elongate their strides at the end of the dribble. So you'll see 20-year-olds like Wallace and Pajemski almost jump from step to step to avoid defenders and find creases. These moves really weren't legal in the 20th century, but now 21-year-olds are doing stuff like this. Here's rookie Jalen Williams slowing down to gather, then take an enormous step around traffic into daylight. Franz Wagner's about 6'10", but he's from the Manu Ginobili School of Footwork. And he's 21 here, busting out ridiculous strides through and around opponents. Manu really popularized the Euro step in the early 2000s, picking up the dribble early and knifing through defenders while protecting the ball. And in the last few years, it feels like every rookie has a Euro because they're practicing sharp directional changes at a young age.
Yeah.
Here's 7'1" Derek Lively using it to throw Jamal Murray off and reverse it in. And that big ball fake sends defenders airborne and is dubbed the Pinoy step, where you fake on the first stride to throw off the shot blocker, and cool kids like Mikal Bridges and Tyrese Halliburton use this move. And so do rookies like Pajemski, who has Jaylen Brown in isolation, drives right and up fakes Brown into the air. And think about how crafty this is, sacrificing vertical bounce to confuse a defender and stride through horizontally. So Pajemski isn't an explosive leaper, but he makes up for that with all these creative dance steps in the paint, which means when he's switched onto a slower big, he can use tempo and change of pace to drive, then goes early off the wrong foot with the rainbow scoop. These are all one-footed moves, but someone like Jaime Jaquez plays a ton off 2 feet, which means he can completely stop to up-fake defenders at the basket, similar to his teammate and the jump stop master himself, Jimmy Butler.
I've just been saying this for a while now. Jimmy Butler's been my favorite guy. I just really love the way he played.
And the influence clearly shows up on the court, where Jaquez is a 22-year-old rookie who plays more like a 34-year-old veteran, specifically because of his footwork off 2 feet and jump stops as a way to manipulate defenders with his craft instead of vertical athleticism. So much like Butler, Jaime uses tempo and footwork to find openings, playing a mental game that relies on patience and timing to get good shots. Even though he's a bit older, Jaquez worked a ton between college and the draft to improve his game, training with former NBA player Don McClain to prepare for the next level. And this is where we get to why these players are so ahead of the curve today. Young players have access to more information than ever before, building on the shoulders of prior players, taking advantage of better technology, training, and preparation that are now a year-round job.
Way back when I was getting drafted in the early 90s, there was none of this stuff. It was me and if I had a guy that could rebound for me kind of thing.
And players are starting at younger and younger ages, hiring trainers and regimenting programs as early as middle school.
Did you know number 15 is the 64th ranked 9-year-old in the country? I'm like, come on now.
No, I did not know that.
So we didn't have this growing up.
No.
And that brings us full circle back to this play from a high school game in California. College and even high school teams are running spaced out NBA-style offenses with room to attack the paint. Look at the 2 shooters spread out in the corners, and then a Spain pick and roll, and the ball handler snakes in front of his defender to cut him off, and then it's swung around to hit the corner for an open 3. And I mean, this is basically a carbon copy of a play you'll see if you tune into an NBA game today. Even the point guard snaking the screen and then sealing his defender on his back is a common tactic that this generation has adopted. Craig Porter Jr. comes off a pick with almost no space, wedges himself in front of Alex Caruso, and that creates some daylight for him to attack. So putting a defender in jail like this is really about patience and playing angles in the pick and roll game. So is reading a defender's position and rejecting the screen, then veering toward the shot blocker to protect the ball. And of course, young players today need to understand defensive positioning and rotations more than ever. And yet, they have this knowledge at an early age because NBA-style basketball is played at lower and lower levels, with a ton of space and pick-and-roll reads happening every few seconds. Recent rookies have started blending floaters into lob passes, which means that rookie defenders are now looking for that lob instead of the shot. Watch the 19-year-old Lively defend this pick and roll by playing the lob and nabbing it out of the air. In short, today's prospects have grown up in a spaced-out game, so they're spaced-out natives, sharing ideas on the internet, training for a three-point heavy game, and homogenizing tactics at younger and younger levels. So yes, the best rookies from the 20th century could make an all-star game or even the all-NBA team, but by age, younger players today are contributing more positive value than at any period in
than any other time in NBA history.
We go.
Fair argument. It's more of just the internationalization of this game being so expansive and having access to the internet. But I think that's the biggest argument, is that younger and younger generations are getting more access to trainers and development, people who have the insight from the game, people who have played the game, and being able to,
what the hell?
especially for these AAU circuits now, it's so much of just like, we see a lot of flashy basketball in today's game, but I think it's more just about like, when you're on these AAU circuits, you get to see so many other people, and that's something that like all the old guys talk about, how in the AAU circuits they knew who was going to be in the NBA because it was so tight. Now it's a little different because everybody can ball out, right? It's just about getting your opportunity and having a good system around you. But AAU will always be like that standout for like top tier. Like top tier high development programs or like developmental programs versus just like schools.
Spend a dime. That's so satisfying. All of them are 0 and 1. All of them have 2000 or 2050. All of them have Glocks. This is like a clone. Somebody's playing the bells, and Brokey's not wasting any time. He's like, I know you're in here. Snacks, you've given yourself away. Oh, no.
Dong, dong, dong.
Snacks just rings the dinner bell.
They were trying to take attack pause.
Yeah.
Attack pause.
FaZe aren't going to let them have any of that. None of that.
That's kind of funny. It is because the bell. They're like, oh, they're really just not doing anything right now. We got Fruit Ninja, banging the bell.
I love that call. You're someone back and go, yo, they pushed. Like, yeah, they pushed. you're done.
I thought we had a proper default. We're covering every choke point.
Wait a second, guys. Why are they letting us talk this out?
Yeah, they always do the bottom mid smoke, but look at how much different they grasp with it.
That's the beauty of Counter-Strike. Every round's unique. Or can be. I just love how confused Acor is. Like, bro, what'd you expect?
Yeah. He also just wasn't super mad.
Like,
Didn't find it funny either.
He just looked like a little offended.
Yeah.
Like, rude.
Just like, couldn't let me finish. Were you worried about losing or something?
Isaac opens up.
No,
Ross is
gets
trying
to
to
pick
get
on the
into the
Ross.
same shenanigans. Peeking out towards the balcony, catches one to the forehead. This is, of course, a bit of a bonus round for FaZe.
No, there are no bonus rounds from FaZe anymore.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, sure, that's fair.
So how did they play this flash from mid? Decent nade, can't complain. And it's just Frozen on this B side. Now they're about to group with the 3 and Isaac.
It comes down to Frozen.
Kerrigan's about to rotate
now,
next 3, 4, 5 seconds.
Incendiary, though.
Yeah,
by 20.
But no more info being
25,
gathered.
he should be
so,
rotating.
I mean, this is
No,
gonna kill 4
instead
people
it's
on this
smoke,
move.
so he's
3
gonna
people, I
push
guess I should
off.
say.
Kerrigan gets
Oh,
caught, and now this
Isaac
hit
gets a
has to
frag.
come in
Frozen's
the
starting to
next
move
10
backwards,
seconds.
But like, he's not gonna leave, I don't think.
They'll have 5
Frozen
seconds
is by
to spare.
himself.
Frozen drops the bomb once, all was
And that's
good,
cash.
but he doesn't. And we saw some weird rounds back on Overpass. What opened the door for the 9-round streak that FaZe posted on Overpass were those 2 back-to-back super slow A-hits. They go down to the last 10 seconds of the round, but they get in when they need it. Isaac, a triple kill he can be proud of. And a very quick response from Gamer Legion 3 rounds deep.
Yeah. everything was sort of wrong in terms of, okay, people aren't hitting shots when they're supposed to. And then also like that post-plant situation where they weren't making moves. And it's like, so then it's like a, I don't know, a calling thing, but also like an autonomy thing where nobody's taking charge in low number situations too. So they were, everything is not looking exactly right. And Brokey shade. Good for him. That's how we define arrows, right?
Nice little trade for Isaac.
When someone makes a radical physical change, that's like the beginning of a new
Kerrigan
era,
at
whether
that
it's good or
time.
bad.
Yep.
So this will be remembered as no beard Brokey phase.
Okay.
So they kind of want to start off on the right foot.
That'll be the title of this chapter.
Like there was
of
like,
book.
you remember Jean Shorts Nico? Like that was Nico Sports.
Jean Shorts Nico? I don't remember that.
You weren't
at all.
around for that, eh?
Or maybe I had locked that away in a memory I didn't need. Jean Shorts Nico.
He's a never dude.
Wow. Was he wearing like a shell necklace too?
Almost. Almost, but not quite. No.
Okay.
Oh. But that's actually he was in that pipeline for sure. I think he was just in the wrong part of the world to like get that influence. But yeah, I mean, yeah, there's that.
I said last round was a bonus.
Yeah.
This round's costly. And Fox dies right out of the gate. It's shattered by Acor. He's using an AK this round, and with that death, it is a solo Rain A-hold. Kerrigan's gonna run fast as he can, but it's not gonna get here in time. Rain's gonna have to go above and beyond. Kerrigan does actually come through. Just when they need him. Rain's able to get back sight, but Acor, it's an angle that is his advantage. Snax is hiding in smoke. It's an op on one end, Kerrigan on the other, and a Moto smoke in front of him. Snax just gets pinched. He had to make a move eventually. That smoke will come up, and when it does, it's a 3v2 retake queued up. They've got smoke grenades they could throw towards Pit. They got a Molotov they could put in the back of the site. But Isaac decides to give up the post in Pit and come play sight instead. That's sick. Acor, instant headshots. Isaac gets his. Short player answers. Brokey's traded. Acor swinging with the AK.
Man, that's what I want to see from FaZe. Acor taking charge in that situation. It's a low number situation. I need to take this peak. Let's transition together into another. That's what FaZe were not doing on Overpass. And I mean, full credit to Gamer Legion. He's been great beginning of the rounds. Now he's showing some stuff mid-round and late round as well. That's not necessarily surprising. That's a great thing to see from Acor, but it does show you the contrast. It does show you what we're missing from the other side. That's keeping a meter stick between them. They could literally get eliminated in this matchup. I mean, I was thinking like, you know, worst case, they lose a map if it's FaZe with the rematch. Still literally a 5-to-1 odds rematch. Form being bad on 2 separate days, that's when it gets into the inexcusable territory.
Yep.
Oh, okay. But you know what?
Don't forget.
There's going to be nice shots hit.
Don't forget who they are.
I mean, yeah.
Big one for Acor as well. I mean, think about how quickly Acor got that headshot on the player in Library last round, too. He was just throwing a Molotov, gets splattered. Can Snax op?
Yes, he can. He did hybrid sometimes.
Well, not a problem. Kiosk takes it. You know, we saw that kind of collapse of Rain from map 1 to map 2, and then Kiosk was the uptick in Overpass at the start of it, but now he's got shades of Rain as he goes 0-4. He's entry fraggers. Ain't always easy. Snax will get the equalizing kill. We got Rops in the pocket and Rain running over towards the B site because of that singular Snax frag. Rops has taken up responsibility here in mid.
Oh my god.
Nobody's watching the short side.
No
God,
way.
3 players all watching.
Snax gets him though.
Snax will come over and take it up. And Snax will get his second in the round. Dual Berettas, see a pack of players trying to churn through. And he will kill Kiosk.
Oh.
Plus the dink on Volts.
65 damage.
Yeah, this is
Rain, you
winnable.
take that. But bomb goes down. Gamer Legion getting away from the majority of the threat.
You can.
There's no kit for the retake. There's no util for the retake. There ain't much hope for the retake.
There it is.
That,
Rain's off.
that is a golden gift.
Oh, I was kind of hoping like he would go for it.
Nah, you walk that bad boy over to the other side of the map. Let Brokey hold on to it.
Yeah. Is this 24?
So FaZe do manage to deal a little bit of impact here economically. There's another one and a second gun to be saved.
And I think Snacks is gonna die
Parting
here too.
gifts for the FaZe clan pistol round.
Yeah, 24. Oh, Snacks does survive. Fortunately, but they only survive with the AK and Mach 10, so it still was a pricey cost.
And Gamer
Pricey
Legion have
round.
been pretty calm, all
Wow.
things considered. Just showing up
Acorn
for work. They
getting
know
caught.
that they've done this in the past. They're looking at some of these good rounds like, oh, that's great. But it's really cool to see. I think like Snacks adds a little flair to their play style, as he did in Virtus Pro as well. And again, it's amazing that he can be so resolute in his personality and stand out despite the game changing so much.
I think it's the orange. It's from the orange that my desk has just some like sticky stuff on it.
Exposed, but still he survives it. Wow. That flashbang just saved Kioz. He's just stood there, naked and afraid as smoke grenade gets blown apart. Frozen swinging for him as he has 20 health, and Snacks' flash goes off.
I need to see that again. Just gets hit by the wow. Okay.
Well, this one jumps into the
And
arms
is
of
able to
Rain.
get
Another
Chaos
take
in
and
that
some extra
situation.
damage, and there he is
Tree.
finally.
Oh,
Some
the
Rain
3 for
drops.
1.
It's a great day for Rain.
Oh,
He
the
gets another
4th.
frag, and
That
suddenly,
was the one tap
from a
too.
map where it took him 40 years to get 3 kills, he's up to 10-2 within 10 minutes.
And
What
it's
is
just
that?
the automatic save.
3 players spray down. Sure, the front runner's low, but dude, the time it took to kill on that 4th frag, the headshot? Okay. A near non-existent amount of impact on map 2. Rain pressing down middle with the ace on the line. Isaac's Mach 10 looking to deny it. And Rain ain't too bothered about it. Job done. Isaac will just run for the hills with the AWP. That is a highlight one from Rain.
Sometimes you just need a change of scenery, I guess.
Wow. That 4th frag's the cherry on top of a beautiful spray down.
Still gets to save the op. So good from Isaac. That's the 1-2. Drop to 5 and look at a 1 tap. Oh no, that was a 2
When
tap.
he got the first dig through the wall, you could see it coming.
Acor can't believe it. Nothing but
Acor's
respect.
been getting nothing but caught since the flat, or
knows
since
that
he
was
was
sick.
doing Ninja.
That's his first smile today, I think.
What was it? Fruit Ninja. Fruit Ninja. You need to take a time out on the situation, recuperate, rethink, and kind of come back. I would say try to take that alt position because you were able to advance at the holes a little bit more once you were able to get ROPs. I feel like you just gotta get ROPs and not him out of position so that you can take that house control. I don't think Brokey would position himself in bracket or in balcony, not bracket.
Since we have returned to LAN, FaZe Clan as an organization have not gone to the showdown. 6 groups in a row since the start of 2021, and FaZe Clan have consistently finished in the top 6 each and every time.
Oh no, the nade and the timing.
That loss is coming fast. Frozen double kill off top
Oh,
Banana.
but Volt
Teammate pushes
at least
forward
able to
and
get
dies
one
in.
ND op.
Well, that ain't ideal. Kerrigan's
Probably
now
gonna
just
get
gonna have to
needed
lean
out
back a
though.
bit. But
You
hey,
know?
Yeah, what a harrowing thought that you have to go to a showdown today. If you do it, and again, versus it's not like they lost to like Vitality and then G2 in their prime on a great day. It's like they lost twice to not only an underdog but the same team, and potentially a team that has never beat them before, right? What other series would they have even played against each other?
No, not that I can think of. Not. Oh, hold on, Isaac. No way, dude. They have such little HP. Brokey.
Thank you, bro.
He'll stop the first one. Smoke in front of him. Pistols enough to finish Volt, but I asked you, can Snacks op?
Yep.
Here with it.
Papa Bear can op.
Do they take the chance of pressing through the smoke? I mean, no rush. They still got smoke grenades of their own for the CT cross if they really wanted to try to hammer it home, but they'll let it slide.
The bomb.
Okay. They'll let it go. You can have the bomb. We don't need it.
Just go for the save.
It would be an unbelievable thought that FaZe Clan ends up at a showdown in what I'll say supposed to be the easiest group at the event. Team Liquid, new project. Spirit, 2 stand-ins.
Yes.
FaZe Clan and Gamer Legion.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, like the fall final was not that long ago. That's when the baton was passed from FaZe to Vitality as who could be a new, better team in CS2. But up until that point, it was ubiquitous that FaZe and best in CS2 there were synonyms essentially. And then when the world final happened, then Vitality officially took it and said, okay, we're definitely back in form and are now the best. But like, we're a far cry from that. And this result, where we switch over a month later into groups, and there are massive problems. I mean, they also had Frozen in that world final, grand final. And it wasn't really Frozen that, was an issue. I mean, it was definitely a lot to do with Rain and Kerrigan, especially
I think the biggest issue was Vitality were just so damn good.
Yeah, no, I mean today.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
just like form right now. I should have specified, but
no, map 2. Gotcha.
It was a lot to do with Rain and Kerrigan, a little bit to do with Acor playing definitely better, maybe if only slightly than Brokey today. And then I'd say Frozen missed a couple of trades, but his overall output was pretty good.
The rumblings of an execute happening here on the A site. Banana's been checked out by Kerrigan and Frozen, confident enough to just leave the bottom of it smoked and pull back. That looming thought of a flank, though. Gamer Legion not comfortable about it.
40 seconds. They're going back to their old ways with this one. Oh my goodness.
All they've got going is the pit control.
And Rain with the 3-piece.
And it is temporary. Total massacre to FaZe's favor here on A.
I don't know. 13-2 now.
Yeah, they just go back to their old ways, but they're on a pistol economy.
Maybe.
You know, there was a moment
What is that, 5-3 now?
Where after the round ended,
So at least you get a little bit of a...
bump for like 15
You still have a few rounds to yourself, 4 more rounds.
You can see Rain kind of like snap back into reality, be like, oh, sorry.
Snap back to reality.
Yeah,
Whoop, there goes
he definitely looked very disappointed. Ooh, nice shot.
3 more rounds.
He was glitching out. But I feel like he's fixed his
double economy into the 10th round.
He's very much back in the server and taking
double
over.
save.
13-2, 8 rounds in.
And you're getting 24 for this one, so at least you'll be able to buy.
Feast on a few easy frags. Hasn't really had a chance to shine like the others yet here, map 3. It's really just this back and forth, hot and cold between Rain and Kioz. Kerrigan laying down lead.
Oh, wow. Oh, great 2-piece.
All of a sudden, there's a gun to be grabbed.
And Frozen's going to get this mid pick.
Feature pistols have had a couple kills the way of Gamer Legion,
so Rain gets
never
it.
have they really kind of shook up a bomb.
Okay, well, let's see how they do with this. And that was 2 picks. That was 2 picks that they got.
Also, I would give all the
About
credit to
halfway
World
on
Gamer
these
Legion if they
T-biscuits.
were calling
They're not
a
kosher,
sick
though.
map and everyone was playing outstanding.
regular ass
I would say the
T-biscuits.
2 outstanding things are Acor and Snacks. Outside of that, they're actually not playing that well. And I think on Overpass, they still won because FaZe were playing that badly. So I just want to be clear.
No
about that.
cholesterol.
If I just saw like they were just owning and like FaZe, there was no chance for them to fight back. That's one thing, but that's not it. I would say, and no team's going to be perfect. So Gamer Legion are the ones who won. So obviously they deserve full credit for that, but it's not as if that is the entire story.
Great banana control. Nice double flash into the molly on shore, and the double nade. So powerful. They've done just basically killed off 2 people off of just util. Not even seeing anyone.
Shrapnel all abound, and they turn away. They just established it and they leave. Trying to play timings on this fake.
That smoke won't do much because they have a fresh smoke in front of it.
I love that they're just going for these like this though. Squad out.
They have to do a lot of moving here. CT side, excuse me, A site. Same situation where they ran into rain that previous round this time.
Ooh, great flash. And
oh my gosh!
Both sides.
Acre's gonna die. Wow, how does Acre survive?
Picks up the slack. And Snacks
has nothing to do on this one.
HP and no bomb. And having to go back for the bomb is what's going to end this. Poor guy. Didn't realize he got that far in. Not a mistake Snacks wants to make. But a sad reality as FaZe come barreling down mid with a gift lying in front of him.
Yeah, that got dropped because of Kerrigan's push on Arch. So they just tried something. And I think there's an example of what I mean. It's not like there's a huge out-calling situation going on here with Game Religion. Some of these rounds are pretty simplistic, and like they are making their fair share of mistakes. Like when we saw an overpass, running out of time, not having the best CT defenses, or like getting tricked themselves. So it is somewhat rough around the edges, but there are definitely bright spots. And Bubsky brought up Ash as as a coach that in the past has proved that they can play well against better opponents because of him. So not much is known. I don't like to comment too much on coaches in general. I've decided that nobody knows exactly how much someone is doing besides like reviews from other teammates, and that's sort of unfair to put too much stock into, one way or the other, if it's going to be for criticism or for a compliment.
Yeah, it's like all we can go off is what the teammates and whatnot say, but at the same time that's entirely subjective.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hype up my homies too.
For sure. And if you're not a good
friend or teammate.
Yeah. You're not a real homie. Oh my goodness.
That could have ended so much more differently.
Stressed about it. A little rapid victory for Kerrigan a lot. You'll find him. You can smell him.
Oh, but the flashbang with the immediate smoke. I don't think Rops gets 2 here.
All good for Rops.
Keep it moving.
Yeah, just stays mobile. I was saying how like he didn't get a chance yet to really shine.
Right, so you're just praying for this 8-4 with this 3400 that you're about to obtain.
The top of the board, or at least trying to play catch up with Rain. Rops on for the ace. Yeah, he's got it. Oh, dominates apartments from start to finish.
Bro, the way he's just like swatting flies. He's just like swatting flies. He moves at boiler.
Grab water after
it's
this
like
round.
Jackie Chan in the arcade, where it's sliding under a machine, jumping up, throwing a cash register at someone, turning around.
They only had Tech 9s, but this was the only free one. Everybody else is coming at him. I suppose Rain's flashbangs helped.
This is his area, right? Porch side.
Yeah.
My area is poolside. Okay, you see me poolside? I'm at my prime.
Oh, so they're gonna. Kerrigan's gonna go back and play for. Is he just gonna play for quick rotate? No, they're doubling up on Arch here. And Rops is gonna play for the rotate.
I just haven't found my position yet. I'm still looking.
No, Rops is going back library, so I feel like they're kind of just hesitant because they're giving up.
On broadcast?
Now they're gonna play for the double say with 1 Arch. Yeah. Brokey gets the 1 here and immediately smokes. Oh, he has Molly.
Got a whole pack of players coming, bud.
Frozen's gonna have to smoke
Molotov's
right here.
A little bit behind him. They're gonna be okay
and
with
Frozen
this
gets caught and
Brokey's
out of sight. They don't smoke church though, so this is unfortunate.
And he gets it now. Brokey burning still goes in. And that's all Kioz's half has to
Oh my god, Kerrigan, the nade! They
and
break the
FaZe Clan
smoke.
two-man advantage. They're gonna pop the smoke, hoping they caught someone in transition. Not the case for Acor. He gets a glimpse of
God.
Rops in the
Acor can't
background,
even
takes
kill
him down to
Rops.
17. That's a double op retake though, demanded
And
of
Acor
FaZe
gets
Clan
mollied out.
to end this half
This is
with
so
9.
unfortunate. Acor gets
Acor
the AK
finishes
and
up
has to
play
win, but
started.
Isaac gets the two-piece.
And in a double-man advantage, this retake seems to have fallen flat. Rain, nothing to lose, goes barreling through, and Gamer Legion hold it. It's 4 on the half, but you'll take those.
Wow. Absolutely insane last round.
NBA history.
We still got 2 more
And they're
series
doing
after
it by
one more.
understanding the
Cloud9 versus Big
dynamics of the game, adapting to the needs of specific roles, and even using veteran-like craft and wit, which makes today's NBA rookies smarter than ever. To support this channel directly, go to patreon.com/thinkingbasketball. We have a ton of stats for teams and players that update throughout the year that we use to research our podcasts and videos.
Yeah, Hamiak has Taji. It's got some great ass movement. Okay.
Pull the flash for speed.
No, we're just going back to this. Oh, but it's a different end.
In the back.
I'm not picking.
I'm gonna drop it.
Yeah.
It's just like two. It's just an intense 2-on-2.
Don't move the bike. Don't move the bike.
Yeah, just wait.
I'm going closer.
I'm trying to full slot it for you. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Bro, let's move long and short and go 2 apps.
Okay. Well, one time he like put I'll molly short. One time he like put out the molly. So.
Flash. Flashing. I'm going, bro.
I'm picking short.
Balcony.
Dead. Maybe bike. I don't see him side. Okay. But apps. In apps. He's not out.
Was he blind?
No, he went in front of flash. Maybe he catch him a little bit.
Bye?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think
Okay.
it's last round maybe for the win or no?
I think it's match point after this. I'm peeking short. One dash right. One more mid.
Oh, what the fuck?
He smoked from mid. It's one way for me. I'm playing short.
Nice. He tried going fast long.
Time to switch halves. I forgot to know what.
If by any chance you'd missed Overpass, you'd be sat here thinking Rain is having a phenomenal day. And in the opening map in this decider, he has been. So he shook off the shackles of Overpass, came back in, dominates early, and then we're getting the step up from everybody else. Brokey's had his moments. Kerrigan, multiple spray downs. We got an ace out of Rops. This is everything FaZe need to get the end of this revenge versus Gamer Legion.
It does seem like it. And the T side, I think, it was actually Twist who said if upsets happen, it would be on T sides. But versus theirs, that's where they feel like they can really control the map. So Rain will go down. A quick one into the dome. Key player out, but a trade back.
Berettas off the top of boxes. Only good for the one.
You can call it Boomich if you want.
Can we?
Yeah.
Boomich. Nobody getting lucky with the spam. Flash going through. They'll try to pounce the bomb site. Beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful. Brokey from Oranges. fresh mag, goes wide, dies, and Gamer Legion disrupt in the middle of that 3v3.
Hey, it's just mathematics, okay? Not only that, but when someone's planting, you know where they are. So when you flash through a smoke, you got someone with their hands busy, 2 people to cover. No one's in their best spots possible yet. They're still covering the plant. So always a good time to try to go for a retake preemptively.
Also, I mean, Isaac threw that flash. He didn't even finish his reload before
Wow,
going for the
great
flash.
flick from Acorn.
He had to start that reload again and come in as the 3rd player. So I like that there was no hesitation.
Sometimes it all goes wrong when you do that, but sometimes it's just the best way to win. Try to win the rounds.
Someone says flash now, and he didn't hesitate. Wasn't half a second later. It was as fast as possible. And that's Isaac now 11 and 9. So trying to inspire the rest of FaZe.
Really gotta get this other teammates going. Galvolt and Kio's really underperforming at the moment, but it's not really about the kills. It's really just about bomb plants. But now on the CT side, it is about kills.
Take that success from the defense and throw it into the entry. He looked like he wanted to peek that A-Core corner. A-Core's playing the ump. That's the guy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, it's A-Core. Virtus Pro and A-Core.
So there's a few people right now. It'd be great to get some thoughts on it.
Kio's 3 and 13 and a solo B-hold as they try to convert versus the Force Buy. This is a tough one for Kio.
They know it's a 3A setup now.
Oh,
so
but the smoke.
I think they're ready to try to hit this. This retake play could be interesting. Yeesh. Nice one. Oh,
1-for-1
trade.
trade.
That second frag.
I think his smoke had a bad bounce and it let FaZe get through it before it popped. They were super comfortable coming through.
4-on-4, but this is still solid towards FaZe.
Front banana smoke.
There's not a lot of util for Gamer Legion to really use. They have to kind of just take their chances with this. They smoke off cross and flash onto site here.
That is big
yeah,
impact.
you got flash on site, you try to just pop.
But Broky's low, so if he goes down,
1-for-1 immediate trade, and Snacks is about to get caught. This is unfortunate. Yeah. Take a grenade, have Molly in that situation.
Yeah, critical hour.
Able to clear out a lot more angles.
He needed the smoke, right?
Yes, that was good.
Okay.
He needed their smoke.
So but their smoke took too.
His smoke took too long.
Block off FaZe, and it bounced in the corner into the air.
I see what you're saying.
4 players ran past.
I see. Yeah, that's tough. That's actually something I tweeted about the other day with the. You get a lot of weird bounces and stuff.
Yeah. Because
they're trying to make everything super hyper realistic with the angles and stuff, but they need to be more simple and obvious. And Inferno's also a map where none of the ground is perfectly flat.
Yep.
So there's lots of ways. Like I even saw Zywoo like go to nade default by doing the jump nade from CT spawn, and it just bounced back at him because of the
weird edge,
the ornate geometry. Yep. There's just too many details. So it would be good if things were smoothed over and made more simple. That still happens sometime in CSGO. It just happens a little bit more now.
Yeah. Which is kind of something we'd want less of in a new game.
Yeah, exactly. And I get the idea. Why not try to make the game more accurate, more realistic?
R.I.P Righthand.
On paper, just doesn't translate too well in a sandbox where utility needs to be extremely consistent, and you're lining up like a broom with a cloud on a pixel on a resolution.
Right. It's
with
like
a view model.
It's the most competitive FPS in the history of video games. Let's make things consistent. I want little variation. Actually, I want no variation. That's the point.
Oh!
5 sevens. Maybe
Yo,
we shouldn't kill with one
no,
bullet.
that's
See,
fine. That's completely fine. Kios gets those 2. It's okay, Kerrigan get bumped in this situation. You're fine with that. That's a late rotate from look at Robson in this situation. He's gonna.
Those are great shots.
But if
he's
each of
going
those
to
kills
get
took
2.
one more bullet, Snacks out of Zeus, so that's why he dives it. Tried to get it off in time.
This is a winnable retake, even though they don't have kits.
Comes down to Rain. Fighting versus Isaac. At least he knows he's further
Yeah,
back.
I don't think they take this retake. I think they just try to get the picks.
If he wants to lose that M4, if they believe the retake's possible.
They have to exit CT. I think there's no easy way to get out.
Holt's looking for something.
He just
Kerrigan, he's gone. Kerrigan making it happen here. 3 kills to his name versus Pistols.
I mean, look who's alive. Like,
That was really
you
nice
know, the
for
2 players
Kios,
who are
though,
alive are
for getting
fragging
that
and
2
FaZe are
piece,
winning
but
by
it's just
considerable
unfortunate.
margin. That's why they'll never
Nobody
have the
was
most kills on this
able to
team,
rotate in
but you can
time,
argue
and
that their impact is the most
by the
important.
time they
Their
got to
baseline
site
impact.
or were in position to rotate, it was just.
And when I say never have the most kills on the team, I mean
But you take the A1S.
in a macro sense across months and tournaments.
Yeah, Kerrigan's coming into this 3rd map, 17 and 36 on the series.
Wow, those are literally like Halley numbers.
Yeah.
Which he was playing pretty good, but for somebody who's not playing tier 1, so yeah, that's
0.63 rating.
Okay.
At the start of this, he has almost as many kills in this 3rd map as the other 2 combined. 17 is what he's shooting for.
I can't remember how Rain played, but
1st map was sick.
Right.
12 kills in 6 rounds. R.I.P given a chance to chew through some easy targets. Already has 1 ace in this map. Why not get a 2nd?
The way he can just walk into information and just walk out, it's crazy.
Isaac, what's he doing? Isaac is the only M4 and he's got himself 2 frags. If R.I.P doesn't check, okay, he will. R.I.P isn't gonna fall for your tomfoolery, but I mean, Isaac has set this up wonderfully. But the setup's only half the battle.
So Snacks is going to take B?
Can just walk.
Or they're just going to double up Arch and Kios is going to be a later fake?
As they pulled goalie on the B side.
Kios, lead that fake.
Snacks, he grabbed the gun. Snacks grabbed the weapon that Isaac had offered him, but there we go. Pulling it apart one after another, and R.I.P knows
Immediately
that the
into
M4 ran back into sight. He heard that before he comes out boiler. They are very
player.
confident B's clean. Go ahead and take it.
That was
scary.
That was scary.
Scared you?
Guess so, yeah. But you can't scare R.I.P though. He doesn't get tricked too often. He was very careful about every sort of decision in that situation, and he had the time to be so careful.
Basic
pregame. Disappointed when I have a round like this where like Isaac is
not a lot of people
do
do it though.
The only person that could feasibly win the round for Gamer Legion.
Yes.
And then they end up playing like a little too passive or not going for that 2nd kill after the 1st. I think this was a great instance of like Isaac catches the 1st guy off guard and then goes for that extra step, goes for that extra peek, and nearly set something up. Even getting the AK into the hands of Snacks was great, but R.I.P not having any of it.
That's true.
So
yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like, don't waste your chances. It's elimination. You're losing by 5.
Yeah, and like things like a 5v4, that's not good enough.
Not
Just
good
because you have those kills, if it's not a full gun round and you're low on utility, you know you still have to do a little bit more. So.
But like some setups will always put the pistols up front and then hope the rifle gets the trades.
Yeah.
I like when the rifle is the opening. I think it's like highest odds. You get 1 off the gun.
Yeah, just in a place where you can pick it up right after they die or something like that.
Someone's got a thick clap.
You would think it would be like Rain, but that wasn't him. There's no way.
Must be Neo.
Could be Neo, yeah, okay.
A-Court scouring middle.
Oh wow, this is Neo versus Snacks. Didn't even think about that. Don't know.
Taz is out there probably watching from the hotel too.
Yeah, true.
We all knew that Virtus Pro would be forever.
Yeah. We just need Bailey back.
Have to just live on in our
and
memories.
Pasha.
Who knew it'd be so relevant? But we're looking for impact. Snacks 6 and 13. Again, top-rated player in the series coming into the 3rd map for Gamer Legion, and Isaac's barrel is going to give him away. But doesn't win the fight. He's on high alert and
Let's
ready.
fucking
Isaac
go.
just a little cleaner with it.
I think Volt gets 1 here, but he's 1 and done in this situation.
The smoke, I wonder if he's going to create a timing. Kerrigan looking to sneak up on him as he backs up. Kerrigan still playing it slow.
Yeah, that flash from A-Core inside of the site just stopped Kerrigan in his tracks. You know, he wanted to come chase this. Goes for the 2nd. Kerrigan double opening.
Damn,
but remember,
damn.
Isaac, he's actually pushed down bottom mid.
Yeah, Isaac's in a great position.
Weird feeling if you're
Are they watching it?
Your flank is concerned. Oh, Brokey missed shot.
But they
So
have
yeah,
this,
you're sandwiched.
for him.
20
You're
seconds.
gonna try to
They're
come in.
walking back into mid. Isaac, he's got a frag out.
Isaac, a spinning Brokey. Enough to
that's
get
actually
them.
the right
Oh,
move. They
Snacks
snapped
and
by Brokey.
You had to.
Perfect.
You had to go for it. Brokey knew that it's all in vain.
The cross is being spotted. Could he potentially stop this bomb? No.
Nade for the jump. Bomb goes down. Kerrigan has reopened the door, but Snacks looks to stand in it. And Frozen, who we haven't had to talk about much on Inferno, given a chance to clutch and secure that 12th. Huge moment
No
for
kid
Frozen
here.
in a position that
But he also has a
Twists
molly.
loves to clutch from. Frozen finds himself relegated to the deepest corner, and the pinch is inbound. Kiosk and Snacks on either side. He keeps his head down, low profile, cuts Snacks out of the play, and ends it as Kies gets chopped.
Damn.
FaZe take 12.
Perfect use of the angles and great clutch. And I love that sacrificial maneuver. You know, how hard it must have been
Yeah, the
for
default
Brokey to
plan,
make
they
that
just
decision,
didn't expect
but he did
that.
it so quickly,
Snacks gave
right?
him
To
so
just
much
run into
time
mid,
to make his
jumping out
move.
backwards with the op, knowing that there's a target there, that he had a chance to fight, and just believing his teammate would trade him immediately. They could have gone back to B. That's where 2 out of 3 players were. But they found a way to get to the open site. That's the creativity that we're looking for with FaZe. That was sorely missed on Overpass.
And those openings from Kerrigan, as many kills this map as the other 2 combined. And the impact undeniable, both between him and Rain. We had questions about FaZe as they limped through Overpass with such a flat performance from their entry frag.
Perfect timing, perfect timing now. Where's the flash? Oh my
Frozen
god. Ah, Snacks, let's go.
returns it. Back to the 2v2.
They're both in the air.
A ridiculous way to hold Banana, but damn it, it works. A-Core back.
Damn, Robs. Yo,
What a
I'm
headshot
happy
through
that
the
Snacks
wall.
gets the second one.
And
No,
Kiosk,
man,
who
at
was
least he
the
gets
star
Brokey,
of the
but
entry
fucking
fragging
shit.
back
This
on
is
Overpass, fell
This
victim
is
to the
GG's.
FaZe pressure here on map 3, squeezes out along the smoke and falls. FaZe clan not destined for the showdown just yet.
Alright.
Gamer Legion open
I'm
up
really
here
hungry,
with a
so I'm gonna
best-of-3
make some food.
victory over this very same
I'm gonna
team,
grill my
but
chicken,
revenge
make it real quick,
belongs to FaZe tonight.
and there'll be enough time between the
Overpass is
Cloud9
a
Big
promising
series.
place for this Gamer Legion squad in their first Blast Circuit appearance, but tonight does not belong to them.
They can hold their heads up high. It was their first Blast Circuit appearance, and they fought so damn hard against one of the world's best. Gamer Legion taking FaZe to 3 maps after dropping
Tough
them
series,
into
tough
the slower
elimination,
bracket.
but
And
this
now,
should have been,
unfortunately,
this
they
should
go to the
have
showdown.
been how the
Yeah,
series
regardless
ends.
of the results yet, the tournament and them being in the showdown now, I think they have been happy about the performance. They pushed one of the best teams in the world to their maximum boundaries. I think it was a very interesting game and a very, very good start for Gamer Legion.
I think that they can be proud, and I'm sure we'll hear from them soon. They're not going to be proud now because no one likes to lose, but I think that they did a good job. On the other side, though, FaZe, right at the end there, seeing that individual potential starting to arise on Inferno and ultimately keeping them in the competition.
Yeah, we saw that conversation with Rain on Overpass. He didn't really find his game towards that Overpass side, and all of a sudden he gets into a new map, all refreshed. He has the experience to join in and really get his mind to a new game, and all of a sudden we also see him on the A side of Inferno. We've been used to seeing him and Kerrigan as a happy couple on the B side for so many years, but they are no longer together. He got a new body, he got a younger one, he got Frozen on his arms. I think it's going to be interesting to look out how it will be changing coming for the next couple of months.
Do you think the change out worked?
Yeah, surely you will have to conclude that from this game, but for now it's too early. They need to play the better teams before we can say is Frozen the right fit for B-side. But I think it shows that Rain is also willing to give up some of his position to make Frozen comfortable.
You can see there with the scoreboard. I mean, Rups, Rain, Kerrigan, they all played extremely well. We had a chance to see Frozen, I think, on the last map doing a good job. So for the most part, the individual skill is there, right, for FaZe. What is it that they struggled with on Overpass, Babsky?
Yeah, I think the default's not really looking too clean. I think we saw a lot of plays coming in around the underground area where I don't think the guy in the picture had an easy time. He initially stepped up for the second map, and for the third map, sorry, and it really made a difference.
You can see there, Rain, on your screens. You did mention he hadn't showed up on Overpass. Changed, like you said, on Inferno. And FaZe, again, there's a lot of talk about them not looking good enough. I mean, but they're doing just enough to win the game. That's what counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge and conclude anything on a team from one tournament. If they went into Katowice after losing this game potentially and also fucking up there, then I would be like, okay, there's maybe issues, but for now it's too early to judge anything.
Okay, I mean, but they didn't lose, so none of that matters, and we can throw it all out of the window. Unfortunately, Gamer Legion going into the showdown, but they've had a good showing here at Blast. We welcome them with open arms, and Banks is with them now.
Game Legion do fall to FaZe this time around, but it certainly had some fight in it. I'm going to start on the slightly negative start of it, though, because Ancient last time around, you guys pushed them. This time, nothing seemed to be working. Why was it so different?
I'd say we had a pretty hard time adapting. We had a few miscommunications. I said in the start of Ancient City side that it felt like they had a game plan to go towards A, and I think we should play stake a bit more towards A, because they kept working donut and A main and putting pressure mid, but we didn't really react to it and didn't really adapt. So I think we lost a bit many rounds in the start, and we adapted too slow.
Okay, and that adaptation is key, but these things happen. Then we come to Overpass again, and it's a back and forth fight, but it's one you can close out once again. How much of a positive is that for you to be able to pick it up twice here against a team like FaZe?
It just shows us that we have a really great overpass in general, and I think FaZe is really one of the best teams in the world and has been for a long time. So we ended last year really bad, and I feel like we've shown some decent CS here, even though we lost to Liquid and their new team. They still have great players, and FaZe is really good, as I said. So I feel like we played some decent CS, even though we ended up going out now.
And considering how the end of the year went for you guys, which certainly wasn't positive, does this give you a good sense of, okay, going forward, we can start playing like this, we can start coming together as a team?
Yeah, definitely does. It gives some. I think the win against FaZe gives some confidence, and we can definitely work on all we haven't played all maps yet, but we have a lot to work on, and we have shown that the maps we played, we can take from a lot of the mistakes and work on them.
I like it. Thank you very much, Mr. Aiko.
Aiko saying there, of course, that the reason that they felt that they lost that first map was their lack of adaptability. Would you agree with him?
Yeah, I think it's an easy way out of that conversation. I think FaZe was simply the better team, but obviously they felt they had the game plan read wrong, and then it's even harder for our underdog team to get an initial win.
Of course, today is all about fighting for your life. Here it is, the lower bracket playoffs for the group stages, and every single team that enters the studio is fighting to stay in the competition and not drop into the show match. Group B right on your screens. Of course, we watched FaZe and Gamer Legion, and now we are about to move on to the next group. That's the next match coming. You can see there, though, that tomorrow we get to see Liquid and FaZe. That's going to be a fun one. We'll talk about that as the day progresses. But right now, Big up against Cloud9. Again, both of these teams fighting to stay in the competition.
Yeah, I think Big are on the last life. I think Cloud9 is the favorite, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
We will get to see how it plays out right after this. final matchup in the lower bracket for the Blast Premier Spring Groups. Big taking on Cloud9. One of them is going to the showdown. One of them is staying to fight another day here at Blast. We've had a whole new format change, of course, this year. New teams are in the mix, and it's far more competitive in these group stages. You're fighting for your lives, and it's making it a lot more fun. Big, a surprise to see still in the competition. They played heroic yesterday. They were able to clutch out the victory on that third map, so they are here. And then we've got Cloud9, who went down to Virtus Pro. Cloud9 has been looking extremely strong throughout the groups, and it was very close up against VP. Let's talk about Big, though, because I was quite tough on both teams yesterday, and I'll admit, I know that it upset some people on the internet, but I was demanding a lot from them. Big might not have been the sexiest Counter-Strike, Babsky, but they delivered because they were able to get the victory.
No, I think I very much agree with you. There was two levels in this group. There was Virtus Pro and Cloud9, and then there was Big and Heroic. Heroic and Big didn't play up to the level of the other teams, but they are standing as victorious and are somehow in this bracket still, so it's going to be a really tough task.
You had a question mark around some of the players in Big. We spoke about it. You said that you didn't feel that they necessarily had the quality or the firing power that was needed. One of them was Mantu. You were questioning a lot about how he played, but yesterday changed your mind?
Yeah, I think Mantu is one of the few players on Big who can make a change and make a difference on the server, and I think he has a lot of potential to grow into even more of an important character. He is the AWP of the team. Big has never really been focused on the AWP too much. We had a period with Syrson where he was dominating online Counter-Strike, but I think Mantu has some of the same qualities. I just think he's a little bit safe to my liking. He needs to step up and take more responsibility.
I love the fact that you were busy talking and the whole of Big behind you was whistling at Manto's profile picture on the screen. So there
He's
you
also
go.
a handsome man.
He's a handsome man. Lots of support there, lots of happiness. They seem in good spirits. I'm curious to find out from Big, though, how they feel this matchup is going to go, because Cloud9 looks pretty scary. Banks was able to catch up with one of the players, so let's find out what they had to say.
Now, I also want to look at Tabson, right? Because he's the leader of the team, but I'm not talking about numbers as well, because like yesterday he had a great series as well. I want to see what kind of impact he has on the emotional level and bring you guys together, because yesterday's game, there was a lot of emotion in it.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Tabson's just really like keeping us all together, because he just constantly reminds us, obviously same with Gob when you hear him screaming behind us, that we're in this together, we're gonna win each round together, and even if you die because a teammate missed something or whatever, that the same teammate still can win the round, or like every round is still possible, like the 2-on-2. I think I won a 2-on-5 with Mantu on Nuke, for example, yesterday. So every round is still possible, and we just believe in each other. Even if something goes wrong, the round is not over until it's over.
Is this a team that you think is scary at all? Is this a team you need to worry about?
I don't know. In my history, all time we win big from Navi, and I think we play Cloud9 as well. It's a bit, yeah, Thunderpick. So it's a good team, but we know how to play, because he have just, not default rounds, but it's not without freedom. I don't know how to say, like, it's all time just taps and call it. Yes, all time calling. So if you destroy these defaults, you can win the round. So we know how it's played, so we try to play like that.
That was the story that maybe we didn't touch on enough yesterday, was how Tabson really rallied his troops around him during that match against Heroic. I think he played a huge role in making sure that they could get that victory, and he has that persona in the team. He is a leader, he pulls them all together, and he gets it done. But like Cloud9 said, when it comes to his actions in the survey, it's pretty easy to read.
Yeah, I mean, him and Gob-B, Tabson is known for this very tactical side. They have a script to go from. I don't think Tabson trusts the other players enough to go by the rounds and just in the middle of it, and that makes it very easy to read. I also remember playing some games against Big, and I was like, there's no way they can keep doing it, and people are punishing it because they know how they do the defaults.
I think Cloud9 has a level of quality that I'm not sure, no matter how Tabson gets his crew together, no matter how regimental him and Gob-B are, I don't think it's going to be enough to beat this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, I also think Big are the best when they're coming out of a new season. This is actually why I also think they won against Heroic in the last couple of days, because they are actually coming with the fresh energy out of a break, and they have time to plan for new stuff. When they're in the mid-season, they often look a little bit dry.
No more talking now. We're getting into it. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah, come on, get him out of here, Sam. Bubs, come on. We got games to cast. We got elimination on the line. We got Cloud9 with an opportunity to shut down the big clan.
The only reason that you would doubt them, maybe, is the fact that Virtus.pro made them look so human in a world where Cloud9 were like looking so good to start the groups off. They just planted a seed of doubt. Anybody can do what we did. Maybe there's a chance. But in reality, it's still obviously an odds-favored game in favor of Cloud9 for good reason. They have more tools. They have better players. They seem to have better attributes at the moment when it comes to everything except opping. Everything except opping. That might be an argument in favor of Big. If Montu can do what he did towards the end of that series versus Heroic today,
yes,
and become that aggressive opper who takes life by the horns, then maybe they can score an upset versus Cloud9.
Maybe, but I will say it did take Montu 3 maps and then some in order to get to that level.
But now, like map 4, map 5, he's already warm.
Well, I don't think that's how it works. What we need to see, I think, is more of what we've gotten from tabseN on LAN in comparison to his struggles online. And then we need Crimbo, because Crimbo showed up for only the 3rd map yesterday. And once he got there, well, we see they walk away with the win. It was, in fact, Sin who picked up tabseN Slack. But Crimbo, only that 3rd map to really be proud of as far as even his own standard, right? The standard he holds himself to.
Yeah, he was, I mean, he has to be the most consistent player on the team. He has to be. He was like, I mean, I give him a shout out for not being top 20, but being near it.
Okay.
Which is something that's impressive when you play on these fringe lineups that are like regional. Yeah, there has to be something to be said about, you know, like, not exactly the conversation from yesterday, but let's say Caserado has a placing that's really high. Everyone always assumes, well, it'd be even higher if he was on a better team. So, and I think that's true. So, I mean, if you're on a team that wins a lot, your stats are better. There's less rounds you lost. There's less rounds you died. And some of that is not even because you played well. It's because everyone was so good. So it makes a big difference. And it's more impressive when, you can carry a lot of slack.
Let's get into it. False start out of the gate. Back in and live. Cloud9 banking on what was a stellar performance from Perfecto and Electronic thus far at the event. The ex-Navi members posting a 1.25 and 1.22 rating coming into this game after 5 maps of competition. It's not every day Perfecto takes over, but it's been more often than not. They get the opening kill versus Hobbit. They gush Boomich, so suddenly this T round from Big, looking like they got a slight chance. Smoke down. And Perfecto, doesn't even take the chance shots through it. We don't have a kit, we don't have any real openings here, and if Boomich gets shot by a single bullet, then they're gonna lose that smoke and flash. So he starts to set him out from outside Donut. There's 3 Ts in here. Counter-terrorists pressing in. Crimbo waits for his chance to strike someone down, but it's Electronic to start this retake. Axile gets 2. And then suddenly, it's man advantage for Cloud9. They've got the smoke to throw on top of the bomb, but still no kit. Axile comes in with a triple kill in the pistol. Perfecto picks up the kit, which was on the first player, and he sticks it! No way!
Right under their nose.
Hobbit died with that kit front donut. Perfecto grabs it, and they end up having every tool they need for the retake.
That's pretty unbelievable they won that. Another retake!
Another one.
How do Cloud9 pull off these retakes? This is crazy. I mean, this was a rifle round. I think you turn around and save 3v5. Shout out to Axile. He's got to do better, man. He's got to do better. He also has very high standards. He is living in his own shadow right now, and I will say also that, you can criticize him also by the way that he's approaching game plans as well. He's looking one-dimensional, which is just not... Like, he used to be on T-side. You would copy his spots. You know, when he lurked on overpass, T-side, he was one of the best players at it. You'd watch him. I remember BlameF gave him this praise. He'd come up with a new way to play this same exact round over and over again. These days, when we saw him on Anubis, he was looking a little one-dimensional, but we've got another attack from Big. It's so fast out the gate. They want to run the retake simulator again.
Boomich not
Okay,
gonna give him the site
so
for free.
I
It doesn't
obviously
matter
wasn't
'cause
gonna have
he's
enough
losing
time to make some
teammates.
chicken.
Falls
I'm
down
talking
to
about
just
grilling
him, and this is
chicken.
a force buy round win by the looks of it coming out of big. Banking off Tabson
after
getting
this
a
series.
very clean kill instantly deep here on Temple. Axile took a quick glance over towards A main, lost his face, and Cloud9 about to lose that momentum.
Was definitely not ready for the speed. Are they not aware that
Hey, scooping up some snow. Good thing none of it.
literally
Why
won't
the
get to a
fuck am I
frag?
part of-
Surely the timer goes off. So he could. He's probably confused why they haven't planted the bomb yet. Did they
I don't
leave
know,
him for
I
alert?
just kept
Probably
random
it's a B-side, right?
notifications
Otherwise he would've just taken that
to people
AK.
I'm not supposed to be
Gotta reload as
subscribed
well.
to.
They don't have donut control though, so the smoke comes in afterwards. They're gonna throw it down.
Didn't reload, 9 bullets for 2 duels. And Tabson's off the line of sight.
Just made some coleslaw.
Gets to Temple.
A little
Things are
over-wilted,
crazy.
so
Actually,
the
Criminal's
He's
veggies
been on a bit of a journey, and it's
lost the
actually
color.
might be paying off.
You know,
But
we
that's
already saw
because they were
retake
in the
this
fridge
game,
for
and
a
we've
little
talked
bit
about
too
the
long.
Cloud9 clutches as of late.
Still
Tabson
good.
is right here, advantage.
Wait.
I just
And then he gets the fresh
did
mag.
like a
Now, he
1-to-1
still has the
sugar
kick. He's
salt
got the
ratio,
incendiary.
Oh my God, he
and then
knows.
No way
it
Boomich is gonna
strained
piece
it
this
all out.
together.
He can
gets on
defuse it.
top
He
And
can
of
just
it.
added a
Rainbow
nice
can't do
vinegar
shit.
Nothing in
oven.
Cloud9 in 2 rounds get a retake and a clutch.
A nice little
Walking around with
vinegar,
9 bullets in his MP9.
vinegar
And won the
mayo
1-on-3.
mix.
Didn't even know which side
So
it was gonna
like,
be.
there's an
Another
aftertaste of the
unbelievable
sweetness and
retake by
saltiness
Cloud9.
from just being like
2
soaked in it,
rounds
and then
into
I
this
reduced all. I took
elimination
out
game,
all
and
the
we get
moisture
the
from it.
same shenanigans
But it
that
has the
Cloud9
creaminess
put
from
forward in their
the
first
vinegar.
match.
So nuts.
Vinegar makes it nice and sweet.
Every time, literally
Makes
had to go
everything a little bit
perfectly for
smoother.
him. Every single step of the way.
Wow.
All
That's
the way
just
down to the
unfortunate.
Molotov. Stomach that.
Now we're gonna wait for the chicken. Let that shit marinate a little bit
Test
longer.
of
Maybe
Big
another
Cemento
2 hours for the
out of the gate.
series.
2 rounds.
They were standing at Donut, just staring at the site. No one's coming
Stare,
out. No thought that they could get
But yeah,
flanked. No
about
time
2
at
hours
all,
until
no
the
checking.
series is done. Almost it's a clean 2-0, but I don't see it being that. I see Big getting the series over.
Comedy.
Cloud9.
Tragedy.
I don't.
Oh, yeah,
I
he needs to
actually
make
don't.
that
I
vote
see it
after
being a
seeing
2-0, but I see it being a
that
tough
last
2-0.
round, last
Like
TV.
23, 24 rounds, both maps.
By the way, don't forget to watch on the app.
Available.
I
on
really
iOS
do
and
see
Apple.
once Big has a few rounds where they can kind of get continuous.
I don't know. I watch
I'd
in
say if they
person.
can get 3-4 rounds, especially on T side,
Weird
and break
flex,
that
weird flex.
Cloud9 economy, they've gone two lucky pistol round or 2 lucky
Continues to careful, though.
diffuses.
Won't be playing with Tabson
I
like
mean,
that.
the first pistol round was an insane retake
He's ready to rip a head off. We
with
already
the
saw what he
Boomich
was able
flash
to do with
smoke,
the entry on
and then
Axile
the
in
defuse
A.
kit
Tabson
that saved him.
starting strong
And then that
is
second
a
round
good
is
sign
just
for Big
your
if they're
player's
going to
low
have any
and he
chance
gets
in this
mullied
series.
out
Look at this push.
against a kit, so you
I'm
can't do
watching.
nothing but defuse
Pure Axile.
or but hold.
But what happens when they get to A and there's nobody
So it's
there?
not like
Yeah,
Big is
mindfully,
losing
bad
because
timing for
they're
him.
playing
He doesn't
bad.
see
It's,
anything.
they just got lost opportunities in Crimbo.
He sees Crimbo, but
But that should be sign that
yeah,
A is
this
clear.
is all confidence.
Yeah, it is. They're going in out of the.
Now 3 on A.
It's working. It's working. He's working on it.
Watching, dude.
Piece by piece. It's like he's writing a novel. You know, you don't write it all in the same day.
Sure, yeah. He's like, oh.
Then he goes kill someone else.
Said, fine, I won't take this fight. And
But
now
this-
Axile gave up the A site in the meantime.
They're setting
so.
up the potential for another unbelievable retake situation like this. There's no way out of this one, Cloud9.
There's no way they pull off 3 of these.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
wow,
goodness.
okay.
Once
Thank
he
you,
comes back
Montu,
from
for the
Donut,
nice
make
flick.
sure that Axile's not going to get anything to be proud of. And so the story changes. Big walking up through Donut, find a site completely free.
Double save.
Much like
At least like
Goldilocks,
keep an AK
you
for the
show
next
up and no
round.
one's home,
1400 economy
yourself
breaks,
at
and
home.
this is your chance, Big. This is your chance.
That was the moral of the story.
You're gonna be able to get maybe 2 MP9s, but I would expect that they do a pistol upgrade on this. Maybe double MP9, 2 pistols and 1 AK.
Crimbo going back for Hobbit after getting peppered by Axile. He took like 9 bullets from Axile. Said, all right, you don't want to commit to the fight? I'll go find someone else who does.
Yeah, I'll find someone who wants to fight.
So the flying through A main looked like it could. I mean, honestly, if Crimbo's not coming back towards middle,
Triple
Axile
MP
flanks
died
Donut,
in,
maybe
and they wanna.
something
So you
happens.
guys are committing to just
Unfortunately,
a
Axile
full
just gets
reset
so
here,
preoccupied,
which is
and then
fine.
because he can't get the kill, it takes so long, things get weird. But Again, we're talking Cloud9 5v4. Just
Commit
like
to
when
the
Boomich
force.
comes out from cave the
Get the
round
one
prior, it's a very quick
fortune on
opening kill,
Perfecto.
a fast fight.
And the double MP9 and cave is actually a smart ass call.
Walking into that angle.
Yeah, they had mid control, and that was kind of really
Two
risky
close
to just
range
walk in a
guns,
cave.
put him in close range situations.
It was
and,
kind of surprising he
unfortunately,
didn't see
Molly
anyone
misses,
from
but he
Cloud9
smoked
already out
outside.
there.
And now
Maybe
you
he
got a
thought that he was on
3v2.
the outside of,
And
of
just
the
like
cave
that,
wall, and
you
just like staring at elbow.
reset.
It's the only thing I can think, because Cloud9 won mid.
Yeah,
very
this is a
clearly
3v2,
right
and
there,
just like
so
that, you reset big.
that risk does not pay off. It's actually an upgrade. Low
I
nades
thought I
here
saw
for Cloud9
two
with 5
moving
players.
things right beside Montu, but I didn't realize it was a dead body. I like the X from a dead body. I know I'm not on full screen right now. Fuck.
Worried his corners are still occupied, not the case. Boomich gives it a wiggle.
And now they're having Perfecto rotate over, and that Boomich, Boomich Hobbit are just starting to slow push ramp. Wow, you're really just trapping them here.
Epson could come back and take this too.
Uh-oh.
But if he gets caught throwing util, yeah, kind of
Yeah, not expecting the second though.
There to trade it out. And the only
They
thing
can
left
smoke
here
it
for
off,
Big
but
is
now it's just too much pressure. 25 seconds
they
here.
run the
Cribbo
risk.
gets
Cribbo
caught.
comes out and dies. Boomich having a
Hi,
feast
Toby.
so far tonight. 3 frags to his name.
Hello, Bubba.
In this round alone. A beautiful 1v3 clutch as well. And that's just gonna put a little swagger in your step, you know? You clutch a round like that 2 in, it's a good night already. And Boomich posts a 4K to boot, keeping Big at bay.
It was interesting to hear the Perfecto interview where he's like, yeah, they run these defaults and they don't have that much freedom, so if you really destroy their defaults, then they fall apart, and that's why they feel
I wouldn't even have noticed
I
that.
appreciate an interview like that. Even
What a
if he
good
was
kill
sort of
from
struggling
Perfecto,
from the
or
perspective of not
everyone
doing English
Perfecto.
interviews that much, but giving more insight than most interviews I've ever heard. Just actually saying something of value that's really interesting to hear.
Saying more with less.
Yeah.
And honestly, just more insightful than even when they were.
I do wonder
right?
what would have happened if it was minus Hobbit plus Shiro or plus Boomich instead of Shiro.
Yeah, they're talking out their ass.
My gosh.
Can you explain yourself?
This allows us for a future Navi reunion with Bit and with Bit and Simple. But my gosh, would I love to see Shiro.
Coming through it, Tech 9 down, and it's a USP out. Perfecto, a helping hand. Axile sidearm doing some damage, just like Montu's. It's a 1v5, massive ask, but he's 3 kills deep.
And he's been shooting hot.
And Electronics on the right side of Donut. I mean, come on.
He's not clearing this. Oh!
It's gross.
Timing.
It ends up falling apart.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello,
Wasn't ready for that
Papa.
tight pocket swing. That was nice from Axile, man. That's so much better. He's just looking so much better already. And he uses his box not only to be on this open angle, but to also dodge flashes that are popping. The molly is on the other side of him. Everything is prepared for the swing to the right side, and the swing to the left, it can appear more risky. If your donut smoked, then it's fine. If you know that it's a full A hit from there, it's totally good. And you get lots of vision over top for nades, flashbangs that can be going above you. So really good use of all of that. Very calm.
Ooh! Bada boom. Easy wall bang on Sin.
I don't know. I don't think Sin had armor though.
But it is nice to see Axile have a little uptick, at least at the start of tonight. If you're not cheering for the return of Axile's form, then I don't think you like Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Axile was getting into a position, you know, alongside Shiro to be the new Simple Electronic, to be the best rifler in the world. That's what he was vying for. So, you know, we're still a far cry from that, and they're still figuring things out with this team. And they still have the problem of the Opera that isn't solved. Yeah. But other than that, he's got a great situation. He's got a powerful org, fantastic people around him, an IGL that he can believe in that's won a major.
Proven IGL, solid coach, amazing fraggers.
So his minimum level of performance. Like, he should not be walking around depressed about a situation and wondering what happens next. He's set up to play very well.
So far at Blast Groups, you know, we were talking about the op changing hands, and sometimes it would find itself in Hobbits. He has not picked it up once from the games we've cast of Cloud9.
Yeah.
And so it really is now at least just whittled down to Perfecto and Boomich.
Yeah, that's
and right
true.
now with this cave play from Boomich, he's not tasked with it. We've got Perfecto playing it here on Ancient. And I feel
Catches
with
nobody
Boomich,
with
it's been
that
hot and
spray
cold.
this
We saw
time.
some nice shots.
Oh,
We saw
say
some
it, but
literally
Sin gets tagged.
opless rounds.
Montu, wow, and the molly bounces off weirdly. Yeah, at least if it bounces on him, he gets tagged up and you start to aggress. But at least, but in that situation where it bounces off, he gets the spray with no repercussions, doesn't lose any damage, or doesn't lose any health.
First pro just has to ruin everything.
But
okay.
Well, now he just got a little too greedy, but
All good things must come to an end.
you allow that.
Even CSGO.
Too soon.
It didn't have to come to an end.
It's still kind of in there.
No, it's done.
I mean, you can. I still play KZ in there sometimes.
Can't play Danger Zone though, can ya?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. Gotta wait for the full release.
20 seconds left on this. But I mean, you've just waited down to 15 seconds. You're gonna have to run it, and Hobbit's looking for his first kill of the map. Easy pickings versus Sin.
No
5
aggression.
seconds left. They try to pull off as Axile. We've seen some mistimed flanks, or rather maybe just unfortunate. He had the MP9 versus Crimbo that one time.
So what's Prozus doing? What the fuck? Prozus has
20 seconds
Oh,
left
he
on
gets
this.
mollied off
I
at
mean,
the
you've
17
just
mark,
waited down to 15
and you're not gonna
seconds. You're gonna have to run
over-rotate
it,
at
and
that
Hobbit's looking
point,
for
but
his
you're
first
getting
kill of the
pinched.
map.
Crimbo immediately
Easy
dies to
pickings versus Sin. 5
Axile.
seconds left.
You guys
They
get
try to pull off
pinched
as
so
Axile.
hard,
We've seen some
jeez.
mistimed flanks.
That's terrible.
That's what you need behind you.
Wish I could talk that fast.
That's why you're a color caster.
True.
Leave it to us.
Double timeout? What? Double timeout.
And then there's Groove. He's never talking too fast. Never too stressed. Groove never seems too stressed. Doesn't wear his
Gob's
emotion.
literally standing back there peeing in a bottle. He's so
Okay,
dedicated.
no double timeout. I think it was.
He's not leaving.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
He's just been theory crafting how the hell we're going to beat Cloud9. This is the gift that Big get, by the way, for defeating Heroic. Hooray! We win our first best of 3 of the year. Oh no, it's Cloud9 waiting for us. And a very hot Cloud9 on the rifles, as proven by Boomich and Axile so far.
Yeah, I like that aggression coming out. Sin on cave here.
Properly and try to take over cave control.
Coming into the full B hit. The one AK on Prozus that you bought, and he's just by himself right now.
Said in the interview, if you think about it.
Yep.
You get the information from Sin, and oh, this has to be a massive pinch.
Electronic's gonna take the gamble of running through, and taps and sticks the Tech 9 to the side of the head, but as he goes for the gun, he falls. Luckily, Prozus able to follow forward. This one was aggressive, but it's worked out so far. Perfecto retaking with an op, smokes off Crimbo.
That's an interesting use of the smoke.
Does that come back to haunt him? Feels like it's gonna have to be Axile here.
I actually think it could be good. Well, at least because it gives Axile a chance.
He announces himself, Perfecto, and Montu hits the headshot. We got Big in with the second round because Tabson took matters into his own hands.
Maybe Gob, actually.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? That was off the tack.
Gob B.
That was off the tack. He was really saying some words right there. I think to Sin.
Prozus just died to a B bomb explosion.
He was wow.
At front donut, he died.
A little unfair, maybe.
A little crazy.
So that was Gob talking to Sin. He was being very emphatic.
Yep.
And I think that it's because Sin was going to take cave control, and that's where it went wrong the last time, where he lurked into it.
Okay.
And died. So probably refreshing with him over protocols. And this is a round that Cloud9 let Tabson get out to the right side of mid and let Sin get into cave, which is what they what they tried
that was
to
the
get
one
right.
thing that I noticed was Sin's aggression into cave. Wow, Perfecto. Wow, Perfecto.
There we go. Cloud9 got that off.
No.
Alright, we're laying ourselves a bit of a candle. It's a Friday evening. Friday afternoon.
They threw him up on the ledge.
We're gonna light some candles.
You know, I feel like sometimes those are the moments, like the out-of-spawn aggressive op peaks, those are the ones that don't always come naturally to players that pick up the op.
Some coconut mango guava.
Anyone can sit on an angle, but to go hyper aggro into elbow and find the target through the spam that came out, you love it. You wear it. You love it. He's gonna die inside cave.
I was just thinking.
Exiled. Burns 40
That was such a crazy reference. I hate that shit. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You get 2. No. 1 for 1.
And we've got Perfecto now looking to start and end this round.
Could be. And versus Montu on a rifle. Can Montu think like an opper for a second here and figure out what Perfecto might be trying to do? He might not be fully convinced that he still has this gun, but on low HP, of course he does. The reroute.
Oh my
is
god,
being met
Perfecto.
with a reroute, and Perfecto is just going to gamble on the A side as Montu is walking in the exact same direction. This is going to work out beautifully. Perfecto is going the long way around, but he can still simply walk out and get this kill.
Ooh, he's got to go now. He's got to go now. He will. Oh my god. Shot. It gets weird. 10 seconds. Montu swings. And a missed shot from Perfecto, but that looked on him unless the inaccuracy of falling out of tempo.
No, it was the inaccuracy of movement because he's not an opper.
I don't even care. Get an opper. I'm going to use that as propaganda in my favor. Even though this was sick.
Is that inaccuracy? From dropping out?
I think the litmus test is what had happened to Brokey. No, he was
What a
on the
clean
move
flick.
already. I'm not sure. The only thing would be a missed counter strafe that could make that, but
I don't know, man. I saw an egregious one happen in the RMR close qualifier. Can't remember the player, but over on.
Can we get a replay? Because I do want to.
We gotta unpack that.
I don't mind looking back at that, but I mean
pistols.
It could be on him, but if you missed the counter strafe since he was clearly running.
Oh my gosh, the 5 pistols.
So and it is representative of the bullet nowadays.
And Hobbit at least gets his one with the bomb.
Bomb will drop here, Hobbit. No Kevlar, no gun to pick up either.
Yeah, wasn't ready. Got caught with that flash too, man. This man couldn't go. Vas got me feeling Gucci. Hey, yo, Gucci, what is
And are we talking about the first shot when he was planting, or the second shot?
The first one.
The first one.
Yeah. When he comes out, Temple stops, scopes, shoots, and it looks dead on him.
Oh, the missed smoke.
Flick fire.
Oh, the missed smoke.
Dodge, dive, duck.
But they don't have anybody mid. Is Spig about to abuse this? Oh, the double molly. Or the single molly, but the double push out. Yeah, they take 2 out K or out Donut. And I don't think Exile or Altronic is ready for this. I think Altronic gets 1. Yeah.
But this setup,
I don't think they're ready for that.
Electronic at all.
He doesn't wait. Doesn't waste time. Uh-oh. Gun's empty. Prozus wins the fight. And that is an A-site
Great
clear
push
for
from
the team.
Tapson and Prozus in that situation.
I don't know how that happened. They were able to both walk up Banana as well as walk all the way through Donut into the A site. No nades.
Cloud9 getting lost in the sauce.
No plan just yet.
Boomich is going to run him at it anyways. Bomb is still back towards A main and mollied off. Now confirmed. Hobbit just saw the bomb.
Why didn't they plant?
This has got shades of
No. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, Crimbo, what the fuck?
To trade both. His 5th and 6th of the map.
What the
Messier
fuck?
than it needed to be, probably. Maybe that
What?
bomb was late. I'm
Why?
not exactly sure.
Why rotate?
They didn't try to go for the plant.
Why does
Since
nobody
they came
smoke
out of
CT?
donut, maybe
And
they
there's
were
just
worried
there's
about
people on the
another
donut
I don't
play.
know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. So Cloud9 will take a timeout, and I think, luckily for Big, they
I have this other one too.
back-to-back clutches. So,
Hey.
if not, economy would be pretty rough.
Lavender.
Still puts them in a
and
tenuous spot.
Bergamo. Problem is that I have them like sitting right over heater. So move them. Move them up on the windowsill because they were too hot before when I got them in the summer. At least now I got a little bit more space for my stuff.
For that 5th straight to close the half.
Oh, they actually did it though. Those two 1v, well, those two clutches won, and now like no money at all.
Yep. 5 MP9s. Very quiet map from Electronic, actually, all things considered. 4 kills as we're in round 12. With MP9s as well, you just got to give away the map control. You can jump spot and hope you rotate into whatever hit comes at you.
The
but
flash timing.
there's a good grenade on
Axel
Perfecto's
sees
deep
one,
red
so
room.
they get the information. Perfecto's in a good spot. Already tagged down to half though, so he's in a one and done position.
Dwindling
Oh
smoke grenades.
wow.
We've got one left on Hobbit, one left on Electronic. That's
Pros
split
is just
between both sites.
Just barely matrixes that.
Just gotta hope Process doesn't check, but that's 2
Axel
kills
now
elsewhere.
trunk die. Yeah.
There goes
Perfecto gets his one and he's one and done.
Nice one, too.
And they killed A main and
But 2-on-4 situation. Boomage might, yeah, he gets. They don't get the sound information off that, so he's about to be able to go on A with this AK comfortably.
And that hesitation
Oh,
gives
but
Boomage a
I
chance
think
to
they
get
did
his
that.
hands on an AK, an incendiary, and a position to maybe
Yeah.
make this happen. Tapson
GG's.
makes sure not. His 10th of the map and a bomb plant to
Tied
boot.
half.
Hobbit gonna have to come over and retake in a 1v4. Cloud9 let a couple clutches slip through their fingers, banking maybe off of a weird off shot from Perfecto. And now suddenly tied game heading into the CT side of Big here on Ancient. I say that assuming Hobbit can't clutch, and sure enough, Crimbo's gonna end him. So big finish on fire, and we've got a tied game, folks.
Remus. Oh, Denny's sourcing. I don't remember who's Remus. Remus.
right, folks, we've got it. You be the judge.
All right. That's in him.
That's in him.
That is it. Oh, that is so in him, right?
What is?
Yeah, the only thing is that if he missed his counter strafe, then, and we don't have a real tracer.
Yeah.
Then, like they said that we do, then what you see is not what you get.
But I was told what we see is what we get.
Yeah, but that was definitely not true. But they did make it so that the frame after instead of the tick after visual updates happens.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing, I mean, the only thing that's possible is if he missed his counter strafe, which is, you can't see that.
Either way, that round right there, of course, was the third round win for Big, and it set off a streak of wins, 5 in a row to close out the T side. Real ramifications, real consequence. And real fast, we've got Cloud9 bouncing back. Hobbit, haven't had to say his name all night long so far. And he posts 3 kills here, doing everything in the second pistol to take Cloud9 to the 7-6 lead.
I'm just gonna watch it one more time.
Yeah, we've got it up on our computer here. What's this, 0.25 speed?
0.25, yeah. It's just that his crosshair never unblurs.
That's a crazy one, man.
Why doesn't his crosshair unblur?
Because he didn't counter strafe.
That or the movement. I will say it's always been unfair how much landing inaccuracy there is. Like even if you're perfectly comfortable, for you know, if like you put on the box that shows how much inaccuracy you have, you get like a deagle for example, you see how crazy it is. You can be landing for a full second and it's still not accurate. So
to the moon.
But either way, that's a robbery.
That's a robbery. That's a something or other, mister. But I suppose it's about time we focus forward, Launders. No point in dwelling in the past. We still got more Counter-Strike here, and Hobbit kicks it off with a multi-kill. Of course, this is the map choice of Cloud9. Don't you dare. Oh, excuse me. No, it's Big. Ooh, it's Big. That's right. That's right. Big thought they could take Cloud9 to Ancient. And I think that's fair because sometimes I thought that like the best thing about the best thing about Cloud9 CT like Ancient in the past was kind of their CT side, and it banked on Shiro, right? I remember great games of Shiro on Cloud9, and they'd still lose because nobody else could do jack diddly squat.
Yeah, Shiro and Donut on CT side.
I have to go and do a little face wash.
You can take Cloud9 down a peg.
This round was not really too much that I saw.
Yeah, that's
when I came back just to do a quick observation.
Whoa. This scaling smoke? That's just to go the extra length. I actually really love that.
Just to take Donut?
Just to take Donut, yeah.
An investment.
It seems like a waste of money and time, but like people can be in here.
Yeah. Better to have Donut than to die to freaking Berettas in the corner or something.
Yeah, it gives you like they just go for a new explode right here. I actually like that. That's nice.
All right. Well, they lose A main in the process. Hobbit gonna catch that push. 5-7 kill from Wow,
that's wild.
But now they have to worry about long 2 though.
Falls down on the box.
Or for main.
Players losing vision. Good thing they have Donut. It's all they've got going for them. Sin comes through with another pistol kill. That was on CT lane versus Electronic.
Oh, they throw one smoke down. This is gonna scare the T's who think they have to fight into this. They could dive it, and there's a chance that they could stick it as well. Oh, jumping up, come on.
But because it's sat on the side of the box here, Axile maybe gets to keep vision, but the flashbang's fantastic. Perfecto, you got 3 more guys to chew through. 35 bullets, USP's out. He comes off the defuse.
To 10 seconds.
And Perfecto's gonna clean it.
There's no way, no kit. They had all of that, but
Unfortunate.
no kit. So, well, he had a full second to deal with that problem anyway with the USP, and the smoke was coming up. A few things going wrong.
35 bullets, man. I love a 35 bullet rifle.
It helps. It's actually a specific advantage on the anti-eco as well. Perfecto saves the day.
5 seconds. If only they had a kid, would have committed to it. Nice.
That's
this reminds me of One Punch
That's
Man.
a father right there.
Yeah, I don't even know how.
Good job, son.
Stitchers fall out.
Nice. Bingo.
That's a grandfather now.
Oh, sorry, we're getting older. Yeah. You got any dental paste?
Sheila's cheating at bingo again.
Kanye West doesn't have any real teeth.
He hasn't for a while, if
That's
you remember
crazy.
through the wire. I think he got veneers a long time ago.
That's pretty crazy. Ooh, the Zeus. Crimbo, you're cool if he comes from the left. You're done if he comes from the right. But at least the shadow's there. Electronic thinks he's being cheeky.
Oh, that's a damning shadow.
That's
oh,
so this is so good.
Wow, that's so.
Oh, this is CS2 at its best. Or worst, depending on who you ask.
Which
No,
side of the shadow?
that is
Alligator
actually
King
insane.
Perspective you're thinking about.
That is comical. And now if Perfecto thinks it's just Crimbo, guess what? He's got a whole pack of teammates up there in there with him. They're going to try to spice out mid. Oh.
Why did the bomb just stay out there? Oh, Hobbit.
But Axel wins this.
Apart at the
Wow! Sin with the double tap.
Another robber.
Wow, Crimbo has the play and the massive ass read. I would have gone for the knife personally, but I understand why he just goes for the pistol kill instead. But damn. Morality of getting knifed in that situation.
Nice.
Oh, there are some nice pistol shots being hit right here, but like,
dude, I can't believe the shadow gave way for Crimbo to creep
that
forward.
was cool. That was cool. That was pretty sick. The way he padded it too.
Game on, baby.
You make your bed.
And that's because he's playing with high settings on.
On their map pick.
It's painful to watch people hard grief like that. Oh, it's not good. Players.
The higher quality, it's weird because you can play low res high quality and not notice too significant a difference. But as soon as you play like, when you're playing high res low quality, it's not as bad with like how it almost feels like you're watching like playing through a TV. Like it has there's like a graininess and your pixels become harder to identify. But when you do low res low settings, that shit becomes so clear as day. Maybe if you're also doing like lower video scale. I don't know if they have video scale in CSGO. I don't think there is actually. But it's like if you're abusing the video scale for like Fortnite or something, sometimes it just becomes too pixelated. And that's how this game gets when you're playing on low settings. So when you're at these LAN tournaments where your PCs are godly, yeah, bro, play high settings because it gives you more advantage. Even those shadows, little things. I would never see those shadows.
Might be a hard one to read.
Process stuck on the back lane.
Man, have those
no
great.
one in an interesting position here from the
Great
CT
fruit.
side besides Crimbo.
But they kept so much utility from
Body
earlier
butter.
on that they could definitely make
Some
this
bullshit
difficult
butter.
for Process to stop.
It's like it's like a bunch of
The bomb
fucking
doesn't seem to be rushing into the site for a plant.
chemicals.
Gotta get it going.
But
His
it smells
hesitation has
beautiful.
allowed for Crimbo
Has
to now
essential
get
oils
out
of
ramp at a
grapefruit.
position
Shit
that
is so
this
nice.
could have been an easy guaranteed bomb plant.
And goodbye.
And Crimbo's gonna come through with the deciding factor. A chase back and a death as well. Board gets swept and big tie at 8.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one by Crimbo right there. Perfectly played. Cloud9 were wondering, what is it that Big are trying to do right now? Giving us cave, giving us the site, giving us so much space. But they had a master plan.
I didn't even realize what was happening again this round, to be fair.
Little flick of the wrist.
Yeah. Electronic not having a great day form-wise.
Nope.
5 and 11, Oh, Crimbo.
Nothing.
This is what you love to see from the German scene, guys.
Just kidding. They wanted that to happen. They wanted to get into that gun round as fast as possible. They got no business playing with pistols. Let's go, Cloud9. C9 we're sitting on a 6-1 lead. They have won both pistols. They have converted each pistol for 2 rounds.
They also won 2 like miraculous retake, like push aside the rounds that they maybe could have won.
Yep.
That when it was 6-2, they won 2 miraculous, unwinnable rounds to kick off the map, like the first two rounds in the first place. So you could say that their lead was relatively hollow to begin with. Maybe there was some want some chance that there was going to be a comeback into the half, regardless of like the way it happened. It was just a crazy half back and forth.
Oh no.
There's been a good evolution of these kind of post-round, you know, bumps. I noticed Snacks has been giving full-blown handshakes in between rounds.
Full round handshake.
Just shaking hands.
So when it's a really good round, I think that would hit different.
That is professionalism.
Ooh, Boomich has got their attentions big time.
Yep.
They think it's a beast.
They could
A
slip
default.
into A right now. It's only Crimbo between Cloud9 and the A site.
They're going through it.
That smoke, not a solid wall. Crimbo pressed in. Montu actually comes out. That's from
they don't
CT
smoke.
spawn.
They don't smoke it.
And Montu's going to pick up a second kill. He'll finally die, but this pack of CTs is...
Oh, the double need!
Sets himself up. Boomich comes out, and Crimbo buys all the time
That's
he
perfect,
needs.
though.
10 on the board for big.
That's perfect still. What a great
Touch the sky,
recovery round.
baby. That's hell of a round from the perspective of fragging. Montu and Crimbo, high output right now on Ancient. That was nicely done.
That was
Cloud9
amazing
were going
round.
through with a very low telegraph play into the A site, so of course the CT smoke's not going to come out. That would take some time and would go high and over. They didn't want to alarm anybody, but they still either needed to trade or stay out of view of CT.
Yes.
They were going to cross, and they didn't. So Big got to be very happy because they completely bid on this fake that Boomich was selling all by himself with a trench coat back in spawn, throwing all these grenades out like, yeah, I'm 5 people. I'm 5 people, come here. You're winning B control. You guys are doing so good. Yeah, keep pushing. And then all of a sudden, Crimbo's like, I need some help. Matchu's like, okay, got you, bro. 2 kills, round 1.
What more can I say, man? Yep.
That's why I'm the color caster, man.
Great summary, man. But you didn't talk about that sick Axile frag grenade in Donut that blew up at 2 people's feet.
That was tight.
That was a cool double kill. Almost got him back, but with no eyes on Crimbo, he just slams it out Temple. And we have Big 3 rounds away from a map 1 win versus Pistols here in this one. Cloud9, what was a very hot start to this opening map. Spiritually, they lost control of this game after that missed op shot.
There was something there. Tilt.
The magic.
That's what it was.
You know, magic
I
only
think it's
exists.
It's just a sign that, yeah, it
Magic only exists as long as you believe.
And it's also something you need to pay attention to because it was magic, right? If it had a voice, it would say, get an upper. Upper.
Sign Monacy. Sign Monacy. Call simple. Incendiary into the cave. Ooh, they choose to go in.
Oh.
We said quiet game from Electronic. Undeniably. That is his 6th frag of the map. But it comes at a very interesting time of the game. With a very open bomb site, seemingly Axile peppering the smoke off the Tech 9. We talked about Cloud9's retakes all night long earlier this week. And now it is Big with a chance to rob this one back. 1 in 4 chance that they make this happen.
No flash for Axile, so he's going to have to go Jason Statham mode again.
M4's got a fresh magazine. They've got a few flashbangs to throw out.
Oh,
but
he does.
Axile peeks in with the Tech 9, and these Tech 9s have absolutely murdered Big here in round 19. There's still a kit in play on Montu. Montu and Crimbo, those who dominated the A site last round, are going to just watch as this one slips by. And sure enough, Cloud9 take a 9th.
Yeah, and Hobbit, I mean, seems like he might run literally into a free gun. That's actually all 5 dead. Shout out to Axile for those Tech 9 kills.
Wow.
Looking sharp. He's a 2-way player now, not just CT side,
And
but
this
also the
kickoff
T side. Yeah,
of Electronic.
That's tough. It's these $500 pistols, man, going crazy.
Going nuts. This gun is nuts. Right back. Good. Make this game tighter. Crank the stress to a 10.
The double molly into the smoke, and Crimbo's getting aggressive.
Ooh, what a gap.
Wow, nobody can see each other.
Yeah, not
Wow.
even a shot back. They could not see a thing.
Ooh, that was such a golden opportunity, but just off the
And
mark.
the
Crimbo's actually
flash.
still floating
Oh,
around
but
that
it doesn't
side.
work. But Boomich still gets the kill. Process is in position though.
Could this timing catch them off? He finds Hobbit, but they've already lost Cave. Crimbo's still sitting over an elbow. Another smoke. They want this mid control.
They do, but do they have the right to take it without Cave? We'll see. The CTs, I think the T's can precipitate that they're going to have to peel back a little bit. Montu going to add a layer of pressure. This could be the move. He's got to be very careful on the approach.
Yes!
Oh, Perfecto actually
Good
wants to
pick,
draw
good
him
timing.
out,
But they don't know
Montu's just
about
fast
Boomich in
enough.
this situation, I think.
be that close,
Nope,
thinking he
they're
had a
worried
little
about him.
room
They
to
still
go
know
for
that
the
he's in
lane
cave
fight.
control. Yeah, they're gonna have to
concerned
flash
that there was
out. I
somebody
know Trunk's
knocking on
gonna
his
flash
door.
out before he peeks Montu.
Montu blinded, a real chance, but Electronic can soften him up and do no more. That's gonna start pushing Boomich forward. They know the Opper's at least on the front of the site.
So my question is, how does
Tucks in.
Thompson get to react?
And if they can
Do you
flush
guys
them
just
into
just
Cave,
play in the cubby, and
or
then
at
that
least
way?
into the back lane, then there's a chance Cloud9 could put this bomb down. Molotov in
Who
sight,
threw that
finds
molly?
no
Was that
contact.
Thompson?
But this op is just Cloud9 could put them into
No.
bomb Boomich to present himself. He smokes off lane.
Double
It's a long
cave,
wait for Exile to
and
come
this
up
is
that
about to
ramp, and the
be
next
isolation.
Molotov's placed
Oh,
perfectly.
massive isolation.
Taps
Taps in, gets it.
One down,
Montu
one
gets the
Montu's
recovery.
got the other. 12 seconds. Electronic, quiet game, comes out with a real chance at impact, but he's gonna have to go for the bomb plant. And nobody's gonna chase him right away. Spam through the wall. His job here's done. No chance at the round. No
Great
chance to
stuff.
keep
How much
Big
is the
off.
money? How
Spam
much
through
is
the
their
wall.
economy?
His job here's done. No
Okay. Hobbit's gonna be able to drop a few AKs unless they want to go for just a pistol save. No, you'd have to commit to this because that's your play for match
in
point.
front of the smoke with his fresh smoke as well.
Check HLTV real quick to see how many
Montu with key impact.
rounds they've lost in
and
a
Montu,
row.
he's been great with
So they
both
should
the
be
rifle and the
making
op on this map.
1,400 here.
It was the rifling
For-
all throughout the first half into the
for
op now in the
Cloud9?
second.
We said if he
Or
could
1900
somehow
in this
start
next
this series
round.
the same way he finished
Oh
versus
my
Heroic, that they
goodness.
would have
Oh
a
my,
chance.
man.
Well, that scoreline
Yeah, okay,
indicative
Hobbit
of the
drops
heat he brought to the
3
server last
Galils.
evening. 24 frags and sitting pretty on the big green. This time Cloud9 do get into mid. We thought about how much we saw Crimbo and Process pushing down middle in the last round. Well, this time Cloud9 get in there quick. But we've got this two-pronged pinch between Montu and Tabson. Will they succeed? Will they get a chance? They lose Red Room, but there's a third player here. Pressure on Process alone. Then they go back.
Oh my god,
towards
Montu.
Donut. Montu's got support on
With the
this side.
recovery. I don't think they're ready for
Swept away.
this.
They will not expect
Yeah,
that
Crimbo
second
gets the
player.
one piece.
Give it a
Perfect.
chance. Process
Crozus!
double kill. From top mid, he goes in. Just that he had fallen back. Perfecto.
I didn't believe.
And
Oh,
it's a headshot,
but
they
this
smoked off
isn't
bomb.
Wait, with a
over.
free smoke, and they know Process was here. But the thing is, he could route around. Does he push through? It's the op again, and a miss. Get an upper.
2 missed chances from
I didn't believe that they were
2
going to get
rounds on the
match
board
point,
and
let
a
alone that
big
they were going to get
and
the
a
map.
locked
I
in
thought it was going to
12.
be a 2-0, but no.
Oof, that's gotta hurt.
I ate my words.
That deagle shot was so nice.
Man, this round had everything from everyone. Clean 2K out of Process. Nice positioning for the support as well in Donut. Crimbo just stuck along
Perfect.
the wall.
Perfect momentum to just head into the second half.
3 map
Or into
points here
the
for
second
Big to
map.
put Cloud9
I
on
don't
the back
think,
foot.
yeah, I don't think Cloud9 gets this. They have to pull out, like, something out their wazoo right
It
now.
wouldn't be the first underdog today to push
The craziest
favorite.
strat out their wazoo. And the way that they're split up right now, I think they're just trying to get picked so that they can isolate.
Cloud9
I would never
shaking
stress a
their
VP
boots.
was in a situation like this personally,
Deagle
but
into
you know,
Tech 9. Montu,
Cloud9's a different
25
answer.
kills deep and looking for more. Easy pick up on
so
Axile.
clean, out of there.
Beautiful dive back. The tethering
The
between
Montu
Crimbo
Crimbo
and
hold
Montu.
on
They
A
did a
has been
duel.
actually impressive.
It's not going to be Tabson. In a rough month
The
for
donut
Tabson,
fights,
2
the mid
stars
fight,
need to
like the
arise.
donut to mid
Montu
fights, the
and
donut
Crimbo
holds, the way that
stepping
Crimbo
forth.
has alternative positions with CT and Temple. It's just really nice. And look at that, get the 2 picks and you just immediately put all 3, 4 towards B.
We say potentially, but I mean it with certainty. A desperate spot as Perfecto's gonna go for the plant. They've got every grenade in the world for this retake. Perfecto doesn't even have a primary. He won't even make it back to cave. Hobbit loses 86 health in this first fight, and a team who is on the brink of elimination last night versus Heroic opens up against Cloud9 like it's nothing. Down 6-1 at the start of this opening map. Big bounce back, and they do it with conviction.
The look of shock on Cloud9's faces because the underdogs have done it. It was not an easy 2-0. Big has claimed the first map in this face-off. And what an impressive performance from them, considering what we saw last night against Heroic. When we take a look now, this Big is revitalized. They're looking so positive, and maybe Perfecto jinxed it a little bit in his interview with Banks before this. He said Tapson's style of play was so easy to read, that he was quite rigid in how he did things, and they had his number. They did not have his number, Babski.
No, they surely have used a lot of anti-strat for the side of Big coming in, because there was no option to pick the vertigo. They knew exactly what they were gonna get, and they didn't get prepared for it. I'm kind of surprised to see Cloud9, even though a lot of the clutches went their way, they still lost relatively hard.
How?
Yeah, I would look into the likes of Manto and Crimbo. I think those two are the difference when Big are good and when they're bad. We even spoke about before the game that we would like to see Manto take a bit more responsibility over the games, and we surely saw that. Even if it wasn't with the AWP all the time, I still think he was in the game, he was taking the duels, he also won that very important clutch to break the momentum. So I think he's just the player that they need, but he's not always there.
Yesterday, you questioned Manto in this lineup, and you said you weren't so sure about the decision to have him. Changing your mind a little bit, maybe?
I think Manto's a great player. I think he deserves to be on this roster. It's the sole thing that he doesn't speak German. That doesn't make me understand why he's on this roster, because you also have Sin and Prosos who are German. Like, we had Hyped in at a period. I also think that Hyped had these sorts of maps where he would kill a couple of people and actually make an impact, but I guess they think it's worth to speak English for the likes of Manto, and especially when he kills 26 people.
I was about to say, I mean, is there a German player that you think could replace Manto right now? Because he's looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Surson. I think people call him a little bit of an online. I also think he was, but he also delivered some good results for Big. I remember that lineup with Centaurus and Surson in the online period. It was really, really good at times. They weren't really able to transfer it to LAN, but over time, maybe.
I think another player on the Big lineup that I'm always impressed by, and one that I think some people were surprised. We found out in December that he'd re-signed with Big on a multi-year deal. A lot of people presumed maybe he would start looking elsewhere for a bigger team or a bigger organization, and that's Crimbo. He's loyal to this roster, and he's loyal in the server, putting on another epic performance. He does a lot to make sure that Big can punch above their weight.
Yeah, the guy has a filthy deagle. Like, he's one of the headshots machines from Germany, and I kind of sad that he re-signed, because I want to look above this result. Even though it's a good start for Big, they failed the major. A guy like Crimbo deserves to be at the major. We've seen the same quote-unquote issue with Tapson re-signing with Big, even though there was potential other approaches to get his signature. But for now, we're still going to have to see those two rocking out in the Big jerseys.
This is the thing about the lineup. We said it in the pre-show, we'll say it now. They do punch above their weight. For some absurd reason, Big qualifying for the RMRs didn't happen. It looked a bit dismal. They come here, it's not looking so great, and then when their backs are up against the wall, they just come out swinging. It's something they can do. Now the question is how do they take that and continue to do it, because there is this inconsistency with them.
Yeah, and it falls flat on the thing that they don't have enough firepower. Like, when Manto and Crimbo plays well, they win games. And because the tactical aspect is pretty good often, when they had a long break, I also think they're very much better because they come with a lot of new stuff. But for when we get to the mid-season periods, I always get disappointed with Big, because people figure them out and they don't have enough quality in terms of the server when it comes to simply aim duels.
They were able to get Cloud9's number. What do you think it was that they saw in Cloud9 that they felt that they could abuse a little bit, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to take a dive into Exile. I think it's absolutely crazy that we're sitting here talking about a player who was number 4 in 2022, I think, and now he's sitting on the server struggling in a new season against a team where
My
he would normally
goodness,
just
we're really not going to see anything for another month and a half, bro. I can see Valve releasing a gameplay update such as an operation to get some hype going into the major. Maybe make an incentive to watch through the Go TV or the CS2 TV system, so that we can probably get, like, you know, drops again, like the OG way, because they kind of stopped that during the RMR. But I'm curious to see what they'll do. Twisted Minds is playing.
Do you think it's just the system that he's in? Maybe the role that he's been placed in with this team, it's just not working.
When does the PGL major officially start, though?
I think he was super innovative back in the day. I can remember him and Nafany taking space equally at the map back in the days when we were talking Vertigo and so on. But it's kind of fallen out of place.
The play-in is the end of January till February 2nd.
He's not the type of player we saw once.
So we saw Cloud9 3 maps yesterday. We're seeing them again today.
And then it's from February 3rd to the 11th.
You heard Scorny and Launders joking about it. It's a conversation that happens all of the time. Do they need an AWP, Babs?
At some point, yes. Because I think it's a little bit of a joke to say that the AWP isn't good in CS2. We still see many players figuring it out.
Okay.
Sunpeus one today played really well. I also think Saiwu and Monesi is also delivering with the AWP. So it's just about a time before they realize that there's going to be a good opportunity. I guess the opportunity is not there yet, and they're therefore waiting.
So the one thing Babsky hates to do is delve into gossip, and try and see the future. So we're gonna do that.
That's right.
If you were to choose an AWPer for Cloud9, and don't say simple because everyone says simple, but if you had to choose an AWPer, who would you be putting on the Cloud9 roster?
I would look into the names of Icy. I think he's a really good player. He also won against Astralis in the RMR qualifier. I think a name like Wrinkle is also one I'm looking at. Sorted as well. Frost. I think there's plenty of opportunities, and with the amount of cash these
But I Am Katowice isn't the PGL major, so we still have RMRs going on throughout February for most teams. 16 for Europe, and okay, so 16 teams for both Europe, or is this a mix of all regions? No, this is Europe, so it's probably like EU1, EU2. And then decided for the, oh my god, there's so much RMR shit, bro. I hate the system. I really do hate the system. I'm really just trying to understand where this happens. So you have Europe going early in the RMR, or doing close qualifier RMR, and then March, 1st of March, you're starting the NA RMR. Or, well, by NA, I mean like North America, South America, RMR. And then not even like 2 weeks, what's that? When does it officially end? The 4th, March 4th. So you get basically 13 days to reset, practice. You don't even get 13 days. Holy shit, is this online? Okay, so that's the benefit for, because this NA RMR, the Blast Showdown, and that's what they were talking about. I didn't really comprehend that. Blast Showdown is a week before the major opening stage, but 2 days before the Blast Spring Showdown starts is the end. Like, you have a 2-day gap between the RMR NA qualifiers and them having to to basically travel to Denmark so that they can like boot camp while competing in the Blast Spring Showdown. It's hectic, bro. It's a lot of anxiety. It's not even like bad anxiety. It's just like, bro, there's so much. When the season's in like when the season's in full, bro, like, yo, shit just never is ending. there's always more competitions to compete at. And that's the whole thing. It's like, for me, for a team like, or well, for me, supporting a team like Complexity, is this Blast Spring Showdown? Yeah, supporting a team like Complexity is going to be insane because these guys are going to have to go through so much in this next month and a half. Like, forget about January. January is basically over. Starting February 3rd. Are you in from January 31st? What is this? I am Katowice play-in. Are you in Katowice? Okay, yeah, you are. You already qualified for Katowice. Hold on, I'm just trying to understand. Team Liquid's not at all going to be in Katowice? That's crazy. Okay, so if you're a Complexity fan right now, you say...
Is this a team that you think is scary at all? Is this a team you need to worry about?
I don't know. In my history, all time we win big from Navi, and I think we play Cloud9 as well. It's a bit, yeah, Chandler pick. So it's a good team, but we know how play because he have just not default rounds, but it's not without freedom. I don't know how to say. Like it's all time just taps and call it. Yes, all time calling. So if you destroys these defaults, you can win the round. So we know how it's played. So we try to play like this.
Alrighty. Pretty fair because, Taps In and Gabi have definitely a system that they are trying to implement, and that is thorough. But anyways, you have this is Complexity out. I'm pretty sure they are out. Yeah, so they're out. They're waiting for Spring Showdown. Goodbye to January. That's space 4 days. No, 5 days, 4 or 5 days. But you have till the 2nd, so technically you have a full week. Yeah, you're not in this. So you have a full week until you, like 6 days until you head into February. Starting February, you have 8 days from now a tournament in Poland in which you're facing the potential of Navi. I don't know who these other people are going to be for the play-in, but the potential for Navi, and then FaZe or Falcons. And I think you can beat Falcons. I think that's a fair assessment. You could also beat FaZe, especially with like the recent form that FaZe has been in. I feel like it's a lot more a lot higher potential for Complexity, but you're starting yourself on an early bridge that's going to be way too hard to compete for, and that's assuming that you're not qualifying into these lower brackets. That's assuming that you get a few days of rest. But how long is this? So then we do group, and then it goes into single elimination on the 9th. So you get 3 days rest from qualifying. And yeah, okay, so Loris just goes straight into qualifying, and then you got that. So yeah, you have yourself about 3 days of qualifying before you start into this next, or into the playoffs. And nonetheless, that's going to be, oh my gosh, 8 days. Head into an 8-day tournament circuit. Then you're jumping, Jesus Christ, February 11th to March 1st. What are we looking at? 2 weeks? You're looking at like 12 days, if I'm not mistaken. You're looking at a 12-day gap that you're going to start boot camping in Mexico so that you can play for the NA region RMR. That's going to be a 3-day event, 2-day travel into Denmark so that you can play for another 4 days of online qualifiers. take a 7-day break to boot camp in between the qualifiers, scrims, and then opening stage RMR. Because God help me if you don't make it out of this. If you do not make it out of this, then there's no reason for me to support you.
In other relationships, be like, right, well, he's the one we want to try this with.
When you think
That's
about
just
the
how
team
I see
coming
it.
together, when the
Anyways,
you
in
really
terms of this
need
series, Cloud9 versus Big, shit,
and
man.
Electronic to come into this squad. I don't think that just bringing
What's
in Arcos
the
as
next
a really
map?
unproven entity
I'm about to see it now, but I'm just curious for what overtime is too. It's Anubis here, Ancient Anubis, and Overpass. This is like the most gritty of gritty maps. Map picks that we have for this the series. I love all 3 maps, but Big actually has a good Anubis. I cannot complain. Oh, the flash though. The triple setup, good stuff from Montu and Sin to get the 2 for 1.
Our GG bet odds here have Cloud9 still favorites.
Well, the 3 for 1, but you know,
margin, coming into
2 players compared to 1 player dying. 2 players getting picked compared to the 1 person getting picked is what I meant to say. And now it's gonna head into a 1v4 situation. Okay, I like that mid execute. I think that flash came from. I don't think that was a T-side flash. That looked like it was CT side. Oh my gosh, this is my spot. That looked like it was CT side. No, okay, so it was a Sin flash. No, that was. What did he smoke? Where did this flash come from? Was that a Crimble flash? That was a Crimble flash outside rug to take over that. Holy shit, man. That's good, folk. Like, that's just great teamwork. No sound cue can be given, nothing. Okay, so now we're gonna go with the 5 out. What does Tronic have? A nice little flashbang, but all starter pistols.
For 4 episodes.
It really is just like the ultimate.
It's the longest yeah boy ever.
Yeah, it's
for like
the biggest
months.
It's like when like elementary school kids want to fight each other, but it's like, no, you punch first and I'll kick your ass. No, you punch first. Yeah. That's Dragon Ball Z. I'm gonna freaking hit you with this thing. And then Krillin gets cut in half.
That was brutal.
That was brutal. As a child, that actually scarred me a little bit.
I didn't realize that.
It's when you go back and rewatch it as an adult, you're like, oh, Master Roshi is a sex offender. People are getting chopped in half.
Yeah, was that show for kids?
And my parents just let me watch this. Because it was just a cartoon, they said.
It always came on at the same time as
Hey man, the 90s was a different era. How honey, I'm home. How honey, I'm home.
I did learn it.
How Honey, I'm Home is a British sitcom produced in the 90s, which was canceled. It centers on Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. When you have Hitler as your starring character, that's when you know your show's going off the rails.
You can do beatboxing. I got these beatboxing, baby. Yeah, you got the pipes. Beatboxing is
a British comedy show
I mean, it's a thing.
where Hitler is the protagonist.
Instrument, I guess. So then I guess that counts. That's a stretch. Organic instrument.
Like, you can't make shit like this up, bro. Oh, the boost, the double boost. Yeah, but I think Boomage gets 2 here. No, he misses the. That's so unfortunate that the Nathan misses and Tabson's able to get the 2. I think they can go B here. They're gonna commit to A.
That was a clothesline. I actually, when they said there were slight, that Cloud9
Yeah, I don't think Montu's ready for the smoke or for him here.
Are they slight favorites in this map?
I think it was like 1.8.
Tabson's holding.
Really that close.
Now they're like where they were at before the break when they were actually doing very well, trending up perfectly before the RMR.
All the online events ahead of the closed qualifier were excellent for Big. They were taking names. They were stomping from Tapson to Crimbo to Montu.
And I want to give
that is a fact
between Tapson and Gabi for being so emphatic throughout all of the rounds that were so horrible, all the downturns, trying to collect as much energy and manifest it at every single juncture whenever they could.
Whenever they could. That's one thing that, you know, is so true about Gabi and Tapson. The energy and the like that passion can be volatile. Wow. What a quick nade molly setup. That passion can be volatile at times, but when you feel the momentum shift and that energy change, bro, that Jalen Brown tweet, bro, the energy is about to change, bro, and like it takes one round. It takes one round.
Like Big showed up and they're wasting no time to play this opening bout on Anubis.
Also, like X Factor kills are really important, especially when a team like Cloud9 has so much individual level, and they're getting X Factor kills. And also, credit to Sin for really having great aim in some spots. I think he has positionally like some things to work on. Definitely, he can show his inexperience, but aim-wise, he's been keeping up.
Nothing here. Barely any damage coming out of Cloud9. So Big are going to have a nice, strong, momentous start to the T side of Anubis. A map that we definitely know they can play. I'm not surprised.
They're playing it all the time these days.
Not surprised that Cloud9 are allowed to take this pick.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They know, it's like death taxes and Cloud9 picking Anubis in every single series, no matter what. So
put some extra cushion towards my lower back. Make it a little bit easier.
In terms of the big hype train off of the Ancient upset, that's great. The Anubis start, that's strong. But yesterday versus Heroic, when we got into the last half of that map, we had some crazy decisions across the board from Big.
Coca-Cola
was doing some funny
jumping
stuff.
through smokes with bombs in his hands,
Absolutely.
being exposed to people. We had
it was Crimbo and it was Crimbo and Montu who were making up for that.
But like almost like
I'm not expecting that though. Again, that was pretty weird.
I know, but like but it also kind of came out of nowhere. So it's
it's
like
true.
I'm cautious. I'm cautious to just get fully aboard this big hype train.
True.
It looks fantastic. All these things we're praising, the Montu Crimbo two-man army that took over Ancient, Tapson looking good, the clean calls that we've already had in the first gun round, the 4-0 start. We're leading up to a Cloud9 2-0 loss.
We
Only
are
4 rounds in, but I haven't seen anything inspiring from this Cloud9 squad since Perfecto missed that first op shot.
Yeah. That is true. There's a merit to that, but
I don't see Groove pulling a Gob B. When Gob B saw his team down 6 rounds,
2-1.
fired.
I don't remember who Big was facing yesterday, but that shit was 10-1, or on day 1, but that shit was 10-1. No, it was Heroic. It was Heroic on day 1. Let's see if I can find this real quick. Who are they facing day 1? Heroic versus Big. Heroic versus Cloud9. That was a 10-1 odds. That shit was insane. But 2-1 versus Big, down 1 in the series.
2 best of 3s in 2023 between these organizations. Cloud9 win both. Each of them online. Here on land.
Man, they dealt with that so perfectly. They got Boomich off the angle. They knew Electronic was behind the door. It's the ideal tactic right now. And an idyllic situation overall for Big as they're up 5v4, 4-0 in rounds. 1 bridge, have the CTs guessing, pulling out of their sights blind. Walking it back into a situation, they've done this before. They do this rotation, and they didn't work on mid at the same time in Canals. So now they have sort of the weakest kind of split. This is a round that allowed Heroic to win when they were disfavored.
This literal bomb site is the one that, in all that chaos, Tapson comes running and throws away the round. So
I'll have to see.
This is a very near mirrored image to what we saw problematically. And with no smoke in front of the long cross, they're down to 12 seconds. They still have to get past Hobbit. It's a second kill to hold them back. You need to get that bomb in. You need to plant it, and they will with a second to spare.
Great stuff,
That was ambitious because they don't smoke that cross. Now that cross can help you guarantee the bomb plant, but you know you're going to have to take way more fights there are situations like that, like dust too long, for example. If you don't smoke and you fight into CT spawn, or you smoke deeper so that you can take certain fights, that can be a strategy on purpose, right? We see that Big don't like to have that smoke go through. And last time they played against Heroic, Tapson was, there had to be something to it. You know, he was jumping through it for probably because they have bad rounds where they got spammed from behind the smoke, or the CTs used it against them. So it helps them win the round a little bit early. 5-0 on fire.
Dude,
versus almost nothing. I mean, last map we had Electronic had a bad map. Axile was one of the only good things. Perfecto was individual. He's been good. Individually, he's been great, actually. It's just, but then the opping, that round from Hobbit versus the anti-eco, that was not a good look.
And it looks even worse when the counter-opper is playing this well. Montu 11-1 out of the gate. Easy cleanup. Taps it in. Montu.
Great stuff from Montu. I just had a fucking random voicemail. Some bullshit.
Wow.
Another banging map.
This is a Big that believes in itself.
That's good. Me too.
Do not let off the throttle. We saw some of the better opping out of Boomich on this map particularly. But he may very well have his hands full, because we know what Crimbo can get up to as like the solo long A player as a T and as a CT.
He's great both sides on this, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those spots that I think Crimbo really does stamp his name.
Yeah, this is one of the spots where he's one of the best in the world. When people have memories of like, oh, Crimbo playing well, it's like Anubis, anchoring, lurking,
clutching. Smokes by a little time for Cloud9 to breathe, but they're running out of utility now. Incendiary's all they have left. Exile sees nothing. Bomb is currently floating outside of the B site. Soon, Crimbo will have a chance to take a glimpse into A if he chooses to. Just remember that op is stationed over there. Axile currently sitting on camera.
This is a pretty good push-pull. And they get the late bridge. Well, they distracted the CTs a little bit.
One Molotov on Hobbit and a flash on Axile. That is all that holds Big back.
Yeah, we're getting to the point of the round where commitments must be made.
It's looking like a V-split.
Yeah, but they actually have so many choke points under attack this time around.
That last molly comes down exactly when they need it. It's going to be down to the wire again.
Not doing anything.
Majority of Cloud9 not here where the bomb is inbound. Perfecto tucked in the corner. Hobbit, same thing back plat. 10 seconds. They've got to get going. And if Hobbit doesn't swing, he could just go to try and stop the plant. You better hope someone's on it. Down to the wire again. Sin, he gets it. A single second left and the trades go back. Look at that kill feed. Sin, he doesn't know where or when. Boomich lands the shot.
Whew. Wow, they took way too long to get that together and did not have any of the utility, even though they had that full split coming in. Like, there was no molly to clear things out. They had dark control, so that was really late organization. I think they're actually quite lucky to have even gotten the trades down to that point. That's Cloud9 doing absolutely nothing and burning off so much time on the clock. But look at the open lines here between Perfecto, his teammates rotating in, and Boomich finally. There's no resistance at all. So, I mean, they once again wanted to fight. This time, no smokes at all. That wasn't even a real execute. And it was because they got back to the front of main way too late. Everything else looked good. It was like that round plus 10 seconds, and they have something going for them. Calling needs to be sharper. Right? They need to be more organized behind the calls if the calling was sharper. The last time Gob got into the mix, talking to them, they ran the exact same round, sharper, and won.
Yep. And never looked back.
It was the cave split on an Ancient.
It's right in the middle of that 5-round streak.
And as for Cloud9, there are these rounds where they just look suddenly timid. No CT options in play. They seize up almost. It's like They play so fluidly sometimes, and then sometimes they do absolutely nothing, look vanilla, play slowly, and eventually get constricted and lose. With players like that, you don't really want to do it. It's a waste of talent to have everybody hold passive, normal angles. Life's too short. And they will once again give up the entirety of bridge.
Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom soon. I ain't gonna cap. It's a little hard to concentrate.
Along with a rifle.
Oh, the 60 damage. Oh! And I think Hobbit might get.
Now it's only Boomich.
Boomich can't move a muscle. He's got the op in this spot, and
No.
now he's got his attention turned to camera.
Oh my goodness. Hobbit needs to do something out of this E-box room. He's gonna double it with Perfecto. Boomich, yeah, he's gonna start to double it with Perfecto and push out as soon as that happens. And I think Prosus is gonna get caught here.
But now they can come up through main. Surely Prosus can take this bomb
Just
in.
go.
Yeah,
he stays here and gets caught. I mean, this round could fall flat.
It's literally sticking around.
Is he worried that there's 3 on A and that somebody could be here on long?
Well, it doesn't matter. He has teammates in the site.
Yeah, he was just waiting for site to be cleared.
A little scary there. But, wow.
Yeah, no, he had a good angle. I think Perfecto was just there for a faster repeat off of the first kill on Hobbit. He drops bomb.
A little scary that
The Prosus just was comfortable.
But he also hit a very clean shot on the flank and then got in.
And now he's pinched. Directly walked into the molly and just gets killed by the op. Nicely gets killed one. Look at Taps and Gavi, he's just going crazy.
Yeah, they did it. They right off the gob call. It's an instant win, just like it was on Ancient.
And what was that? That's their second win? No, that was their 7th. Oh my gosh. So they've already won this half comfortably.
He looked pretty convivial about it, as if he had this direct idea straight from a demo. Relax. Wait, shut the hell up. Sit down. Stay focused. That's funny.
16-2. Montu 16-2, dude.
You can't get shit like that in, in regular sports. Oh my gosh. Sin. And so, the close nade, just make sure nobody's shallow. But, like, look at this. The E-box smoke, the mid smoke.
And I've been saying Montu has nasty mechanics. He needs to get out.
Crimbo's just been abusing A. I love Crimbo on this outside A play, bro. He's just comfortable taking it every time. Same thing from what I was watching in yesterday's game.
I would have been out there pushing every single round, and I see that in some players where it's like, why are you so shy? You're insane.
And now they're committing Hobbit to be the B player.
And that's why he is so good.
Is that player realized he is doing everything that you.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do a bit of a fake here.
Unicorn. That's why he's one of one.
Crimbo steps forward, dies, and offers a gun over to a 4-player A stack.
Good stuff from Boomich.
As he tries to extend
Or from Montu getting Boomich. But Bomb's still outside with Prosus and Montu, and I think Axel gets all this information. I don't think he gets the AK though.
Axel's gonna phase the smoke. AK irretrievable.
No, he gets exposed. Yeah, this is about to be awkward because MP9 with Hobbit. Hobbit gets both.
Because Hobbit comes out with the MP9 frag.
Molly. Oh no, he doesn't use it.
He's got a plant.
It's too slow.
The plant, it's good, but now it's
No.
He can still finish off the bomb. They're both incredibly low. Hobbit, it's a gnarly looking clutch. It's kind of nasty, like an ingrown toenail. It's painful to look at, but he's got here. And with one bullet, he could seal the deal, and we forgive him for it all. Sin, he's got the cover, but Hobbit, he's got the clutch.
That's an insane play to not just do the bounce off, but instead right click it. You know how long that shit takes. but the balls to the wall play allows him. Just allow this man to do it. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Yeah, he must have had an awkward switch out too, because he had the molly in hand, and you want to definitely throw that preemptively. And then the molly,
I don't know,
it still almost killed both of them. So nice try, I guess, but at the same time, he won.
He got the clutch, which is why I said we'd forgive him. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, that one's messy, but that's also, once again, big, really biting off more than they can chew in terms of what they can handle. They're trying to run this default to anti-eco into a site, and it took them more time than there was on the round. You know what I mean? Like,
and these are those kinds of like
it was 15 seconds they had it gone. There needs to be some fundamentals that they understand. If they pass a point, that's at worst case you are going into pistols to trade.
It's flashes of the scary rounds that happened against Heroic. Different types of them, but it's still just these panicky, scrambly moments. Not to take anything away from this excellent T side so far, but they've left the door open and Cloud9 in with guns. Their T side awaits. Cloud9 wouldn't be the first team to run it back T side Anubis. How do Big dismantle this one?
Oh, good. Molly.
They flush Hobbit out of dark at least in process.
Oh, but you give yourself up. Oh, but Boomage misses, and Boomage dies. Perfecto and Hobbit is still around, and that's a good combo that you want, but Perfecto gets dropped without anything, and taps is low. But this is just unfortunate. Perfecto is not going to, or Electronics wouldn't be able to get anything, and he's going to have to give up after he gets mollied off. Axile and Electronic just forced to save. Oh, I forgot to change the title way back. We're still on the FaZe Gamer Legion shit.
Well, that was a great sight hit. It was much faster. It still used more than one choke point. They got some nades out. And they didn't lose a single trade. Big seem to have it all right now. And maybe there's some nerves in there. There's still late rounds and mistakes being made, but Cloud9 have made mistakes. There's actually not a single team in this group that hasn't actually struggled with either the clock, their own individual level, really awkward rounds. And I think it's because the fact is, this is the group that you can get out of. You get into this group, you go, okay, I have a chance, you know? It's the beginning of the year, people aren't perfect. There's a chance I can make it to the spring final without going to the showdown. And that can definitely cause some nerves.
Have to be sweet revenge for Big over Virtus Pro if they manage to finish off Cloud9 here now. That was a 2-0 series to start their land.
Oh, but the off pick on Montu against Boomage. Wow.
Taps and follows the Axile.
And the under pick too. Oh. But Perfecto and Hobbit still get the one. And even with all that said, there's no real control that Big has in this map. Perfecto still has mid. I don't think he needs to give it up until at least 20 seconds. And they're already rotating A, so I think they're kind of getting a sense for this call. Montu probably gonna start slow rotate. Right now, it's just about getting this Perfecto or Electronic pick. I always mix up Perfecto and Electronic, man.
Axile has 2 kills to his name as he's going to have to hold middle by the looks of things. Montu switching over to the AK, just as capable with that.
Oh no. Perfect timing, or like, just a good setup for Big right there. And it's just a slow disintegration. Prozeus has just been holding outside A, making sure there's no aggression. Now Sin and Taps are going to just slowly integrate themselves onto B site. Easy money for them.
On its merry way. Right? He can make it, right? Ow.
They really just they make a meal of it every single time. If one kill happened on the way here,
bro,
honestly, just keep that bomb out and start trusting people because, like,
I mean, dude, like, did you need to throw that smoke? You got a few seconds to spare, but
yeah, as a
stop it.
Okay,
round win's a round win. 9 at least.
Like better off versus full guns, honestly.
He like went back. He's like running downstairs.
Yeah, actually, don't give him the bomb.
Should I go
honestly,
long? Should I go ramp? Maybe mid. Like, bro, just go. Get running. Get it going. Who am I to criticize? Big, clean decisions once they slowed this round down. The flashbang towards door to deal with electronic. If they don't save these guns, it's dire straits for Cloud9. But
And they are able to, but I don't think Perfecto's gonna upgrade. Oh.
Hobbit loses the M4 unnecessarily.
Yeah, didn't need to take that fight.
Not at all.
At all.
Oh, great stuff from Montu.
This is another terrible map for Boomich on the op.
Yeah. Yeah, it started out so strong.
Jeez, man. That's insane. Axile, Electronic, and Boomich all colliding for just 7 kills. I mean, we don't talk about kills on this channel. Like, you know, kills aren't the most important thing. As long as you're able to get around so many times, you're seeing people save. It's different on, like, MM and whatever, but, like, in the pro scene, you don't look at the kill stat, the kill feed, in that sense. You're looking at it from a round-to-round situation. How many times are they saving? How many people are surviving? And how many duels are really being taken? But, I mean, shit, bro. At CTs, you're not going to be able to win getting no kills. That's the bare minimum. Like, you can win counting the clock out, but same for T's, right? You just need to get bomb plan. It's so much easier. Oh, but the force here, I think Boomich should get the one before Electronic peaks.
Boomich not wanting middle to fall for free, but there are numbers here on both ends. And the bomb is leading the charge right now. Tapson's got to be careful that he doesn't lose possession of this at 40 seconds.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade. Take that and go. Tapson doesn't want to lose the bomb. And it's a B hit. Hobbit here.
Tapson's going to be late to the party, going long with 9 HP. So we get the scramble out from Temple.
Oh, Perfecto's already on site.
He's here to challenge with a spray on long. Crimbo's softened up.
Crimbo's, oh my gosh.
Crimbo's going to commit to this, no stress. The last round of the half, Cloud9 gunning for a third. As Big have them on the brink of elimination. 2 kills for Axile, comes through, catching Crimbo.
And I tell you, I'm not even scared for Cloud9, even on a 10-2 half. I'm really not that scared for Cloud9. I truly believe that they can win this map.
Hits the flick, the slight adjustment onto Axile. Tapson, sure enough, dies on long. He's going to have to chase this down. Perfecto back on it with just enough time.
Perfecto wins that. 9-3 cash money, bro. I'm telling you, not even like a lick of stress. Right now, understand the wave of Anubis. This is a T-sided map through and through. And then West.
Are you going to get better chances than this one to try and do anything later on?
Fuck, I do not see a world where Big gets pistol. It's so possible. It's such a 50-50, right? But like, you're talking about 2 rounds is all you need. 2 rounds, you get 3, and it just slides itself up.
And now we saw the hunt running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick! He doesn't have the time for the Surely. No, he can't do it, I think. Oh, yes! How is that possible? What an absolutely godlike sequence from Monacy. He doesn't have to move so much. Now, there is a Molotov on Turtle. He's going to throw it. It's not deep enough. Monacy still could have the shot. Oh, and there it is. One of the best clutches we've seen in a long, long time.
That is something special. Flames and Dagster.
Hello.
Hey. Bomb down is scary. Flames
is it me you're looking for?
No.
I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. This is what got me into fucking C9. I will never forget watching this finals. Remember, that was literally the first highlight that I came back to. I was like, what the fuck, Dexter? What the actual fuck? What do you want? I'm good.
No rush, but as that nade's being thrown, ZywOo missed chance. Apex drawn out in with another kill. ZywOo trading
Nothing, because there's no car.
one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed, and a 4th could be had. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Debris, quietly creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver! Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5! An absolute beast! It feels like he gets clutch of the century every week.
Ridiculous. Nice.
Nemeth, gotta be careful. Walks into the shot.
Farlig and Glaive to defend. Early damage. They still haven't seen the position of Glaive, and actually coming up the vents might prevent anything from working out. Config is not letting them have an escape route. It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's gonna find one, finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we've said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Glaive is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
20 kills, 5 deaths on Namartu to lead the charge for Big and put Cloud9 in the guillotine. We've got 10 kills on Tapson. He's the second in place.
You saying you talking like Meat Morph, man?
What a phenomenal night
Meat
for Montu across these 2 maps.
Definitely, yeah. It took 3 maps to warm up.
I don't want to know what a Meat Morph is.
Map 4 and 5 continuing on from heroic.
There was just one character from Phoenix and Ferb that all he said was Meat.
Extremely well.
But he was pretty cool at that.
Oh, yeah.
And also the
What?
rifle in different
Yeah, what do
maps,
you mean, talk?
absolutely.
He was
You wasn't saying meat
21
the whole
and 9
time?
by the end of Ancient. 20 and 5 here, and the sky's the limit. Big on the CT side, 4 rounds away from dispatching of Cloud9 and keeping their run towards London alive. Who would have thought?
He's Polish tonight.
Tapson gets gushed as they cross over, looking like an inevitable bomb plant. Smoke on camera comes in late. It's going to be an awkward retake if they decide to throw it towards him. No kit for this.
Oh yeah, no kit for this is crazy.
For such a passive setup.
Yeah, they're playing retake on that site.
We got 3 Ts inside the storage room. This could go poorly, but Exile.
Oh my God, Exile.
Yeah, gonna pop 2 heads. Take down Tapson, give Cloud9 at least one sigh of relief here to start their T-side endeavor.
That's a nice one. And it'll be a second chance for Exile, who will be playing T-side. Crimbo, we'll have him step up to the plate over here on the A site. That last half had so much to do with B, however. We almost never talked about A except for like the Anti-Ecos.
Where's his wheat? Good.
Good thing that thing's got 20 bullets in it.
Cloud9 focus up, their night can keep going. They have T-side to work with. They just looked almost despondent in that first half. And, you know, moments like when, like, Hobbit just fought in that second to last round when he could have saved. It was like, do you even care anymore? Do you really think you can do this? Or are you checked out a little bit? Is it Big's fervor that is intimidating you? That just makes you feel like it's not your night because they are keeping the energy up and have been through thick and thin.
Crimbo's not going to throw the nade, but instead, Tapson gets naded, and he's going to get nothing in return for that.
Counter nade to the one that he used to kill Exile. But Perfecto at a safe distance.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Looking like they want to charge through. Smoke not going to deter them.
Wow, what a great push out, though.
A follow-up volley.
And I tell you, man.
Damn, man,
Oh, Crimbo. Wild Wild West right now. Yo.
Right now. He's just stronger than them. He's just more powerful with these dualies. Sit up top with his deagle, and Crimbo's back there terrified, all tucking in.
Process has found one. There is low HP. No
Oh my gosh.
Boomich and Hobbit, they hold it back. Crimbo started this, and he could end it. They know where he's at. One bullet to Boomich. All it's going to take, a headshot on Hobbit, and it's done.
Oh, he knows what they're trying to do. This actually gives him a chance. But they skate by to go to the other site, and I honestly think Crimbo's going to figure this out. Well, he's going to hear him running now. It's the right move. He was causing him
Save the
nightmares.
AK. Holy shit, how close that round was.
And as soon as the bomb's planted, I think that's fine.
How is there only 9 in there? What?
Bad round, all things considered.
Honestly,
This is
that was
fucking
a max
ore
fire rate. I
farm,
think he said that was crazy.
It's
I feel like
like
the
a
only
wood
other person
farm,
who
anything.
shoots them that fast is Zywoo.
Yeah.
Zywoo's got these bad boys down packed.
Yeah, fucking jitter click.
It was Process who actually came through with the Desert Eagle kills.
Oh shit, you mine?
Fountain.
They were definitely raising hell.
Yeah,
back
cool.
Baby, won't you come mine way?
Cloud9. The Anubis has been Big's playground.
Yeah, this one being expensive is consequential.
Yeah, so we created a 1738 orchestra group.
3 of Cloud9's members down and an AK.
It's purely Fetty Wap, but just an orca. Or oh my god, orca. Orchestrated. Acapella.
They really want to run that.
Fetty Wap acapella.
Every time GobB takes a pause, he seems to come through with a solution.
He's got a good track record,
I can
but
smell
we can't hear what he says, and we haven't counted it exactly.
We also can't understand it, even
Certainly
if
also, I mean, if we could, yeah, without subtitles. But look,
we need some of those.
You could see it from the joyous smile, the Colgate smile.
Ooh, interesting.
Auto shotgun.
Yeah, they just
half
had to come through with a half buy.
Yeah. And they do, again, they just need to meet a quota of 3 kills and then come through the full strength buy. I think the buy makes perfect sense.
But it does feel like they went like a little extra in maybe because they know that it's a weak spot for Cloud9. This auto shotty feels a little extra to me.
Yeah, they can absolutely win on this round if they play their cards right. Oh, that's not a good start.
No, sir. Tabson knows he can go and grab it though. Yeah, it's right there. All yours.
No stress at all.
See what kind of pace Cloud9.
Cloud9, T-side, Anubis. It was just bound to be.
Actively spotting, and they aren't flashing him back in the A site. So right now, it's a full stack on B, and it's not a totally blind guess.
But
oh, okay.
Yeah, not ideal. You peek with the shotgun, check the wrong corner, and Sins 5-7 gets away from him. Crimbo. Oof, nice shot with the Galil.
God damn.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's getting better with that thing.
Yeah.
Man, this would be a crazy Montu performance to waste away on a map loss.
You think they're going to lose?
No, I'm just saying it would be a crazy performance from Montu to waste on a map loss.
I think they could lose.
Unfortunately, checking the wrong corner, thinking maybe Boomich was still up in there. But that's Cloud9 playing a nice, slow game.
Just need to play a proper T-side, which they can.
Yep, no doubt in that. No doubt whatsoever. But surely it's going to take something more from Electronic or Boomich or Axile. We got 3 of these players offline. Nades behind Obelisk. CT's dodging the damage, but keeping eyes on it. Sin dies with nothing. Sin in Process in this bomb site. He's got a nade out, but there's already a player on top of him. Process has to swing, and he does. Successfully! What? 2 kills kills.
He's still alive.
No way.
They don't take the site. They have to go get back and get the bomb. They're still spread out on the default because they thought this is a free way to win the round. An MP9.
That looked like he was toast. When he peeked out and there's a player already extended, he's got a nade pulled in his hand and an AK breathing down his neck. And he doesn't get one but two?
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Concerning.
And who does he set up to try and close this round alongside him? He's got Montu and Crimbo with him. And Crimbo,
Well,
sees
now,
it.
yeah, you can still see that it's ending B for the second. And oh my God, Process got spotted. Well, now they have info on 2 players who are coming in.
They stack the right site. Dangerous.
That
Crimbo.
re-smoke is massive. That re-smoke is massive.
He takes that peek when there could have been a player right there holding for him.
They
but
just threw
worth
theirs.
it.
They just threw their only smoke into the site.
Yep. Molotovs in abundance here for Cloud9, hoping to disrupt these positions. They don't put one on jail. So Process locks this in. 3 kills on the round. Poising Crimbo perfectly. Double kill to close it. Him getting a glimpse of that setup. They stack the site and they close.
That was a momentum round from Cloud9 that Process stole away completely with his MP9.
Wow.
MP9 gang going strong, Connor. Why would you need an MP7 for this?
Dude, Ump doesn't do that either.
Yeah, go. Salute. Big
I
on
love
10.
that.
MP9 looking nasty. That's a moment Process can be proud of.
Doesn't even have it.
Surpassing Tapson and Crimbo on this journey to a 2-0 over Cloud9, but the job's not done. Nade in hand, drops it, AK.
What?
The fruits of his labor as Boomich just goes swinging.
Even if he got that kill, he was dead. They wouldn't have been able to run through behind it. That's unbelievable.
7 and 14.
Yeah, that's caution to win. Caution to the wind from Boomich. In a situation where their economy is very fragile.
Really willing to die for that opening kill, but instead it puts them down. We got a follow-up smoke. We've got Cloud9 stranded down here in water. No eyes on bridge, so the theoretical Tapson peak could end up costing them. They'll get into this corner, but Process still has a Molotov. He picked that up off Boomich.
Yeah, that's a delivery. Oh, into the smoke.
Not ideal. Sin still has one, but now they're actually ahead of it, and by being 2 steps ahead of it, Hobbit drops Process.
But now we're playing a game of
There
time.
it is. Cool.
And the sands of time are not in their favor. Slipping through their fingers, 30 seconds, and the bomb is lagging behind.
Oh,
That nade's big.
No, I didn't.
Could have been worse. Axile just takes 20 damage instead. Hobbit to lead this charge. We've got 2 defenders in sight. Molly comes through. They clean Sin off the site. Tabson looking to go massive, but it's only a 1 from him. That Molotov could come back to haunt big as Cloud9 follow through with the dark hit.
They tried to molly in too deep, but hey, it's good timing actually. I think Cloud9 needed to go then, and they did, and they had the right utility to get into that site. They didn't take only dry duels. Parting gift from Montu. And Cloud9, it got risky, obviously, with Boomich's Boomich's death, but they won this 4v5. I really don't like how they're late floating in front of... They could have tried to make a transposition into a passive setup after they had initially got that kill, after they put some pressure down, after they re-mollied instead of just staying in the same position. So they gave Cloud9 a chance to win a 50-50. It was right here. And that was pretty much all they needed. Everyone's got patterns and proclivities, and it's important to try to abuse them. Everybody wants their favorite angle. But it's still important to try to remain versatile when you can. Big have 3 pistols in this round, but Montu's off. Oh, and it just gets run down instantly.
Dude, demolished.
The energy,
The
though.
open play.
The energy has shifted. Oh, but Crimbo gets a nice little 1 piece.
Puts the smoke down in front of him to maintain control of Heaven. A pistol floating out in the open. We know what they did when they all had pistols. So Electronics' departure off this plant will not be guaranteed.
Oh.
Sin moves in. AK now picked up. Crimbo's got it.
And the nade misses.
Before flood into the bomb site. Smoke on top of it. Perfecto feeling the heat, hanging on as he catches Prosis close. It's a pistol for Tapson. Swapping back over. Axile leaves. They're panicking. They think there's a defuse. But Perfecto able to slide into the side. Read like a book. Tapson's got it going. Axile dies. And Big have a kit for the clutch.
Oh, he's got it. A defuse.
What an amazing play. What an amazing round. Holy shit.
In the most dramatic fashion a few rounds ago.
The smoke play on Crimbo and then the extended one to go in front. Oh my
40
gosh.
seconds of total chaos.
Oh, they're yelling at each other. That is a tilting situation. And getting off of the defuse, running back around. And Crimbo's handled this situation the best he could. I mean, he flashed over top, got his first frag, smoked himself out of that position to escape. That was playing with prudence. And so was tapping the bomb, getting off of it, and playing a 2v2 as if you had a kit and you had control of the situation from beginning to end.
Bedlam in the bomb site. That tap just continued the panic.
Oh wow. And you have to take a break after that. Oh, the mentor, you know.
They're feeling what Big were feeling yesterday. And the day before.
Yo, Josh.
Ma.
Did you know?
About?
These bitches?
No.
Alright. You gotta promise me on some serious, you won't tell anybody.
Okay.
That did not look fun. Especially not to
Pinky promise?
Pinky promise.
Can you virtually pinky promise me?
I virtually pinky
in a round like that and not close
Alright,
out.
these bitches love Sosa.
That was not an easy retake position at all.
And honestly, we kind of got a light version of that earlier. That was in round 2 of this T side.
These bitches love Sosa.
Everybody up. It's like when shit hits the fan inside that bomb site, Cloud9.
Felt like you didn't give it enough praise the first time, so I had to do it a second time. Make sure I hear that Josh giggle.
A rifle.
Josh chuckle.
And then op that they didn't even shoot.
Touch.
Yeah.
Montu could not have existed that round, and it wouldn't have made a difference. Slammed. We get this back and forth as well. This is 4 rounds, non-consecutive wins. So Big playing tug of war for the economy to try and pull C9 into the pit that is the Blast Showdown. One more good yank, Launder.
That's all it'll take
One
at this
more
point.
yank.
Yeah.
What a round.
It's a monitor that turned off that wouldn't turn back on.
What was that, Mo?
Boomy's monitor turned off, wouldn't turn back on.
I can't even fucking nothing.
What?
I was talking to production launders.
Okay, all right.
I thought maybe it was
see myself out of this conversation.
I thought it was the I thought maybe it was his audio or something. He was playing with his earbuds. But we're back into it, so that doesn't matter. For better or for worse, the electricity dissipates after that round. Do it again.
Rush.
They left bomb in spawn, so Electronic had to double back for it. Montu loses his angle. And so far, the CT side hasn't really banked on Montu particularly in order to close out this game. He's the reason they have such a substantial lead.
Man, they are so stingy with their utility when it comes to E-Box. They're not pre-smoking this at the beginning of the round, and Cloud9 are walking right up to it a lot, which makes perfect sense, but there's so much that rests on the shoulder peak.
It's that German efficiency.
Hobbit could shred him if this is one step too wide, and so to repeat this is fine, but they know he's here.
And we've seen it happen.
And he always plays in front on the same side, so let's see if they try to speed it up.
He smokes his molly before it fully burns.
At least he sort of reevaluates his position. But
also, Sin's constantly playing that jail wall as well, so the moment Process has to bail, Sin's original position also compromised.
Now they get the 4-1 stack with Montu staring at A. They know that it's going to be the B site.
Here we go. Pieces in place. It's an all-German bomb site. The B hold is needed. The lineup not quite there. And then Crimbo dies as the reload needs to finish. We've got Cloud9 puncturing through like it's nothing.
All right, that's how you exec onto the site. That was, you know, a pretty
Pretty
bad
good take,
failure
pretty
for
good
me
take.
considering the guns that came in for Cloud9, but they did everything they needed to do correctly. They just, and you can see there why Big were playing, why Process was floating in front of E-Box, because they don't feel comfortable playing those passive positions. And to be fair, it is hard to hold, but all they had to do was sort of one each. I think they used Montu correctly this round in the sense that they can leave him solo. I knew that the site hit was going to be on the other side of the map, but they couldn't hire his talents to actually help them stop the site hit.
It's the two rotators that come through that both die empty-handed.
Yeah, the solutions to this problem can be get the kills before they jump out like this. They can be a bit more creative when your spots, especially if nades are going to come out, like the rotations just came in. And obviously there's a small timing where Tapson gets barrel stuffed as they exec. But the info was there, and now it's another round. 1 rifle, 1 op, and 3 pistols.
The exact same formula that Crimbo decimated them with.
They didn't even... did they completely forget that Montu had an op because he didn't shoot it last round?
Possibly. But I mean, he did survive.
I just didn't think. I just don't think
guns.
that they knew he was gonna be on A.
Axile, who's had impact in these last couple rounds, is now just watching from the sidelines, and Hobbit locked in case there's any kind of a push. But he's got Crimbo and Montu coming at him, and Crimbo looks to be clearing this.
He'll just go up top, I think.
Slides in, kills him, just like that.
So confident with that swing, man.
And this suddenly alleviates any pressure that would have been on this side of Dart.
Tapson takes camera control here.
It's what absolutely
After smoked off, he flashes
Cloud9
out.
back on Ancient. Crimbo and
It's gonna go CT. Process is just gonna hold.
The correct decision now.
Wow.
They actually walk
What
through
a
the smoke. I'm sure they're
smart
thinking
call.
about it, actually.
Triple
They
rifle
know
on
Canal
A.
is clear. They know A main is theirs.
The natural rotations for the CTs is to go back around, and it looks like they want to go through
You also
camera.
have to go right now?
2 players here. They need to be able to do this.
Crimbo's been able to do it in previous rounds. He waits for them to start walking up along storage, but he gets spotted out. Now he's in a bit of trouble. Long still belongs to Montu. It's a late play from Perfecto. Crimbo bails.
Wait, he got out?
He gets out into storage.
Oh,
no
they
one
can't find
holds
him.
him. 15 seconds. Electronic
goodness.
looking for the kill.
Oh my
Him and
goodness.
Perfecto, one apiece. And this site's open. They found a way back, but the bomb got dropped, so they have to give up heaven. Perfecto.
Oh my God, Bear!
2 out from Fountain and Cloud9. By the skin of their teeth, Process flies out from camera. Both players in his sights. Perfecto goes above and beyond.
The flash out on Montu changes the whole situation.
They knew what they were doing.
Wow.
Running in from camera. Man, what a crazy situation
Oh,
right
we got
here,
a one
especially with
one.
Crimbo sneaking out back in the CT spawn and Montu eating a flash. Both those things needed
Congratulations.
to take place where they died on that moment. Otherwise, there was no chance of a plant. That felt like a one situation, I'm sure, for Cloud9.
This T-side absolutely mounting the comeback big. The round outcomes have given them chances. No full-blown saves. Tight rounds every time. Good flash over the top, but it's still 2 deaths against Big. It's Sin and Process down. And a nade that makes no contact. Tabson, a smoke in hand right ahead of this pack. Blinded, oh, gets that! Last bullet out of the gun, and he just beams Axile.
Oh, he's tagged, but you keep, you stay with that.
It's 3v3.
You stay with that.
Electronic also low.
Let me check real quick on some shit.
Montu sitting eyes wide open into canals, and I think this is the adjustment they needed on this side of the map.
How long to beat? What the
They
fuck?
haven't found him.
Wow, I didn't even know that was an. I didn't even know that was
the
a
smartest
thing.
option. Crimbo crack spotting with a smoke in hand. Depending on if he dies, this could make the difference in the round.
14,
They flash
19,
to come through,
24.
They see the smoke.
Then you're getting
It's right into
29,
the two
and you're probably gonna have to
players,
commit to the
one
double
with an off.
save here so that they get
It's
to
side
11.
for Montu to have the impact that he's looking for, but yeah.
They think that maybe this is just going to be the A-Rap.
Wait, they're committing very heavily to this.
Tabson going all the way to A. Crimbo calling, okay, maybe it sets up the retake instead. This way he can go back around T-spawn and they'll have a player on long. It leaves Montu in a tough spot at the 10-second mark.
10-second mark, yeah.
Feels like his options are limited. Crimbo does get caught
Save.
towards middle.
And
And they plant on the opposite side of Obelisk. They smoked long ahead of time, reading into this Tabson push, so with nobody in the bomb site.
Just save. Don't.
This is a full-blown
Don't. You don't
retake,
even have a
and one
kit.
that would
I don't
be
think
a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that he can go for this. They're too broke.
Oof, the mid-round works out for Cloud9.
Crazy,
Tabson pushing River.
crazy
Is
play.
it a mistake?
I think so. I mean, I think that obviously they don't know. Crimbo just saw them phase that smoke through camera last round into A, so they're worried about it.
Yep. And they also did that silently. Crimbo stood in his own smoke on camera, almost letting them do it a second time.
Yes, yes. But there was a lot of faith that that would happen, and instead Cloud9 simply respected the smoke, walked by it, and went over to the other side of the map, and essentially they made it seem like Big did too much. An awkward situation that comes out in favor of Cloud9. There have been all kinds of antics in this matchup. And finally it's starting to tip towards C9 because it feels like it's been all Big. But their CT side has definitely got some flaws.
They keep some money in their pocket. They come through with 3 utility-heavy pistols. M4 in the op. I feel like we've seen Tabson really forego a lot of the bridge control that he was playing versus Heroic, that he was playing at the start of the CT side. They haven't gotten one bridge flank whatsoever throughout this, and it's not...
He's somebody who got so flagrant with it that he actually got punished, so it was like almost...
Well, he'll punish them with 1. P250 up next.
No gun to steal back. Shot from Montu. New place. New rounds.
A very muted second half out of Montu in comparison to that lights out performance on the T side, but it's never too late.
Oh, it's this move
Do they do it again? This is what Crimbo was hoping for last round. It's what he didn't get.
Sin has a smoke. If they play too far away from this, they could just simply lose to these rifles. That smoke could go out too far.
A dink. Oh my God. Right there for the taking. Crimbo doesn't hit it. Hobbit gets away.
15 health.
The CZ doesn't connect.
It's gotta be Montu right here. He spots one.
Nice.
And Hobbit so low, it's toast. Oh. Big will get there eventually. This is what Crimbo was hoping for last round. It's what he did
lose.
Right there for the taking. Crimbo doesn't. He doesn't connect.
It's gotta be Montu from the perspective.
I didn't even see that part of it.
Team.
It is shades of Big against Heroic. You never know
That was
whose
just a good
round it
entry
is to
out.
win. But Montu, the moment he gets his name on that kill feed, it
initial
slides the way
uptick
of big. His
Montu
first
just
multi-kill in quite some time.
Montu does not take a lot of steps in
And,
the round. At least he's in new places starting.
I'm
Because that's
excited.
getting big something. And now Big are 1 round away from eliminating Cloud9.
Electronic, 97 damage in the fire.
Uh-oh.
He has been a non-factor in this map.
Just barely getting out alive, but doesn't even matter with that HP.
Dare I say it, in this series, 8 and 17 on Ancient. This is his second whooping.
And it looks like Montu will be served up another dinner. Full kit of utility, up on a very similar angle, eating a flash, but not freaking out. Will this be the resolve needed to net his team an opening frag in what could be the last round?
3 sets of eyes on the other side. Electronic starts to peel back towards Bridge. We've got Hobbit in a similar position outside of Dark. And Process with a chance to play within it. He still has his Incendiary. And Montu, can he find this timing? Can he jump back after the first shot connects? If it does, he's blind again.
Oh my gosh. Boomich walks out for free.
Boomich relegated to the jail. He will find the second player in.
No way.
And then inside of sight, Boomich thrives.
Oh, but Tapson gets a trade. Tapson gets a second.
Entry's already canceled. And Hobbit, he's got to use that SMG. It's not enough. Wow. Axile swings. 1 to his name. 2 to go, but a bomb to pick up. And only 10 seconds left. Big have
Wow.
done it.
In a 2-0 sweep.
They actually made it happen.
Holy.
It's time to stand up because they've been through hell.
A disastrous start to the year. 2 back. And they faced elimination yesterday against Heroic. They pushed Cloud9 the distance, dominate them on Ancient, and live to fight another day.
Bubsky, what the fudgesicle? How did this happen? Big is through. We said they punched above their weight last year, the year before. We said we didn't know what was going on. They hadn't even qualified for the RMRs. They've just knocked Cloud9 out of the groups.
Yeah, and the best part is that they should have won way earlier. Like, this should have been a dominant 2-0 from the big side. So it's so impressive by Tapson and company because we expected them to have a hard time against the team with the likes of Cloud9.
Cloud9 said that it was easy to read the way Tapson plays, that it
Holy
is very
shit,
structured,
these
that it's
matchups.
very controlled. That structure, that control.
We're waking up, by the way.
Yeah, but it
We're
also
up
caused them some
tomorrow for
issues in
6
those
a.m.
clutches.
to
I
watch
remember that
Australia's
CT pistol they
Vitality.
played where they push B, but they're not willing to stack A because it's not in the papers.
VG2,
They always do what is in
then
the papers.
Liquid
Sometimes it works,
Phase,
but this time around
then
it was just
Virtus
enough to get over the
Pro.
line.
Not
Big.
even just enough, more than enough.
This is a repeat.
2-0. That is what they did here. 2-0 in a best of 3 against Cloud9, a lineup that we have spoken so highly of during the group stages. Yesterday, we said that Big was lacking.
Yeah.
Today, I mean, yes, there were some pieces, maybe, that I'm a little bit concerned about.
Okay.
But for the most part, I want to celebrate the fact that they have kept themselves alive in this competition.
Also says a lot about direction. Like, if Cloud9 would have won, they would have been smiling, of course, but we see here Big, they go all out. They really enjoy this moment. It's been a hard season. They didn't qualify for the RMR, so it's not going to be that easy for them coming in. But I think we're going to have to look at a player like Mantu. What a freaking performance from him. He was the difference maker in so many rounds.
Worth speaking English for? I say yes.
Yeah, for this map for sure. But if you look at the general picture, I would have a hard time. But he deserves all the praise coming his way. I also talked about I wanted to see him take over the game, and he surely did. He had so many entry kills today.
Look at the scoreboard now, and you can see what a great job Mantu did on Anubis. This was the thing, right? This was Cloud9's map pick. It was a 2-0 victory for Big. This was convincing, and it's something that I do love about this lineup. It's the fact that they are able to, in the LAN environment, kind of bring these performances to the fore. It is something that they are capable of doing.
Yeah, but I also felt that Mantu somehow is the best player on the server today, in my opinion. And we're going to look at him. He's the main AWP, but there's no one to challenge him on the side of Cloud9. I would have imagined if Shiro or somebody else on the side of Cloud9 would have taken some of those duels against him. It would have been a little bit harder for Mantu, but he had a play day at the office today.
Would you argue, though, that structure that Cloud9 spoke about in Big, because we did see it, they do struggle sometimes to kind of adapt to situations quickly A few times they changed it up, but for the most part, it is a very structured playstyle. Why didn't Cloud9 change it up? What were they struggling with? Because it can't only be the AWPing.
No, but I think it's an important tool to have in the box. I think Manto just didn't respect all the rifles holding angles. You saw that B position towards Ancient at the end. He just kept going into B main holding that AWP angle because he's not afraid that an AWP is holding it. It's constantly a rifle strafing into him.
So, the solution to Cloud9, when they go to Showdown, need an AWPer?
Yeah, hopefully
I'm gonna make some food right now. I'm gonna go do some
see an
things and I'll
AWPer
be
at the
back.
Showdown, but if
Play
not,
some
I still
actual
think they have a
CS.
good enough team to
But
to
right
beat
now, I
big
just want to
normally,
go
and I also
and
think
eat,
Perfecto
bruh.
said it before the interview, or
At
in
least
the
prep
interview,
some
that
food.
they don't really feel
Because I've
big,
been
and I
doing
can
that throughout the
attest
stream.
to their
So
statement.
now that
I'm
I
not
can
scared
actually
when
make
I'm
chicken,
Cloud9
it's gonna
to
take
play a
me
game against big,
half
for
an
some
hour,
reason they still
walking the
manage to
dog,
They're not. They
come
weren't
back,
scared before, but they should be scared now.
and
I mean,
feel
that was the
refreshed.
thing. Listen, we have to give
So,
big